keep these in here no more. Now I'm gonna get started. Greetings, family. This is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter with Faiths. Well, which book is it? It's not that. It's not that one. Damn, man. Whatever. Where could it be? Man, trash. Whatever. I'm just, whatever. Yeah. This I do not understand, and now I'm going to get upset. Hey everybody, let me go look really quick and see if I have a book that I can't find. Whatever. Now I'm annoyed. Bullshit. Holy fucking annoyed. God damn it. Yeah, damn shit. Bullshit. There we go. All right. Who is Shavi? I don't know who that is. Okay. Hopefully everybody is awesome and as awesome as one can be. Yes, let's do this here. I've been sitting in this chair all. When I say all day, I literally mean all day. Like I posted up in this chair at 8:30. I had gotten up twice to use the bathroom. I literally haven't left the seat. I have been multitasking like a crazy person. And I got a lot done, but it sucks being in this chair for damn near 12 hours, doing as much as I did, getting done as much as I got done, and still feeling like I have a whole mountain of shit to face. It's, ugh. Anyway, I am here. I am here, and I will try to change my little mood. But I am here, and there's a lot that I want to talk to you about. So I'm going to have to debate about what is most pressing. That's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to debate about what's most pressing because I can't even cover a 16th of what I want to talk to you about. I attempted to do a little quick live the other day because I was brainstorming on something gargantuan, and the live I didn't even realize because it still was going. It was still going on my end, and so apparently it had gone out for some time for y'all. So when I went back to listen to it, like 20 minutes of what I said was just disappeared into the fucking ethos and shit. And then went to try to find the little scraps of notes that I wrote this little breakthrough on. And of course, I have not been able to find them. And I just told y'all, like, there's so much happening. And so I tried very hard to not get caught up in what appears to be happening in the world, because there is so much that the mother wants us to hear and to focus on, and the more we give way to the BS, literally fighting for every single scrap of our attention, the more energy we give to that, the more we miss in terms of her interventions. And there's been so much fighting for our attention, and at the same time, just as much that she is trying to say. And right before I got up on here, I'll be honest, one of the things that have given rise to this funky fucking mood I have is because in preparing for this live, just out of nowhere, several channels came through my feed, and man, oh, that's annoying. God damn it. Several channels came through my feed that I've never seen. And it was like one after the other. I was like, what you playing at, Ma? Like, I don't want to be up in here with an attitude today. But it was like, I'm gonna just let me, you know what? This is a good way to start. And I can't find it. That sucks. Damn. Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to worry about that later. Yeah, I told you I was having a real breakthrough the other day. That's why I was like, let me get up on here and say something about it now before it leaves my brain. And I just got a little scribble scrabble on a piece of paper because I'm telling you, I was in here cleaning my house, cleaning my goddamn commode when I had this fucking breakthrough. And I was like, oh my God, let me go put this out in the world right now so I can at least come back to it later and dig deeper into it. And then, YouTube be doing what YouTube do. You feel me? Which is nothing short of fucking sabotage. And so my timer was still going. And then I asked a question and wouldn't get no feedback. I was like, damn, is anybody here? Am I talking to my damn self? And so I was like, apparently I'm talking to myself, but the timer, my clock was still going. And so I X'd out of it and was like gonna go back and realized that more than half of what I had said just disappeared into the ethos, child. And so that was one thing, was because I was having a real ass moment, like a real profound ass moment. And then get on here to do some study. I was getting work done most of the day, but then I was like, let me go ahead and do a live before the day gets away from me, now that the day has gotten dark for us. And man, I wish I could find that piece of paper I wrote all that stuff down on. Anyway. And like I literally hit the floor. My whole intention was there was work that I wanted to get done out in the world. And sat down here for what was supposed to be a few minutes and just realized there's a lot of work that I had to do on this laptop. And then it was like one thing after another. So let me just tell y'all, some of y'all know, some of y'all don't know. I'm going to be pushing it out a lot over the next several weeks. So I started a GoFundMe because I can't keep going on this way, where every few months, the wheel gets in front of me and I'm in a crisis, and it doesn't make any damn sense. First of all, it don't make no sense. But second of all, I took a job in September, and it was a contracted job that was supposed to pay me a certain amount, a substantial amount up front, and then the rest, the day that the contract was complete. All right. And when the original check didn't come, I was flooded with a ton of emails about rectifying it, and it's gonna come. Meanwhile, I live in California, bitch, and they don't have no problem trying to toss a bitch out on the street and put all their shit out on the road. You feel me? And so while I was trying to be understanding about these circumstances that this person was putting out, about why the deposit had not been made on the contract, whatever. Meanwhile, I'm doing work. And so last week, this had been going on since the week before my birthday, which is now, 6 weeks ago? And so I was up in here stressing. being reassured that this thing would be resolved and my money would come through. So I got a check last Monday. And I was so hyped because initially she told me she could only give me the initial deposit, which was supposed to be for $1,500. I was like, you know what? I can work with it. You feel me? Until the rest, right? And got the check on Monday and it was for the full amount. I was like, come on in the room with this money. Come on in the room with this. It was $6,800. It wasn't a little bit of money. It was $6,800. So I got the check on Monday. I was like, oh my God, this is great. I can pay the rest of my bills. I can get this landlord. I can pacify my landlord. You feel me? And so I got the check on Monday, deposited the check on Monday. And they told me that the check wouldn't clear until Friday, but I would be good. And so when I looked on my online banking on Friday morning, expecting the $6,800 to have posted to my account, it wasn't there. So I went to the bank and I'm like, look, I deposited the check on Monday. It's Friday and the money ain't there. And so she says, let me see what's going on. And she says, it appears that the check has been returned. I says, what does that mean? She's like, it appears that they did not deposit the check and that they're going to mail it back to you. I was like, why would they mail me the check? That ain't no shit that's ever happened to me. So I was genuinely confused. I was like, why would they mail me the check? She was like, because they're not going to approve the check. I said, what? So what you're saying is they're going to put the check in the mail to my house? I said, if the check, so, because back in the day, if a check bounced, it didn't come to me. It goes to the person who wrote the check. You feel me? So I was confused. You feel me? I haven't used checks, like paper checks, in an age. So I was genuinely confused about why they would be mailing me the check instead of, the writer of the check through which I cashed, because in the old days, that mean the check bounced. You feel me? And so they would send that shit back to the motherfucker that wrote the check. She said, that's all I can see. All I can see is that they have already put the check in the mail to come to your house, but they don't have any details about why they didn't cash the check. So now me being probably overly conscious, I'm already doing, in terms of this contract with this person, I've already researched the person, researched the company. So that's my default for everybody because I'm self-employed. So I'm automatically going to see who you is just on GP. Okay. And this was not like my typical work, which is hands-on work. So, but with hands-on work, I'm going to search you before I come to your house. And I ain't the only person. It's not me being paranoid. Every massage therapist I've worked with in this city does the same thing. As soon as we get the contract and a full name comes up in their address, the first thing we doing is searching them before we go into somebody's house we do not know. So that's just my habit. So I'd already searched the person, the job, the company, and all of that stuff. And so I'm still sitting here over a weekend without this money that I done told my landlord, I'm about to give you some money. And it was like, it's about motherfucking time. You understand what I'm saying? So Monday comes and Tuesday comes. And I've been told that I would get a call from a rep at the bank. That hasn't happened. So I go to check my mailbox on Tuesday and I get a letter from my bank in the mail saying, with a photocopy of the check. It's not the check. It's a photocopy of the check. What did it say? Do I have the letter here? Because now I got to go with my tail tucked between my legs after having promised my landlord a lump sum of money and try to garner some sympathy and understanding, and with no explanation because I wasn't given one. This is what came about. We apologize, dear valued customers, but we are writing you to notify you that an item or items listed below, which were deposited into your account, have been returned unpaid. As a result, we've deducted that from your account. You will see the adjustment on your account for these $6,800 without fee. Then it says, the date, and then additional data, reason for return. And then it goes down below that. It says it's $6,800. Altered or fictitious fucking check. That happens. That happens. Then I emailed the person that I'm contracted with. I said, look, I don't know what's going on. I said, but there is work I have done for you for the last 6 weeks, and I get this notification in the mail saying that the check has been returned. I said, what is going on? It's a long story that didn't make no sense, but I am going to rectify it, but I can't do it until you come, until the day of, and you come and finish out the job. Now, mind you, the motherfucker was supposed to send me $1,500 6 weeks ago. The total of which the job would be is the $6,800, of which I have been doing work on this contract, certain that at the end of even these complications with this bullshit, which in my mind were minuscule. Shit happens in our lives. Shit happens in the world, whatever. That at the end of it, I would have a lump sum of $6,800 in my possession. And this motherfucker gonna tell me, send me 3 emails. Look, I understand. I'm so sorry. It was a complication on our end. This and that and this and that, because the completion of the job is supposed to be on November 29th. Right? Which is 3 weeks from now. It's supposed to be November 29th, the completion of the job. Right? But 15 days prior to the completion of the job, which is next week, I am supposed to have the full amount of the contracted amount for the job. So I get it last Monday, and I'm like, look at how these dividends just coming through like this. And so not only do I not have the $1,500 I was supposed to have 6 weeks ago, but the $6,800 was some bullshit. That check didn't bounce. It says fictitious. That's what it said. And it was, listen, it was express mail to me. It was over, the check was overnighted to me. Sent. I had to sign for it and everything. Y'all. I had to sign for it and everything. And she gonna send me an email talking about 3 different times. Well, now it's crunch time. We're 3 weeks out and I really need this done. And I'm so sorry for the complications, but I promise you, whatever money you spend out of pocket to complete the job, I will reimburse you. Y'all. It was like getting kicked in the chest by a goddamn horse. That's what it was like. That's what it was like. It really knocked the fucking wind out of me is what it did. It really knocked the wind out of me. And so between that, which was certain, and the other things that I've been talking to y'all about all summer anyway, I was like, this can't go on the same way. So that was the long way of explaining why some of you may have already received the notification for the GoFundMe that I launched last night and will be running through the end of the year. And with the long explanation, not just about this check thing. It is for everyone, which I understand. I have volunteered many scores of hours since February with these fires. But when I'm telling you that the impact, not only of the fires, but right the fuck up on top of it, them disappearing 15,000 people out of the city, ice shit, disappearing estimates of anywhere from 15 to 30,000 people out of the city, the impact, the ricochet effect on the economy is palpable, man. It is real and palpable. And the fact that nobody in this country is talking about the ongoing devastation, the fact that there are estimates of still 83,000 people that are homeless just because of the fires, meaning they're either living in Airbnbs, they're living in hotels on vouchers, they're couch surfing. 30,000 people, something like that, that are still on shaky ground for housing, while these landlords ain't hesitating to toss people the fuck. I'm not joking. Every single solitary day, I can drive just through my little 5-block radius of my neighborhood and see everything that people own, man, on these sidewalks. You can tell that overnight, everything they own was just piled up on the sidewalk all the time. And so the shit is real, and that's what it is. So I will be emailing people. I will be emailing people the GoFundMe. I'm also going to use other crowdsourcing funding apps and shit. So you can distribute those and share those to whomever you can, because it doesn't have to be you. If all you can do is share, I recognize that everybody in this country is going through it with what is happening on the national scale with this weirdo that's in office. You feel me? And so I get it. But I also know that I cannot think of everything. So who knows? There might be somebody that sees the GoFundMe and says, "Oh, I ain't got no dividends, but I have an extraordinary way for this woman to get these coins that she needs." What I'm counting on is this campaign being the construction of a web where more than myself, hundreds, hopefully thousands of people can put our webs together. You know what I'm saying? Our webs together to come up with a way to solve these problems, not only for myself, but yes, for myself. Yes, for myself. But also implement a way where we can see how those resources that we have at our disposal can be solving multiple problems only together, only in group sessions, only in group think, only in group work, can be solving multiplicities of problems throughout this web that is constructed from outside in. Because I hear people boycotting, that's great. But also that same energy, 7 million people out in the streets off some dumbass No King's Day. How do we corral 7 million people to actually do something constructive in the world that can ricochet through the entire community, through the entire country? This is what I'm scheming on. I watched this thing the other day, and we have to be studying history, y'all. This woman, her name is Intellectual, I think. Intellectual. It's a sister who is wonderful, wonderful. I love her, love her, love her. I can go down straight up crack addicted wormholes just watching her shit all day. She is actually that's what she majored in, was history. So she does these really cute, funny, but historically accurate and relevant yes, that's her. Intellectual media. Thank you so much, Claudia Ankra. I love her. I love, love, love her. And she did one that I just saw. It's old, but I just saw it 2 weeks ago, on the history of rent parties in New York. And I'm not talking about just yesterday. I'm talking about in 1914, in 1920, Black people having to organize rent parties, because this is the period in New York's history where, under one of the first, quote, white flights, all these Black people coming up from the South, and it was cheap there to live, and seeing that all these Black people was living there, then all these Jews descended upon this area, Brooklyn and shit, in Harlem, and bought up all the property. And then listen, I was thrilled when I saw this it was only like 20 minutes. She said, but this shit, when they saw these Black people moving into these areas that all the white people had moved up out of, the next step was for all these Jewish, quote, people to come in and buy up all the property that the Black people was living in for pennies on the dollar, and then hike the rent up threefold. I just saw a news broadcast 3 days ago about this Jewish man who has just been sentenced because he did this whole it was like some kind of scheme where he was going door to door to Black property owners in New York, brokering these deals. And so these people think that they are, I forget the ins and out of it, but basically what happened was over 10 years, he swindled Black people, deceived 300 Black property owners out of their property. They're still living in the property thinking that they own their homes and that they are just paying their mortgage. He was found guilty for 13. He was charged for 300, but there wasn't enough evidence to show that what he did to the 13, he did to the 300. That just happened this week. And so I'm listening to this sister talk about why Black people had to start throwing rent parties in New York because these motherfuckers came in like the vultures they are, bought up everything for pennies on the dollar, and then hiked the rent up threefold what they were paying overnight. And so the Black people's like, damn, you feel me? What we gonna do to make this money? And so all over the city, it became this culture to have these rent parties at different people's houses throughout the week, so everybody in the community could make the money that they need by hosting these parties. And they became so widespread and famous because it was good, y'all. I didn't think I was going to be mentioning anything about it, but it just came up off real. But she is showing like the little handmade tickets that you couldn't come if you didn't, like, if you just showed up and nobody could account for you. Nobody could account for you if you didn't have a ticket that somebody directly gave you. That, bitch, we don't know if you the police. You can't come the fuck up in here. We don't know what you talking about. What party? What part? Dancing in the background, music in the back. We don't know what you talk. There ain't no party in here. I'm just playing my music loud. That if you could not be accounted for, you couldn't come the fuck up in here. And how everybody would participate in this rent party for this particular house, because the house that the party was hosted in would be the house that would receive the money, the proceeds for the party. And then the next time it would be another house, and the next time it would be another house, and the next time it would be another house. That way everybody could get their needs met economically, with these parasites doing what they doing to perpetually create new ways to rob Black people. So anyway, like, it's something different today. It's something different today when just a few days ago, I told you, combing through this here internet, that of 100 senators in this country, that certain people, right, always talking about some conspiracy theory cabal that's anti-Semitic, trying to tell you that what you see is not what the fuck you see. There ain't got to be no conspiracy. There ain't got to be no motherfucking hidden cabal. Y'all still say y'all only make up less than 2% of the population, right? But of the 100 senators right now sitting in the United States Congress and shit, 38 of them are Jewish. 70, another third is Catholic, devout Catholic. 332 sitting congressmen are multimillionaires, not just millionaires, multi-millionaires. It ain't no shit I gotta guess about, because all of this shit is fucking on full disclosure up on this internet, straight through the federal goddamn websites. It ain't no shit I gotta make up. 332 of your Congress people are multi-millionaires, from $1.1 million all the way up to $668 million. The wealthiest one being I can't even remember his name. But the wealthiest senator, there's 78 multi-millionaires of the 100. Of the 100 senators, y'all, 78 of them are multi-millionaires. The wealthiest millionaire being the senator from the state I came from, Rick Scott, there in goddamn Florida. You understand me? So when y'all, Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to talk to y'all about. But I'm just explaining to you, this girl, intellectual media, who I love, there is nothing that I will tell you. I will tell you. The last video I saw of hers, there was a position that she took. I took issue with. I continue to take issue with, but I will put it off for the moment because I know y'all so easy to be in your feels off fucking make believe. But anyway, I digress. So she talking about the reason that they had to do the rent parties was because they were literally being robbed in broad daylight. Hey, I won't go that deep because it ain't about what I'm talking about. It ain't even got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but it all has everything to do with what I'm talking about. So anyway, all that to say, even here, I am daily plotting and scheming about the multiplicity of ways to not only draw resources to myself, to still be able to be like a participatory, responsible member of society. And what I mean by that is still do the things that I enjoy doing for and with other humans. I'm talking about in terms of volunteer work. I just did 3 days of volunteer work 2 weeks ago while I'm waiting for some sorry motherfucker to send me a bunk ass check for work already done. So I'm still trying to like navigate. I just did that damn volunteer thing over there that I broadcast live on here, the Sacred Sound conspiracy. You feel me? So I'm still always not just here. I'm always trying to successful at doing what I can do as a responsible, active, progressive member of society. I have skills that I know people need access to. And so when I am able to disseminate those skills so that they do something impactful in the lives of others, even as I am fighting tooth and nail to just bare minimally stabilize my own life while trying to execute a vision and a mission that I can see is real, and everything, because of the society that we live in, is priming itself to be an obstacle. And so I have to persevere. I have to beat down the obstacles. This is the transitional period for which that happens. And I think that it's actually quite cosmically comical that it is happening right around the time that I turn half a century the fuck old. That's all I got to say about that. You feel me? So if you receive the email for the GoFundMe campaign that I launched last night, like I said, hopefully I can have the goals met by the end of the year. I feel like it is reasonable. I feel like it is reasonable to accomplish. It will accomplish several things. It'll get my car fixed, which is problematic right now, but at least she is getting me to and from little point A's and point B's, but I can't drive more than 45 minutes to an hour on my car. So it's just little short darts here and there. She is still rocking with me. That's my baby. I love that car. So 1, to get my car thing resolved. 2 is to secure my housing, not just up to the point of pacifying my damn landlord. It is to stabilize this thing so that I can free up enough headspace that I can actually jump both feet first into this temple work. Then there are things that I need in order to right away to build the temple locally. So just like logistical shit, like flyers and banners and, shit for when I set up and promotion and that kind of stuff. Plus, I spent the last 2 days at the city clerk's office and the mayor's office. And what's the other one? The city ethics department, because I admitted to y'all, and I don't know if y'all don't think I'm serious, but I'm serious, having to go talk with the financial department of the city's ethics department, the city's registration department. Like that has taken up both of the last 2 days. I thought it was going to be like little 2-hour thing at each place. That's been the last 2 days up there in city downtown Los Angeles with. And let me just take a side note. these governments, the bureaucracy of the fallacy, the mythology. Let me just say something to y'all. This is a word. The mythology that we could not live without government, that we could not survive without the bureaucracy of government, that what could we possibly do for ourselves without some senators and some governors and some representatives and some secretaries and the police and all of that shit. Baby, spending these last 48 hours downtown Los Angeles at City Hall, the flammery. When I say the flammery, this shit is an optical illusion. I'm trying to tell you. They complicate everything so you believe the flammery. You feel me? The lockdown, the government shutdown. We got to do this behind closed doors. The way we see the Senate floor is something sacred that only those of us who went to school. Flammery, optical illusion. I spent the last 48 hours, child, at the mayor's office, at the what they call it, the constituent services office, the city ethics department. Hold on. What's the other one? The civics, fucking something. All these departments. You feel me? And if you've ever applied to any services, I'm not lying. You will stand in the line for 2 hours saying, "Now I know good and motherfucking well. It don't take this long to do what y'all doing." I used to say, man, like I really believe a part of social services is learning how. I'm convinced of it, as a matter of fact. I'm convinced of it. Let me tell you the breakthrough I had the other day. This is not what I was going to talk to you about, but talking about it out loud, I'm like, oh my God, yes. I was driving in this city right here. Ask anybody who's ever lived in Los Angeles. Ask anybody who's ever fucking driven in this city. And I love this city. And when I first got here, I was like, who designed these motherfucking roads? The first year I was here, I was always saying, who is the goddamn city engineer that did this shit? Who did this? This shit don't make no sense. Why they design this street like this? Why is there not a single turn signal at any major intersection anywhere in this city? Y'all think I'm lying? Lights with no turn light. So that the people that's trying to turn, they can turn first. And then the people who want to go. No, I said, what in the apps? Who did this shit? I said, listen, you can't convince me otherwise. They did this shit on purpose. I'm convinced. I am convinced that they did this shit on purpose. Let me tell you why I'm convinced of it. And this relates to this bureaucracy that I have experienced over the last 48 hours, trying to get bare minimal shit done that should not have taken 2 hours out of my whole day. That ended up taking all day, both days. Feel me? When I came here, and these roads, man, are so big. The freeways here, everybody talking about how notorious LA traffic is, and this and that and this. The old engineers designed the goddamn freeways where there should not be no traffic in this city. No traffic. There should not be no traffic in this city. The freeways, every freeway, even going through downtown, 4 to 5 lane freeways. How the fuck is there any backup traffic the fuck where in a city where all the freeways, even the freeways that typically, in a regular city would go down to about 2 lanes or 3 lanes, I'm telling you, every single one is 4 to 5 lanes. And you have to arrange your life and your daily schedule around when there is and when there ain't gonna be bumper to bumper fucking traffic on a 5-lane freeway. No accidents. Every time there's a backup, you expect there to be some crash that to back the traffic up. Never. no accidents, just traffic. I'm like, what in the hell am I experiencing? Okay. And so in town, when you're driving through town, non-freeway roads, and on major intersections, there are no turn lights. You just have to try to navigate through no turn lights. No turn lights. I said, this shit was done deliberately. The reason I say that it's done deliberately is because now we know. It doesn't seem related, but I have been obsessing about this for a long time, y'all. I even told my homie, before I launched the temple 3 years ago, the temple will be 3 years old on November 11th. Before I launched the temple, I was talking to a homie because I was like puzzling over the idea. This is crazy. I'm talking about launching a whole new religion and shit. You feel me? I was like, this is crazy. Talk me out of it, right? And we're just going back and forth. And he said, well, what's the first thing you gonna go out with? Like, what's the first thing you gonna lead with? And this is 3 years ago. You know what I told him? I said, the first thing I'm gonna lead with is with a sermon that's basically going to say, there's gonna be something like, if you're in the right lane, you're an asshole. I literally told him, if you in the right lane and there is traffic, you are the asshole. That's gonna be my first temple service. Is why do y'all do that? Why y'all do that? Why y'all do that? Why y'all do that? Okay? On a 5-lane freeway. Why do y'all do that? You understand what I'm saying? And so he was like, that's pretty serious, Iapa. I was like, I know it's serious. I said, then you know what's going to be interesting is when I do this sermon that everybody hears, right? If you are in the right lane and there is traffic, you are the asshole. You understand? What's going to be interesting is to see in a month, in 3 months, in 6 months, in a year, if that sermon has had any impact on the traffic in this city. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that shit would work. That's my personal opinion, right? I'm saying this because this is something that has been on me since I moved here, because nothing about the way traffic moves in this city makes no sense. It's like it's deliberately to irritate people. I was like, is that crazy? Is it crazy for me to think that the fucking civic engineers created engineered traffic to be just moving enough to get you where you're going, but just slow enough to perpetually irritate the fuck out of you? I don't think I'm off base, baby. Because now, years later, we're seeing all of these studies, the results of all of these studies that are being conducted about the long-term health impact of what we call microaggressions. And we think of microaggressions as just that shit that we deal with when we go into the corporate world or on our job or whatever. Oh shit. Right? That's what we God damn it. What the? That's what we think of. We just think of the one-on-one, right? Personal, interpersonal weirdnesses between the different people in society with their preconceived notions and how that shit come off, against other folks. We, homeless people experience microaggressions. You feel me? Like everybody, Black people always talking about the constant perpetual microaggressions that we experience in this world that is wholly anti-Black, right? We call it death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? Like one microaggression may or may not hurt, but if you getting 50, 60 fucking microaggressions a day for years, eventually your ass gonna bleed out. And so that's always what we think about when we talk about microaggressions. But I had an epiphany just the other day. I was like, oh my God, it's not just interpersonal interaction with human beings in their preconceived notions or whatever. It is the fact that we feel safe behind our cars to do also other bullshitting ass microaggressive dumb shit, right? cutting people off, rear-ending people, like driving up on somebody rear end because that asshole is in the right lane, driving slower than the rest of the oncoming traffic. All of this little shit, right? But I was like, oh my God, maybe it is not only the weirdos driving their automobiles. Maybe it is because we live in a city where the civic engineers that constructed this shit probably got fucking multi-million-dollar contracts with the insurance companies in this city. You understand what I'm saying? To ensure just enough flow in and out through accidents that shouldn't even happen, because the civil engineers, I'm telling y'all, I know I'll be thinking too deep. I know y'all be thinking I'll be thinking too deep. But I am telling you, I'm going to tell you one more thing that I am convinced, man, is, you know what? As a matter of fact, remember in the book Pure Lust, when she talked about the true deep harm of bureaucracies, right? The bureaucracy, why everything takes so long, why everything that ain't complicated be deliberately made complicated. I'm going to tell you why. Because every time I go into a women's bathroom anywhere in this country, not just California, anywhere in this country, the first thing I am saying is, why did motherfucking men design these bathrooms this way? Why is the toilet paper way down here, way in the little silver thing, and you got to reach way down here, break off piece by piece by piece the goddamn toilet? Why is the little silver thing not up here at face level so you can just easily unroll the fucking toilet paper? Why in a handicap bathroom there ain't no fucking hooks for the handicapped person to hang their purse or their book bag or any multiplicity of things that women fucking carry all the time? I said, men did this, and they did it deliberately as a series of the bureaucratic fucking microaggressions that are intended to perpetually, little levels, annoy the fuck out of human beings. I'm telling you, you can't make me, not now with the scientific studies, the research that has come out about the long-term impact of fucking daily microaggressions on your health in a myriad of ways, the increase in blood pressure and the this and the this and the this. So am I really being that deep? Am I really being too deep? Or have we been acclimated to ignore, though we still get irritated every time it happens, have we been acclimated to ignore the perpetual nitpicking on our very existence? I'm just saying, because I went into this bathroom the other day, and typically I'm just like, every time I'm like, because it's everywhere. I've never been in a bathroom where the toilet paper was at head level or eye level so that you can easily retrieve it without it breaking off piece by piece by piece. You feel me? Never. But this particular day, maybe I was on one about something else, and I walked into the bathroom and I was like, that doesn't seem like a big deal. That one little solitary moment of frustration or aggression doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? But my first year in medical school, one of the first classes I had to take was called mind body health. My first year in med school, mind body health. That class was so radical because the entire class, thank you, Claudia Ankara, for the donation. The entire class was based on, the whole textbook was just a compilation of all of the peer-reviewed studies, double-blind studies that had been collected over the last 40 years around the impact of the health between mind and body, particularly as it relates to the impact of touch therapy that we never read. We never have access to. And up until the early 1990s, there was no funding available for, quote, touch therapy of any kind, massage therapy, the impact of acupuncture, any of that. There was no funding. And so this woman, Tiffany Fields, started this program at the University of Miami, the medical school at the University of Miami, to start fighting like hell to find the funding to fund the what do you call it? It's this right there on the tip of my tongue. Models. So with touch therapy, with, quote, alternative medicine, with, quote, herbs and herbal remedies, your grandma's remedies and all of that shit, the acceptance, the pretty general acceptance of the general population that these things worked was considered conjecture. You feel me? It was considered just this thing that was probably like placebo because it's been around, and what they say it do has been around for so long that it has a benefit because people just believe it. Up until the late 80s, early 90s, everything that we now call alternative medicine had its efficacy had been conjecture, had been completely reduced and dismissed as like a collective acceptance of conjecture. Okay. Tiffany Fields was like, fuck that. We need to be doing the same gravity of research on touch therapy and so-called alternative medicine that the AMA and other organizations, contribute to all of these other studies, right? So she starts fighting like hell for the money to get touch therapy studies conducted. Radical, awesome, amazing. That's why I'm always telling y'all I'm obsessed with research. I want to be freed up like that. I want to be freed up. I told y'all this before, but I'm gonna say it again. Now, especially now that I'm asking y'all for money through this GoFundMe. So y'all have an idea of the vision and the long view of how I want my brain to contribute to society. You feel me? All of these studies that have been done by these wicked organizations, these wicked institutions, like, for example, the studies that have been conducted on the, quote, harmlessness of nicotine, and every study proved for 30 fucking years that nicotine was harmless. Why? Because you pay enough money, the goddamn studies you conduct can prove whatever you need them studies to prove. See, so I'm like, there are so many studies that all the way down the line I already have cataloged in my head that I want to reproduce these studies, knowing that these studies reproduced by researchers who are Black, researchers who might be poor, researchers who might be youth, Native, Mexican, Black, young people, how the social perspective will change the outcome of the previously dogmatically accepted studies that we have been force-fed for 100 years. There are a whole plethora. I already have about 4 pages of studies that I would reproduce exactly how they were constructed and guarantee, and I would hypothesize why the outcome would be different. That's the kind of shit I want to do. The kind of shit I want to do with the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, child, let me not go there. So anyway, what I was saying. What was I saying? I don't even fucking remember. Oh, so Tiffany Fields, this is my first class. Touch therapy and the efficacy of touch therapy. And when I tell you the research that this woman corralled enough funding and researchers to conduct, I have done so many papers. I've written so many papers just on the studies that this woman has facilitated through this school, through the University of Miami. And for example, the impact, the long-term measurable, when I say measurable, I mean from a Western peer-reviewed, double-blind scientific method, long-term measurable impact of only 6 weeks of 5 minutes of massage on premature babies. And them babies, after just 6 weeks of being touched by the nurse for a 5-minute massage 3 times a day for 6 weeks, that those parents were told to bring their babies back after a year, and then told to bring those babies back after 3 years, and then told to bring those babies back after 5 years, so that they could measure the markers in the blood as evidence of whether or not those babies were still feeling the impact, benefiting from the impact of 5-minute massages 3 times a day for 6 weeks. Every single child, man. That study was so goddamn radical, how their fucking eyesight matured quicker than prenatal babies of their same gestational age and gestational weight. Their brain development, light years, 3 times the rapid development than those children who received got done every way. Same feeding routine, this and that, and this and that. And the only thing that was different was those babies did not receive the 5-minute massage from the nurse. They went down the entire, what we call the blood markers, insulin levels, your RO factor, this and this. Yo, the impact of touch therapy on the aging population. 90% of the patients that I treated in my last 4 years of medical school and student clinic were 65 and older. Easily 75% of the issues that they are being medicated for are not because they have a disease. It is because they are touch starved. They are what we call skin starvation and touch deprivation. That once people get old, y'all want nothing to do with them. And so they never get touched. And then you see a cascade of neurological, mental, psychological, emotional conditions that is a consequence of their breakdown, their physical breakdown, because solely due to lack of touch. These studies talked about how what we think is just a natural decline in their digestion as they age is not a natural decline in their digestion, that their digestion is responding to an absence of touch. Why that makes sense? Because your small and large intestines are the external partners to the 2 organs that are responsible for love and security and pleasure. The lungs are the large intestines partner, and the heart is the partner to the small intestines. The external sense organ of the lungs is your skin. So if you are not being touched, you are experiencing grief in your lungs. Your lungs experiencing grief is going to have an impact on its external organ, which is the large intestine. So you are going to see a radical decline in their ability to process, digest, and absorb the nutrients in their food in the small and large intestines. Man, so that shit. When I say everything is connected, we live in a web. We live in a web where everything impacts everything. But if you do not have the ability to see a web, all you see is your one little thread, then you do not see. You do not understand. And I'm not talking about esoterically, man. I'm talking about science, physicality, the material world. That's why. Man, let me tell you something. I'm going to stop digressing, because the whole thing was for me to tell y'all about this fundraiser that I'm doing and the why. This was me talking about the vision, but this was also talking to you about how we all, right now, all of us on earth, are the victims of a shock and awe campaign that is doing exactly what it was designed to do. Was to distract you through agony, was to distract you through perpetual triggers. And so when I'm talking about how this little toilet paper bullshit is deliberately designed to frustrate the fuck out of you, because no common sense thinking, reasoning motherfucker would do this. You feel me? Because it ain't just women impacted by that shit. Men got to take a dump too. So when they sit down there and they reaching, like, doesn't it occur to any of them, like, what motherfucker did that? Like, what? How that makes sense? Why they do it way down? You feel me? That when you understand your body, when you understand your flesh, when you understand that those little fucking microaggressions that you think are just not a big deal. Like I heard this whole debate about, why are we talking about Taylor Swift? There are, and microaggressions, there are macro aggressions that are more important. And this brother said painfully, as he should have, that it is you people, white-skinned people typically, who are always ignoring what people of color are attempting to teach you when things are peaceful, when things are cool. Like, these are behaviors that y'all have that are really problematic. Like, you really do need to do some introspection. And when we try to teach y'all that, y'all, quote, get triggered, and then you buckle down. You dig your heels into some dumbass shit that's meant to make you a better person within the family of human beings that you live on the earth with. And then your little acceptance of ongoing microaggressions, right? Your acceptance of ongoing microaggressions against other people. What is it that Karl Marx said? All contradictions beg a resolution. All contradictions beg a resolution. What does that mean? That it might seem small to you, but that little small thing to you will become bigger and bigger and bigger until you are forced to resolve it. A resolution is imminent, whether it is through force. What does one of our cards say? One of our little tarot cards say? Do you pay attention and act accordingly to the signs that I lay before you? Or do you wait? Always wait until I open the earth before you to make a decision. This is all different ways of saying the same thing. All contradictions beg a resolution. And so here we are now, and it's not until, y'all always say it, that it is not until the shit that we deal with on a regular basis, the things that we deal with. And when I say we, I mean the others of the world, everybody that has been othered in the world. It is not until the things that we experience all the time as something that is just supposed to happen to us as a regular part of my life. It's not until that shit impacts white people's lives. And at the junction that it impacts white people's lives, it means that the contradiction has sharpened to the point that now is do or die, bitch. That's where we at. Is do or die. Now you white people have to take upon yourselves, one, to analyze your own sense of integrity. That's the starting point. It ain't even about black people in your relationship with black people. It ain't even about the past and what your ancestors did or did not do. Those are discussions that we can have. But I'm talking about in the ever moment of the everyday, in the now of every day. Who are you as a person? What are your morals? What is the code that you live by? That regardless of the human being and the makeup of the human being that you come directly into contact with, your morals, your sense of integrity will say, this is how I treat this person, because if I do not treat this person this way, then I can't honestly say that I have these codes, these morals, and this sense of integrity. I'm talking about the every minute, the every day. What am I always telling y'all? I don't know who said it. Y'all can tell me who quoted. I'm quoting somebody else. But now is all futures. Now, this moment, this second is all futures. That's what we talk about when we talk about the web. What are we weaving? And every minute, what are we weaving? What are we creating? And every second, who is it impacting? Because we are all impacting one another all the time with every breath that we take. Every single thing that we do is going to have a ricochet effect in 5 dimensions on everybody else. That's what it means. That's what it means. And so what are you doing in this minute? Who are you impacting in this moment? You understand what I'm saying? And so that's not, listen, because there's this real messed up thing that has happened in this conversation between, quote, science and spirit, and what's that other thing? Like philosophy and atheism, this compartmentalizing, you know what I'm saying, of ideas. And so if you are an atheist, I possibly can't have a conversation with you about anything, because what What have Christians always told us? That how does a person who's atheist, how does a person who don't believe in God have any kind of moral code? They'll just go out here and do anything. Isn't that what that's what they told us when we was growing up? Atheists are dangerous because they don't have any moral code that they subscribe to, so they could just be out here being serial killers and everything. And that's and we believe that shit. You feel me? Meanwhile, behind closed doors, your preacher, your priest, your this and 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 this, receiving unending goddamn absolution for all of the crimes that they commit within the sanctity of the church, the institution, whatever. I digress. These separations between these ideologies, if you will, first of all, they are constructions. They are deliberate constructions. As a matter of fact, this is a good segue into what I did want to read to you. For those of you who haven't, The Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth by Barbara Moore and artwork by Monica Zhu. The reason I am reading this to you is because this section blew my mind because it has come up 3 different times this week. This one thing that I'm going to read has come up 3, maybe 4 times this week. Today, right before I got up on here, I had an attitude. Y'all saw my little funky ass attitude when I got up on here. The reason I had a funky ass attitude is because the mother wanted me to see it because I've never seen any one of these channels. I'm going through all these different YouTube channels, and channel after channel after channel are all of these people promoting that they're reading The Great Cosmic Mother and they're going to be facilitating book clubs for The Great Cosmic Mother, men and women. And so I said, well, let's go. You feel me? So I go into each one of their pages. I think the oldest page was 2 years old to see where they got the idea from. Was it just an epiphany that they had? You feel me? Not one mention. Black men, black women, and white men. Not one mention of where the epiphany came from. And I'm sorry, you ain't gonna tell me, not when I read this book the first time live, twice live. The first time live on Facebook, then transferred all them videos to YouTube, and then a year later, read the entire book on YouTube. That was in 2019. And do you know what I did before I read the book live? I scoured the entire internet, YouTube, IG, looking to see if this is an idea that I should run with, or did somebody else already do it and I should just promote that shit? Because all I was looking for was an audio book, an audio reading of The Great Cosmic Mother. And when I say I found one video that was 4 brothers reviewing the book, and then 3 or 4 videos of Barbara Moore herself reading chapters from the book before she passed away. When I say for a whole month, I scoured the internet before saying, okay, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to read this book. I haven't seen a video yet of someone reading this book that has read this book further back than 4 years ago. I read this book twice in a year, 2019. And so I know good motherfucking well where the epiphany came from for everybody to be reading the book and everybody to be doing a book study on the book like we did for them 6 months that it took us to walk through the book club. And it's too much energy to say, I want to thank Sister Cassandra for this brilliant idea, and I'm going to run with it. That's it. Right there in your little, your little description. Thank you, Cassandra, for the great idea. I'm going to run with it. Because I got three calls from people in other countries. A woman in Brazil called me, and she was like, oh my God, I love that you've read this book. How would you feel about me reading this book in Portuguese here in my country? I was like, that's awesome. Do that shit. Then the white boy I was telling y'all about, the artist in Poland who lived in Poland and came to my house right here in California, right here in my apartment. I was like, this shit is crazy. This book was literally like casting a global web. This man who was following the reading in the book club, participating in the book club, several months later, 4 or 5 months later, was like, he called me on Messenger. Was like, didn't you say you live in Los Angeles? I was like, yeah, I live in Los Angeles. He was like, I have been in San Francisco for the last 3 days for an art show, and me and my partner about to drive to Mexico. We want to come meet you. And ended up right here in my apartment in Los Angeles, California, from fucking Poland over a book. You feel me? And so he said, I want to do the same thing. The Catholic Church is running amok in my country. I want to translate this book into Polish and read it online. How would you feel about that? That's what you call integrity. And it ain't even that deep. All they did was that they didn't even tag me. They just called me like, yo, how you feel about me reading this shit in Portuguese? How you feel about me reading this shit in Polish so my people can do that? And then another woman that I did a reading for, she ended up reading the book on her channel for her people there in New Zealand. But black skinned people, the majority. Black skinned folks, the majority that I saw today. I'm telling you, it was like 7 or 8 fucking different channels. One girl not only had the great cosmic mother, not only was talking about, I'm going to do the book club. I'm looking through the rest of her videos. Y'all remember that video I did last summer? And no, it was maybe 2 years ago. Not this past summer, the summer before. And the title of the video was, who would we be without our labels? Y'all remember that? Because I said, the world that I envision, we won't need revolutionaries. Because everything that we call ourselves is a reaction to oppression, is a response to oppression. Will we need to be feminist in a world that we have created that is an egalitarian society? Will there be a need for feminism? You understand? Will there be a need for Black power organizations in an egalitarian society? What will I literally said it. I said, can I be comfortable with not being referred to as a doctor in a world made well, where there ain't a need for millions and millions of doctors because everybody on the planet sick as fuck? Can I be okay with the relinquishing of the title as doctor in the world that I see we have the ability to create in a world completely transformed and made well, where well is the norm, where well is the expectation, where well is the guarantee? I literally said that. This motherfucker gonna entitle her damn live word for word what I entitled that live. Who would we be without our labels? This shit is gross. It's gross. It is gross how comfortable we have become with a lack of integrity, that we can be spiritual people and have no base level foundational sense of integrity. That we can, well, they put it out there for us. Ooh. And my homeboy Bossy called me today. He was like, I have to get up off social media because that shit is so, it's so normalized. So I just saw this video today. The dude was calling it oh my God, interpolation. The new word for stealing artists' music is interpolation, right? Interpolation. And how it has become so popular, interpolation, you feel me, that there are whole music companies popping up out the ground like daisies, whose whole business model is cataloging and purchasing music from 50 plus years back, purchasing it to, quote, get they new signed artists to do interpolations of old music. It's the new way to get around robbing a bitch of their art, of their craft. The theft of genius has become so normalized that all you got to do is call it something other than what it is. It's gruesome. What it has done is it has offered an what am I saying? What it has done is You know what? Not even what it has done. What it is, this culture of just like this TikTok phenomenon. It ain't no phenomenon, bitch. It's the same old shit where white people will literally lay up on TikTok for a full-time job, 8 hours a day, scouring the shit, creeping up into black TikTok to see exactly who they can steal from. That ain't no new shit. It's just a new method. It ain't no new shit. It's just a new method. It ain't no different than Elvis Presley going into black juke joints because I just love black music. I just love black music so much, and I just love the vibe of the juke joint. Meanwhile, he didn't just love black music. This motherfucker was up in there taking notes. How he did that? He was just up in there taking notes. That's all he was doing. I mean, down to the dances that he robbed from those same folks that he just loved so much. He wasn't no different than any other thief of resources in the history of this country. He wasn't no different than any other thief in the history of this country. But what has happened is those things that we produce, right? Art, creativity, magic, medicine, ceremony, when we produce them, when we engage in them, they are instantly reduced in their significance, thus justifying a reduction in pay, a reduction in what is perceived to be valuable. Those same skills, those same arts, those same creative ventures, those same magical things, all that shit that we produce, that we are the originators of, I'm talking about indigenous people the world over, get observed by the colonial class, get observed by the ruling class, get observed by the parasite. And then when they do it, when they execute it, because they be real mathematical, they be real dogmatic, they be real scientific in their observation of magic, whether that's art or music or what have you. And then they go in word for word or note for note or move for move dancing or magical spell ritual or whatever, and they do it. They done paid the indigenous creator of the thing a couple of bucks, $20, $100 and shit, and then turn around and come back to their country, come back to America, and then facilitate sacred ceremony, and it's $1,200. You see, because in their possession, and that's why all the white people will come to them, because they see value attached to whiteness and accept the necessary reduction of the original producer creator of the thing as undeserving. And this is our underhanded way of robbing that motherfucker blind for their secret, so I can come out here and call myself a master of somebody else's shit and make $1 million. I can kill people in Arizona by facilitating sweat lodge, and I ain't native. Y'all remember the white boy that was on the documentary The Secret? Remember that dude who was talking about his son and all of this shit? Remember the dark haired dude in the documentary The Secret? Most of y'all probably don't even know. His ass served time because he facilitated a Native American sweat lodge in the height of summer in Arizona, and 33 people got violently ill, and 3 of them died because his ass want to replicate ancient, thousands of year old native indigenous ceremony in a state with the largest concentration of native people, and you just want to slide up in native people territory to facilitate sweat lodge. He served time. And do you know what happened after he, quote, paid his debt to society, after he did his bid? He came right back out into the world and started making millions of dollars, started facilitating retreats, started facilitating workshops that people were paying $1,200 a pop for a 2-hour workshop. And I got to be up on here talking about a goddamn GoFundMe to live. This motherfucker killed 3 people in a sweat lodge. And there's a whole documentary on him. And not months after he got out of prison, they followed him to this dope ass, big ass, like a stadium, sold out, cheapest entry, $1,200 a pop for a 1 day goddamn workshop. So you understand? I'm gonna read something to you because this shit has been coming up. Whether it's the parasitic, and this shit is not new. This shit is not new. This thing about parasitism and the myriad of ways that it shows up, and every time it shows up, it has to be a little bit more cloaked. It has to be a little bit more deceptive. It has to be a little bit more mass appealing, so that you don't have a collective memory. We have collective memory as human beings, and that's always what they're trying to intervene in. We have collective memory, and so you don't experience collective memory. What happens is you think it's something different. Like, for example, what's big and popping now here in the United States, of all of these people spiritually suffering and looking to repeat the same old fucking state imposed bullshit on how to have a spiritual experience. Y'all motherfuckers don't even know you are operatives. You're agents of the state. You don't even know you are agents of the state. But when you participate, you ignore the voice of the mother that is always kicking your ass. So you can't say you didn't know no better. The voice of the mother is always kicking your ass. And that's why y'all hate her. That's why y'all hate her. That's why everybody on the planet hates Black women, is because we are perpetually kicking your ass. We are perpetually holding you accountable. We are perpetually not letting shit slide with nobody of no age and no color and no gender and no class status. Y'all can all catch it because y'all all up in here fucking up. And that's why y'all all hate us. Because black women, particularly African descended Black women, but Black skinned women all over the planet. In the Philippines, I guarantee you, it's the old Black skinned grandma keeping everybody in line. In India, it's the old Black skinned woman keeping everybody in line. I guarantee you, you understand? Y'all hate the dark. Y'all hate the dark. And because you hate the dark, you're scared of the dark. And because you're scared of the dark, you mistreat the dark. And this is the relationship that you'll all have with your mama. This is the relationship that you all have with your mother. You understand? And so can't nobody on the planet. That's one thing. Can't nobody on earth, no matter where you are on earth, no matter how well hidden and preserved you are from society, living in your little cabin off the grid and all of that shit. There is nobody on earth that has an excuse that can say, I just did not know better. I just did not know. Nobody told me. Can't nobody say that. So when you have to face God out of love, because even when she's kicking your ass, she's still doing it out of love. Now you know better. You know that's that bullshit you with right now. That's why this thing with Taylor Swift is relevant. This bullshit this white boy said, why is Black people always giving Taylor Swift a hard time about bullshit microaggressions? Because it's not microaggressions. You white people see Taylor Swift as disseminating, she just didn't know, microaggressions. This girl is a white nationalist. And if I hear one more person saying anything other that this girl's diabolical history and relationship with people of color as props to protect her, this girl is a white nationalist. And it didn't just start with this bullshit with Trump or with her boyfriend or with the boy in the Nazi shirt or none of that shit. This girl has had a suspect history all the way down the line. As a matter of fact, I was convinced she was a willful, deliberate white nationalist when she did what y'all would just reduce. Y'all would just reduce it because that's what y'all do. when y'all just reduced what she did to Beyonce is cultural appropriation and biting. But if you don't have any integrity, you feel me? If you don't have an upright moral code that has you hold you accountable, that has the God in you, shouldn't no black woman have to hold nobody accountable? That's the starting point. That's the starting point. Should nobody on earth have to hold you accountable? Should nobody on earth have to call your ass out? Why? Because you are God. And the God in you, if you would let her live, would always be holding you accountable, would always be saying, I am the best that my mother had to offer in this moment, and I want to be the representative of this best that she had to offer in me. That I want to move in the world as if my birth mother, the mother that gave birth to me on this earth, is always with me. See, we grow up with the little cartoons of the little devil and the little angel, you feel me, walking around on the cartoon shoulder, whispering in the person's ear or the animal's ear. And it's like this play on your spirit. Are you gonna do good or are you gonna do bad? Are you gonna be evil or are you gonna be good? And child, that shit got you messed up. That shit got you messed up. Instead of seeing yourself as the God self, just like in ancient Egypt, the God self, you feel? Because you know what they have all over ancient Egypt? You know what they have? They have these stone carvings of the Pharaoh of the time, right? The Pharaoh. And he is carved, feel me? And behind the Pharaoh is a massive, giant carving of either his wife or his mother. Don't they always show that? Don't nobody ever question the power of that Pharaoh, his right to rule as the Pharaoh. Why? Because he is governed in his relationship to the group by his integrity, complying to his mother's will. That's why they always have her giant behind him. You see the images of even the queen, when the Pharaoh and the queen are the same size, and she has her hands on both his shoulders. She is guiding him. It is his allegiance to the mother in her. She as the personification of the goddess on earth. It is his alliance holding him accountable to the relationship that he has to those he governs. That's the same as we in our daily life. Who are we being led by? Our commitment to be the greatest personification of who our mother wanted us to be in this moment? Or this tug of war in our brain between a white guy and a black guy, who are the archetypes of primordial good and primordial evil, both of which is bullshit. Both of which has been imposed on your brain as a goddamn tumor that you must excise. You feel me? So these things are not small. These things are not small. I talked to y'all a few days ago when I was doing this deep dive on some other shit and ended up in this wormhole about the different ways that, quote, democide. I'd never even heard of democide until this day, researching something else. Democide and the ways, the multiplicity of strategic tools used to facilitate democide. Do you know what democide means? Death by government. Death by government. Do you want to know what one of the weapons used to facilitate perpetual successful democide, death by government? I was up in here blowed. Euphemisms. Euphemisms. Euphemism. So all this, the last 2 years, I've been telling y'all, stop saying certain shit. Because I'm convinced that certain shit that we say, going back to this thing, who are we without our labels? Because I keep saying our labels, the things that we accept, the way that we articulate shit in the world, I'm 99% sure that shit is created by the state and seeded into our communities. And I'll be motherfucking damn looking for something totally different. Go right up on Wiki. Because I'm like, what's democide? I ain't never even heard of democide. Democide, a book written by a German philosopher in the 1940s. So it ain't even like no shit that just happened yesterday and they didn't know. The weapons and tools of democide, one of the leading ones being the use of euphemisms, plays on words meant to reduce the significance of harm or damage done to others. So when I tell y'all, stop saying colorism, stop saying featureism, stop saying, what's that other shit y'all be saying? Texturism. Stop saying anti-blackness. Stop saying, meant to make the aggressing group feel not as bad about what is being done. I've been saying, have I or have I not been saying that to y'all for 2 years? That I don't know who came up with these little things that everybody just done accepted. It's anti-blackness. It's anti-blackness, right? It's you feel me? I've been saying this shit for 2 years. I kept saying, I said, look, I ain't do the research, but I trust me. And I have a sneaking suspicion that 99.9% of the words and language that we use to describe our conditions in this world is some shit seeded into the human collective lexicon to reduce the significance of the damage being done to human beings every single day right here in America. That if you were to go through the statistics of harm done to black, brown, red, and yellow people just over the last 100 years, not since the seeding of this bitch, just since the last 100 years, it would be impossible to categorize it as anything less than genocide. But we see what is happening in America is something wholly separate from what's happening to the rest of the world. Did you know that under democide, the forceful removal of access to bare essentials necessary to live is punishable as a crime against humanity? And y'all having every conversation but the conversation needed to be had about what this motherfucker just did with the retraction, the halting of food stamps and WIC in this country. It is considered a crime against humanity, punishable as a crime against humanity, to make it so that people do not have the bare essentials to survive. Did you know? This is the same thing. I was perplexed, child, because I have been guilty of it too. Did you know that one of the things listed as the tools identifiable with democide is the deliberate and willful poisoning of water supplies? They literally say point by point by point, 30 different things that are considered strategic weapons to facilitate democide in a population. And he makes the distinction that democide is different than genocide because genocide is something that is very sharp and happens over a short period of time and impacts a mass amount of people in a very short period of time. He said, I had to come up with democide to explain what was happening. Of course, even he could not say in all of these places that he listed as the evidence of democide, as the examples of democide, death by government over long, expanded periods of time that are not as obvious as a short-term apex genocide. And do you know, in his long ass list, going all the way back to 1490 of events and governments and things that could be identified as democide, the experience of black people in America never came up in the goddamn list. Meanwhile, we can go back in our short-term memory and look at the impact that Flint, Michigan had on an entire population of human beings for the decades of deliberate poisoning of the fucking water supply. Not just there, the same thing just happened a few years ago in Mississippi, was revealed in Mississippi, that for 30 fucking years, they have been deliberately poisoning the water supply of black communities. This shit happening everywhere. And we will still call what has happened to us in this fucking country something other than a completely diabolical, mathematically precise execution of the black population in this country. of the native population in this country. For many of you who don't know a single native fucking American, though there are estimates that there were 250 million indigenous people up on this bitch when y'all got here in chains. Y'all will, you know what? Another one? You want to know another one? As a strategic weapon of democide, y'all gonna be mad. Is campaigns of miscegenation. What's a campaign of miscegenation? It is propaganda, media, art, and culture intended to elicit masses of miscegenation. For those of you who do not know, miscegenation is race mixing. Miscegenation to what did he say? To lighten the population, to disappear groups of human beings through miscegenation, identifiable as an instrument of democide. Y'all will literally call what is happening to us while you can be moved and witness the fucking outrageous kinds of calamities happening around the planet and be moved by that and need to be moved by that and ignore the perpetual and unending, uninterrupted, insidious, just below the surface, hidden in plain sight, aggressions against your very right to breathe oxygen right here in America. That you will see our people and other people, like all of these people, kidnapped in broad day here in LA under the auspice of immigration on they shit and call it anything but what it is. What the articles of genocide calls the forceful removal of groups of human beings from their families or from their land from their land of origin. You don't see genocide as a strategic weapon of democide. The removal, they even do you know that one of the instruments of democide that this dude named in 1941 when he wrote the book, the removal of art, culture, and artifacts specific to the group. And you think that the removal of graffiti art by famous artists, the removal of clubs and shit that had been around since the 1940s, 50s, and 60s that were black clubs, whole goddamn communities erased off the map. Y'all will talk right now today about Israel and its aggression against the Palestinian people. And there's this little picture that goes around. I love the picture. I wish somebody would do this shit, same shit for the United States of America, where this is Palestine in 1938. This is Palestine after the Nakba. This is Palestine, and this is Palestine today. And all of what is evidentiary of Palestine is gone, literally erased off the map that they created. Israelis created a whole new language. A whole new language. Got rid of their ancestral language. You can't go to Israel and find anybody that speaks Yiddish, which is the Hebrew language of the Ashkenazi Jews. They were banned from speaking Yiddish, their actual ancestral language. Took a old Hebrew text that was only spoken in ritual and ceremony behind closed doors, morphed it with Aramaic, what's the language Arab people speak? Arab language that was peculiar to the area, morphed it and created a whole new language, then strategically went and changed the city name of every city that existed when Palestine was a country to a Hebrew hybrid name created for the sole purpose of attempting to establish the validity of Israel. We can see that in real time and say that is that bullshit ass bullshit. I just saw a girl who had a map from like an atlas from 19. You know what? I got atlases. I should check my old atlases from like 1920. An atlas of Palestine. There was no Israel. Palestine and all of its city names. And she said, this is a map that's less than 100 out of an atlas. That's less than 100 years old. You understand? We can see that. I saw that video. I said, that's a good ass video. She did that, right? And baby, not immediately see. One, the thousands, not hundreds, the thousands of towns, cities, communities built by newly freed enslaved Africans that have been erased off the fucking map through brute force and violence. Not just that, subsequent to the end of outright aggressions of towns built by Black people, then you have the legalification, the legalification of doing the same thing. Now it becomes campaigns of eminent domain. Now it becomes getting rid of blight. Now it becomes do. And so because it's legal, because it's the law, there ain't no buck back. Because now it's not torches and by night and terrorizing bitches. There ain't no buck back because the law is everything. And since the 1920s, there are thousands more of Black communities, Black towns, Black neighborhoods, all the art, all the contributions of the families that live together in those places gone. The houses gone. What the people built gone. We get demoralized when we hear brothers and sisters say, damn, Brooklyn ain't what it used to be. Why? Because we, in our I'm 50, in my immediate memory, can remember automatically, had never been to Brooklyn, grew up in Alabama, and could run down the list, the catalog of things in my mind growing up in Alabama of what Brooklyn represented culturally, being Black in the South. Knowing specifically what culture came from Brooklyn and Harlem and all of these places. What the lingo represented. You feel me? The shout out of the area code so that you could know what borough a motherfucker came from. We ain't had no boroughs in the South. What I know about area codes and boroughs. You understand what I'm saying? That the culture in these particular communities with these particular people who had their own particular experiences that created a web of culture that defined the entire area, that defined the entire landscape. So when people say something like genocide, gentrification is genocide, this society that has normalized the aggression against Black and Indigenous people. And I'm talking about Black people right now and about the disappearing of Black neighborhoods and Black boroughs and this and this and this and this. But let me not, lest I be an opportunist, talk about the fact that a Black borough, a Black neighborhood, a Black city, a Black town that has been disappeared off this motherfucker could not even have existed without the outright brute force removal of 250 million human beings who had their own towns, had their own communities, had their own cultures. I did a whole 2-hour workshop years ago, 2018, on food sovereignty, right? On food sovereignty. And I entitled it Food Hegemony versus Food Sovereignty. Why you even got to have a conversation about food sovereignty? It is because there is an unspoken understanding that something has happened that makes the demand for food sovereignty something that even has to be expressed. Going back to why do we have the labels that we have? Why do the labels exist that they exist? Because it is saying something quietly that is presumed. Something had to happen for people to even have to come up with a collection of words together called food insecurity. And all of the science I'm not talking about the colloquial. I'm talking about the science of what happened to the actual landscape that create. It's not just what happens in the hood. I'm talking about with indigenous people, with the colonial period, with the pioneer era. What happened to the actual land, the actual environment? I read an article just the other day that blew my shit. That the first, let's see, what did they say? That the aggression against indigenous people was so sharp and profound in North America that within the first 100 years, here, the first 100 years of colonization, that the death toll in America was so profound that environmental scientists, have correlated a what they called what did they call it in the article? They called it the death of indigenous people in North America alone was so sharp and so much. There was so much death that it caused a period of global cooling. I read this article, child, in goddamn utter dismay. Do you hear me? When I talk about the web, I'm talking about the web, bitch. That there was so much massacre in such a short period of time that it cooled the climate of Earth and sent it into a period of unnatural cooling. The death of indigenous people in North America changed the global fucking climate. That's why I don't respect environmentalists. And I've always said it. But this article just affirms why I always have an attitude with so-called climate change motherfuckers and so-called environmentalists. It's because y'all will talk about everything being the problem with the climate except what the actual problem is. Because the climate crisis has less to do with us burning oil than it has to do with the number of people that must be murdered to steal the oil. I'll bank money on that. I'll bank money on it. That the climate crisis that y'all be talking about and how we at the apex point of no return and all of that shit, but y'all will say everything but what needs to be said, and y'all will never mention Oppenheimer. Y'all won't never mention him while y'all talking about climate crisis. Y'all won't ever mention the creator of the nuclear bomb while talking about the climate crisis and the right now palpable, identifiable impact of nuclear testing in the United States and its ongoing impact on people born in Arizona and New Mexico where this shit was happening. Y'all won't ever talk about that. When you talking about the climate crisis. But what you will say is poor people don't recycle. What you will say is that everybody just needs electric cars. That's what you will say. What you will say is everything but what needs to be said. Everything becomes a system of absolution to what nobody can avoid up in this bitch. It is the suffering of humans that this planet is responding to. It is the suffering of animals that this planet is responding to. It is the suffering of the land and the sea and the air that our mother is responding to. And y'all will say everything but what needs to be said. Because the things that you say makes you progressive, makes you socially responsible. What does this have to do with the new culture that I started this diatribe on of motherfuckers globe trotting to and fro to have a spiritual experience? I went to Peru to do ayahuasca with the Shipibo people. You are an agent of the state, child. Your ass is an op. Your ass is an op. Not only is you an op, have me tell it, your ass is a spook. Your ass is a spook. I learned from Native people in Mexico how to administer Cambo, and now I offer ceremony in my house in San Francisco. Your ass is an agent. Your ass is an op. Your ass is a spook, bitch. Your ass is a spook. But my teacher, my guru, I learned by sitting at the foot of a native elder on how to facilitate sweat lodge. Your ass is a spook, bitch. Your ass is an op. Your ass is an agent. And while I have some empathy, because in your mind, you really believe that you are doing the spiritually right and correct thing. I might give you that. But your whiteness, your opportunism, and I'm saying your whiteness because I recognize, unlike some of you, that white nationalism is a sickness that lives in people's brains, not in their skin. Because I done met plenty of white nationalists, black as me. I done met plenty of white nationalists, black as me. Condoleezza Rice is a prime example. Candace Owens is these are white nationalists. And if you understand that white nationalism is a sickness of the mind, it is a mental disorder. Now, if y'all want me to get deep about this shit, about whiteness, I can get deep from the perspective of a doctor. Okay? Because I ain't interested in nobody being in their feelings about being born white. That's not the issue. To me, it's not the issue. And anytime you hear me talking about white people, whiteness, white skinnedness, it is always in conjunction with an ideology that has been accepted, not questioned, not bucked against, that typically benefits those that are in closest proximity to the concept of whiteness itself. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about you. I had this conversation with a woman, a white woman, a person that says who identifies herself as white presenting, though both her parents are white. Whatever, however. But I'm like, you being white and a female, you have an opportunity by claiming what is obvious, your whiteness, to become the deliberate spook that busts up the concept of whiteness that has white people self-isolating from the world. And in that self-isolation, they become monstrous in their behavior. They become sick in their isolation from the world that they create by accepting an ideology force-fed to them by brute force through the Roman Catholic Church. Now, we can get deeper than that. But we can keep it right there for right now. What you accept as whiteness was a propaganda campaign forced on you to accept by the most hostile institution in modern history, the Roman Catholic Church, vis-a-vis the Roman Empire and its lackeys. Who are its lackeys? Islam and Judaism. Now, if you need receipts about how these three are related and how they have always been in collusion, and you poor people, you ignorant people have always been the cannon fodder needed to facilitate wars for the sole purpose of maintaining wealth. That's the only thing war is for. That's the only thing it's ever been for. It is a play just like chess. I got a little bit more than you got. I need a little bit more power, you feel me? I got this many pawns that I can use to fight against your pawns to see who gonna be the victor, who gonna be the, quote, last one standing in the end. And everybody else is disposable. The king ain't got to do shit but create the illusion. You see that in chess, the queen is the one with the most power and the most moves, but in the end, even she is disposable. Yet the king, who can only move in one direction, one space, in any direction, right? He ain't got no power. It's an illusion. The queen is who actually make the fucking moves on the board. But in the end, based on this propaganda campaign, based on this illusion imposed on you, The weakest on the board is the last one standing. In his mind, everybody can get it. In his mind, everybody is disposable, even his wife, even his children, even those he has knighted and shit. Everybody can get it as long as I'm the last one standing. They tell you in your face, and yet you white people in particular will forever hedge your bets with a propaganda campaign imposed on you by the most gruesome crimes known to mankind, and you will still hedge your bets with your obvious enemy who has played you even before you got the fuck up in here. Even to the point, you will hedge your bets with them even to the point that you lose every single thing in your possession, bitch. You will lose lands that your pappy and them done stole and held captive for 4-5 generations. You understand? You will lose your medication and your food stamps and all of the things supporting your life. You will sell you for whiteness. You will sell you to your enemy for the illusion given to you in an Iron Maiden, bitch. Don't you know that whiteness was given to you while you was in the Iron Maiden? While one of your ancestors, you know what y'all remember what an Iron Maiden is? It's a big old thing that look like a mummy tomb standing up. But when you open that motherfucker, there's all these giant ass spikes about this long, and they put your ass in this shit and slowly press it to force a confession out of you. And if you don't confess, they close it so you bleed the fuck out. Your whiteness, you accepted whiteness in a goddamn Iron Maiden. You accepted whiteness while you was waiting for the guillotine to come down on your neck. You accepted whiteness watching your wife be disemboweled on a goddamn platform for witchcraft. You accepted whiteness through brute force. Whiteness has nothing to do with your skin because there's too much evidence that we have, contrary to nationalists of different colors saying otherwise. There's too much evidence that we have of the interaction and the influence of black-skinned people all throughout Europe prior to the rise of patriarchy, prior to the acceptance of the sun being the center as opposed to the moon, the sun being the center as opposed to the earth. Prior to this acceptance of the son who becomes greater than his mother, therefore he has the power to take life as he sees fit because there is none to hold him accountable. There is too much evidence throughout the entire European world, the Indo-European world, the Indonesia, and all of them other places in Asia of contact between, even here in the Americas, evidence of black and brown and red people and yellow people and white people around the world having contacts and having influenced each other's culture without mass bloodshed left in the wake everywhere they went. We know too much now to be having these feeble ass ideas in our head. And you white people are going to have to come to terms with the totality of a statement that says now is all futures, but bitch, because we are 5-dimensional beings, now is all past. There are things on this planet that we must reconcile. And there ain't no past go, bitch. Because the reason why there ain't no past go, is because your behavior hasn't changed. See, people who are constantly forgiving you, yet your behavior, your collective idea about whiteness and what you deserve as in proximity to it, that's people around the world stay forgiving. But the reason that they also at the same time stay angry, stay frustrated, stay grief-stricken is because no amount of forgiveness has even quelled your behavior, much less changed it. No amount of forgiveness has even quelled your appetites based on this malignancy that lives only in your mind. It lives only in your mind. It lives only in your mind. I heard this white nationalist the other day. This Arab woman apparently has just done this documentary that was just released. And she wanted to interview white supremacists. And so she went out to these damn demonstrations of white supremacists and like with the microphone asking them questions and full hijab and the whole nine thing. And over and over and over, these white men are just, and y'all are gonna attack our people, and so we must defend ourselves. I was like, this shit is literal madness when what is in your brain is in no way represents what you see with your actual eyes. You know, there's studies done about that too. You know that there have been a plethora of studies about that too, about the impact of propaganda at the turn of the century, drawing Black people, drawing Jewish people, drawing indigenous people, as we can go back longer than that, drawing so-called witches, just women who happen to get old in society, women whose husbands who actually outlived their husbands and shit. This whole propaganda of mutating and morphing. I saw a documentary just the other day. It was called what was it called? Ugly is always bad, therefore ugly is always guilty. Y'all, this has happened just in the last 2 weeks, y'all. Ugly is always bad, therefore ugly is always guilty. This explains this old propaganda campaign of the evil witch in the wood who want to eat kids. And she got a hook nose and some warts. And she always humpback. And why you all hate old women. Why you disappear old women from society. Why you make women neurotic about forever youth. It has an origin. It has an origin. This collective memory, this collective experience that we all share. We all share it. It's in our genetic material. It's in our DNA. And what scientists are saying, they used to say that we can only pull from about 7 generations of, quote, ancestral memory in our goddamn DNA, in our mitochondrial DNA, just this year. An article came out that we were wrong. We thought it was about 7 generations, but if the environmental and social circumstances allow, we can tap into 13 generations of ancestral memory, knowledge, information. This is Western science. So while y'all out here playing dumbass games, talking dumbass shit, these motherfuckers are studying us. They are studying us because they recognize, though we don't, that we are at the apex of something that has the potential to change us all forever and for the better if we can get our goddamn mind right. They studying this shit. Why would they come up with an article that they have been studying? Because for 30, 40 years, they have believed that that you could only access about 7 generations of stored genetic ancestral memory. And this year, of all years, this year, when Pluto finally stations direct in Aquarius, this when y'all want to make the revelation, we was lying. We was lying. If the social conditions, that's what they said. If the environmental and social conditions are prime for it, and I'm going to explain that, prime for it, we can actually access about 13 generations of ancestral memory and contribution. What does that mean? What does that translate to? 13 generations, what does that translate to? 3.2 million ancestors each person has access to. You are the web, bitch. You are the web that can create a whole new world, not somewhere the fuck down the line, tomorrow. So you 7 million weirdos traipsing behind somebody that wants to keep the tumor fed as opposed to free us from the tumor. Y'all took out 7 million people energy out to the street to do what? when them same 7 million people could have already set this shit off. They could have set this shit off if they had taken that same energy and that same enthusiasm with a different mind and a different speech attached to it. Listen, remember there was a movie. What was the name of that movie? It just came, it was a series. Rebel Moon. Y'all remember Rebel Moon that just came out last year? You feel me? Part 1, part 2, and then the second one. This is the Asian woman that we all like so much, right? Because she gangster with the sword, and her swords would light on fire. This bitch. I rewatched this one episode for this reason just last week, because it was about the hat she was wearing. So I was on this deep dive about the hat and how the hat is a telltale sign of the Illuminati, particularly the Freemasons. The little hat that looked like the Thanksgiving hat, she is donning what looked like a Thanksgiving hat. The reason I even got up on that was because I saw this video this dude did about the hidden occult symbolism in the in the movie that everybody's obsessed with, that damn K-pop Demon Hunters. And the K-pop Demon Hunter dudes was wearing that same Thanksgiving-esque looking motherfucking hat. I said, God damn. And so the first thing that I thought about was this Asian chick wearing this damn Thanksgiving-esque looking hat when she is called on by this town, and they was like, she gonna kill us. She done kidnapped one of the babies. And she goes in and comes face to face with this giant spider. I just watched this shit because the K-pop Demon Hunter, thing sent me on this wormhole about this motherfucking hat. And the first image in my mind was of this Asian woman that I love because she had the fiery swords, thinking she the hero. And then I had to go back and rewatch the shit and like, this diabolical bitch. She come face to face with the spider who has a human baby in her arms wrapped up in her web. And they having a discourse. And in the discourse, she's like, I can't let you have that baby. She said, what you mean you can't let me have the baby? She's like, y'all came here. She said, this was mine. Not only was this mine, but there were many like me, this giant spider. She said, now I am the last of my kind. I am the last of mine. And y'all killed all my babies when you got here. You didn't just wipe out my family member. You killed all my babies. So somebody got to give me a baby. So I'm gonna keep this baby. Y'all don't remember that scene. She said, I'm gonna keep this baby mine. I'm gonna keep this baby because y'all done killed all my babies. Y'all done killed every time I had babies. Y'all want to kill my babies. So I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna take one of y'all babies, and we gonna call that shit even. She wasn't even talking about murking everybody there, which she would have been well within her rights to do. She just said, I need a baby in the place of the babies of mine. Y'all done killed. I'm going to need this baby. I'm going to need this baby. And so the Asian girl in the Illuminati hat said, you can't have the baby. I can't let you leave here with the baby. She said, you ain't going to let me do shit. Like, bitch, I'm me. I'm me. And they commence to getting into a scuffle. And in this scuffle, this Asian woman with this Illuminati-esque hat on does one of her little switching baits, right? Slides upon the great primordial weaver of the fucking universe and takes her lighted fiery blades and while sliding up under her and cuts her abdomen open. And when she cuts her abdomen open, millions more of these little babies that she was holding in her body fall out of her belly. And when the babies scatter in every direction, the camera stops on one baby spider. While the mama is dying, one little teeny spider turns back with his little 4 eyes and looks sad because it looks back and sees its mother dying and scurries off to save itself. When I tell y'all, always in our face, always right right here, knowing we will always be looking elsewhere. You understand? Let me read this to you, because all of this shit is connected. This attitude that I had about these people not even having the bare minimum decency and integrity to say, at Daughter of the Fates, original reader of the first audio reading of the Great Cosmic Mother. As far as I'm concerned, anybody that's talking about the Great Cosmic Mother and has not been talking about the Great Cosmic Mother since before I started talking about the Great Cosmic, I'm talking about the book, the Great Cosmic Mother, should be tagging me in they shit, because I know where you saw it. I know where you saw it. And that's the bare minimum at Daughter of the Fates. One reason is because I'm never going to clean up my language. So these motherfuckers are never going to allow the algorithm to support my channel the way all of these people be talking this bullshit under the guise of the Great Cosmic Mother, cleaning up their language. Oh, did you know that the euphemisms that are seen as a weapon of democide is what did he call it? He called it the self-censoring required to support one's life, work, or job. The self as a weapon of democide. He said it. So I was always, y'all remember, very early in the struggles, I was like, damn, the struggle is always, am I going to clean up my language so I can make this goddamn money? Or am I going to be me and know that people need authenticity and realness and like blunt, blood raw, get it how you get it. Get it how you get it. And y'all remember that first year I was on my YouTube channel, it was a perpetual struggle for me. Because I've done it my whole life. Going through 10 years of medical school, you have to do that shit. Otherwise, nobody takes you seriously as a professional. I spent my entire adult life self-censoring for survival. Do you know that he says this is a strategic weapon, a euphemistic strategic weapon of democide? To impose the conditions for self-censoring, something to the effect of seeing self-censoring as necessary for survival, for your job, or for pay. In this pages long explanation of the difference between genocide and democide, and how democide is much more dangerous and insidious and historically, and he went over all the numbers of people and lives lost based on what he calls the difference between democide and genocide. He was so specific. Democide, but he said before all the quote democides before 1490 and all the democides from 1490 to present day. That's what he did. And how many lives lost attributable to the democides that he listed? And not one. He listed chattel slavery in the United States of America, but his cutoff point was the end of slavery. Do you hear me? His cutoff point was the end of slavery. So in his being able to keenly recognize the different ways the democide has showed itself and how many people lost their lives as a consequence of death by government, that's what democide means, death by government, that in his mind, democide has not been the identifiable loss of and shortening of the life of Black people in the United States of America since the end of slavery. That the incarceration system, that the educational system and the harm and the impact that it has had on our kids, none of that is endemic or identifiable as democide, as he is listing the democides from all the years prior to 1490 and all the years since 1490. And he just conveniently leaves the Black American experience of death by government, police killings, lynchings, this and this and this and this and the on and the on and the on and the on. And black folks from he identifies American chattel slavery as democide. And then after 1865, he said everything been right as rain for y'all. So y'all don't count. Y'all don't count. The disappearing of your towns that I named as evidence of democide, that don't count. The euphemisms used to make what is happening to you that you can see with your own eyes seem something like something else. The imposing of propaganda strategically woven to make you desire someone other than yourself, or make it a part of policy to impose the lightning of your community, to quote, mate you out of, breed you out of existence. This goes for Native Americans too. That's why you'll be hard pressed. I done camped on 7 reservations from the East Coast to the West Coast. And on every reservation I've been on, no matter where it was located, there ain't never no Native people that look like me on the reservation. I'm talking about complexion, dark complexion with bone straight hair. Never once. One came close, but never once. But you know what it is on the reservations a lot? People who look like white people, born and raised on the reservation as natives. When 100 years ago, you can look at pictures of Chief Red Cloud, of Geronimo, of what's the other name? Lozin, a whole gang of them. Skin as dark as mine with bone straight hair. Just 100 years ago. This is what a strategic tool of miscegenation is. It's not about, and so they create a whole campaign. You can't help who you love. I don't care. I don't see color. I don't care. I just love who I love. I don't care if they purple, red, green, black, brown. Where's the same? We've been saying the same exact words together since the 1960s. Where it came from? Does anybody even ask why they keep saying, I don't care if they black, red, brown, green, or polka dotted or purple? Why everybody keep saying the green, polka dotted, or purple? I've been hearing it my whole life. Where that came from? Who said that the first time? Where does this social phenomenon emerge from? I'm trying to tell you, y'all. This shit that we accept as just, quote, some cultural expression, I guarantee you 90% of it is the state. The state seeding some shit in the collective consciousness, knowing that it's going to take off and nobody's going to research the origin of said shit. Now, what the reason I got on, what's the name? Great Cosmic Mother, Barbara Moore, is listen to what she said in my favorite chapter in this book. This is my favorite chapter in this book. It's the second chapter. It's the second chapter. The second chapter is called Marx and the Matriarchy. This chapter, when I read this book the first time, I think in 2016, 2017, when I read this book after having been a socialist for 15 years, but always feeling some kind of like believe in the line. Right? Believe in the line of the party, of the organization I was in, but there were certain things that just, there was no room for discussion within the organization. So there was no way for me to work it out in my mind, this comfort that I had with the line of socialism. And then I read this book in about 3 pages because the chapter's super short. She blew my mind. She blew my mind way open because in a single short chapter, she articulated literally every frustration that I had always had with no language or frame of reference to articulate it. Marx and the Matriarchy. I'm not going to read the whole chapter, but there was something today that was relevant to every single thing. You're going to see how I've been weaving a tapestry for y'all tonight. Every single thing that I have been talking to you about today is right here in this one section. She's talking about, I I could read y'all this whole chapter because it's that good, but I'm not going to. But she's talking about why. Hold on, my IG is acting janky. Okay, good. She's talking about in this section. One, she introduces why the new philosophy coming out of the Soviet Union, socialism and communism, was so attractive. Why socialism and communism was so attractive to the colonies. When I say the colonies, I'm talking about red, brown, black, and yellow people. That there was a reason, especially in this particular period of time, the late 1800s up through damn near the 60s. Why? But peaking really around the turn of the century, 1900s through like 1920. Why socialism and communism was so attractive to the colonies, to oppress people around the world. The point of contention with all these same people was that this ideology coming out of the Soviet Union had a very hard line about religious institutions. But unfortunately, they didn't. Karl Marx and Engels and all of these other dudes did not make a distinction between organized religious institutions like those that they were experiencing in Europe and cultural, traditional, spiritual systems like those people of color throughout the world. They didn't make a distinction. So when these enslaved people, colonized people, brutalized people around the world, it's like, damn, this science of revolution, this shit sound nice. But damn, like, why are you so hard on God? And anybody who's ever known a socialist or a communist, anybody who's ever known an African internationalist knows how you are treated and talked to like you are an imbecile if you make the proclamation that you believe in spirit, God, or anything of the sort. As dialectical, as hardcore materialists, they will treat you literally like an infant, like you are fucking retarded if you believe in God or anything intangible, or as they coin it, ooga booga. You feel me? And so there is that transferable arrogance, this nasty ass arrogance that came out of Europe, internalized by people of color who call themselves socialists to this day. To this day, right? Going into a conversation convinced that anybody that believes in spirit, gods, the ancestors, or anything like that can't possibly be as smart as they are. And they will treat you that way, and they will talk to you that way. You feel me? I know, because I did it, because that was the line that I was adhered to for 15 years. Even as I struggled within myself about the absence of something like spiritually deeper that I had prior to joining the party. Even though it was fucked up, there was still something that I could hold on to that gave me like explanation about the greater world, even if it was a fucked up explanation, right? And so I read this book, and that was the hard line for a lot of people, especially people in the South who were quote Christians, was because I ain't gonna get that deep in it, but let me just tell you what was from Marx and the Matriarchy, what has been harassing me for 3 days now. All these different situations that come right back to these 3 paragraphs. She says, damn, I wish I could read the whole chapter because it's so good. Okay, so there is a Marxist assumption. Damn, I was wondering why my head was hurting. I can see. There is a Marxist assumption that throughout history, human societies have always aimed first and foremost to increase production and consumption. But the human being doesn't at birth bear within itself the finishing meaning of her or his life. The maximization of consumption or of power or of sanctity are not tendencies inherent in the newborn child. It is the prevailing culture in which he or she will be brought up, which will teach him or her that she or he needs these things. The cultivation of maize among the Mexican tribes or the cultivation of rice in some Indonesian villages is not only a quote means of ensuring food. Agricultural labor is also lived. Child, every time I open this book, is colored up and marked my book. Every time I come to this book, something else stands out that didn't before. Yes. Yes. Agricultural labor. Yes, this is page 15 for anybody who wants to go back. Agricultural labor is also lived as goddess and child worship, as festival, and as dance. And when some Marxist theoretician comes along and claims that on these occasions, everything which is not directly productive labor is but mystification, illusion, or cunning of reason, it must be forcibly pointed out that he is himself a far more complete personification of patriarchy and capitalism than any mere boss could be. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. Come. And this wasn't even a woman that wrote that part. It was Paul Cardin, who was a libertarian thinker, who wrote that. Agricultural labor is also lived as goddess and child worship, festival, and as dance. And when some Marxist theoretician comes along and claims that on these occasions, everything that is not productive labor is but mystification, illusion, or the cunning of reason, it must be forcibly pointed out that he is himself a far more complete personification of patriarchy and capitalism than any mere boss could be. What he is saying is that everything that humans have done or sought to do in history was only crude preconfigurations of the factory system. This is your Marx. If Marxist in this case was denouncing, if the Marxist in this case was denouncing or trying to eliminate patriarchal religion founded on privilege and property and the mystification of reality and functioning through the exploitation of human labor and human sexuality, that would be fine. But he is also denying what is the very truth of human existence and the essence of the original matriarchies, the experienced unity of psychic, productive, sexual, and cosmic power and activity in the egalitarian collective of women, through which all prospered and were well, is in the egalitarian collective of women. For this is precisely what listen. This is why I'm mad about these motherfuckers not citing me. It's not my book. I didn't write it, but there is nobody that has read this book live anywhere before I did. Put in your description at Daughter of the Fates and be done with it. You ain't even got to say my name. So it's seemingly small to you. It's a fucking microaggression of grand proportion. It's that bullshitting ass bullshit that is the order of the day, that everybody feels free to rob Black creativity, to rob Black women, to not say who you got what where from. Because you're not just robbing the thing. What you are doing is taking advantage of experience you don't have, life experience you don't have and have not lived, world experience you don't have and have not lived. You understand? Circumstances that you have not had. Bastards. Anyway, this part right here is why I'm mad. You feel me? This part right here is why I talked about the euphemisms. This part right here is why I'm always listen, this part right here is why I'm always talking about these mediocre lunatic weirdos who are as smart as a box of rocks become millionaires, and everybody automatically presumes that to be a billionaire and to be smart is synonymous. To be a billionaire and to be intelligent is synonymous. So not only do we not question the obvious lunacy and ignorance and madness, but we will herald them as geniuses. He is a genius. Even as you find out that the thing that you claiming that he a genius for, he stole from somebody else and erased their ass off the planet. Even as the thing that you herald him as a genius for, he bought from somebody else for pennies on the dollar and then stole the shit. Even as you find that nothing that they own, they had a hand in creating at all, you will still call that motherfucker a genius, because in your mind, wealth is synonymous with brilliance or genius. But what you are saying when you do that is you are saying that if he is wealthy and brilliant, or brilliant, that if he is wealthy, he must be brilliant. Because I am poor, it must mean that I am stupid, that I am not doing something right that this brilliant motherfucker is doing. You become your own police. You become your own saboteur. Because even if you don't say it out loud, he is a genius because he is a billionaire. If you say that out loud, or you say, he just making his money. He just making his money. First of all, when you say he just making his money, or when you let all these motherfuckers tell you that the problem is that the billionaires just need to pay their fair share in taxes, that is a euphemism. It is a sleight of hands. It is a sleight of hands. The problem is not that billionaires need to, quote, pay their fair share in taxes. The problem, and we have to say it with confidence, the problem is the billions that they have is stolen fucking wealth, typically attached. Each billionaire, for each billion, I am standing on it. For each billion a billionaire has, for each single billion a billionaire has, I'm going to estimate about 150,000 human beings had to die for him to have that billion. Now, if your ass got 668 billion, multiply that by the 150,000 people that I am certain have lost their lives for you to be a billionaire. It ain't about nobody paying, no billionaire paying no fair share of their taxes. It is about them unhanding the stolen wealth attached to the stolen lives of human beings that was required for a single human being to become a billionaire. That is it. And when we constantly accept the language and explanation of the world handed to us by those who have created the world, that perpetually robs the world blind, steals lives, steals years, extracts resources, whether mineral resources or intellectual resources, and then we accept the explanation of the world handed down by those who are standing on our fucking neck and can't figure out why, no matter what we do, and no matter what we learn, and no matter how educated we become, and all of this shit, the world looks worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It just never gets better. It just looks worse and worse and worse and worse. It is because you have accepted the euphemisms imposed on your collective consciousness that will forever have you running around in a circle trying to solve a problem unsolvable on the terms that they have set. Will have you come to every conclusion, but the only conclusion that you can come to end your collective suffering. This is why I'm reading this. Because whether it's a billionaire, whether it's a low-level person just trying to get their money so they just lay up on TikTok and YouTube and steal other people's shit and not give them credit, whether it's it doesn't matter. What else? It was the billionaires. What else happened? Whether it's the Taylor Smiths that literally has an army of young teenage girls who see themselves in her mediocrity. And if she is mediocre and able to become a billionaire, maybe there's a chance for me too. That's what they're responding to. They're responding to what they perceive as the face of power. These young women, these young children. that she is not even that great. That if she can sing regular like me, if she can be basic like me, and she can become a billionaire, maybe I can too. That if she can outright, literally 3 weeks after Beyonce does Coachella, and she has the full ass marching band and the this and the this, and it was going off. And then 3 weeks later, this girl do a live performance verbatim, step by step, song by song, with a mediocre live band. She couldn't even go and get a Southern like HBCU band like Beyonce did. She get a regular marching band from high school. Yo, girl Taylor Swift, wear the little shorts, wear the little, like a straight up copy, a poorly executed copy of a live performance that Beyonce had done just 3 weeks prior, because she knew that even though the obvious was in everybody's face, they would call it everything but what it was. They'll say it was cultural appropriation. They'll say, oh, well, you know, she's inspired by Beyonce. She didn't really mean it like that. Everybody hot under the collar about Taylor Swift and her just releasing this damn album, and all these white women and black women are like, all these white women, I'm surprised, are saying, listen, it's not our place to tell black women what they experiencing. If black women say that this shit is a microaggression, then the thing that we as white people, as white women, have to be doing is saying, damn, how did I not see that? That's what all these, because I wasn't gonna pay no attention to it. I've never liked Taylor Swift, but because I don't like cornflakes. You feel me? I don't like unsweetened, unfrosted cornflakes. So she was never on my radar of people to even consider. You feel me? But this shit was coming through my my For You everywhere. I was like, why is this shit coming through all my For You? So finally, a few days ago, I clicked on one of the damn videos, and it was this white woman was saying, like, look, man, like, I have been doing, you know, deconstructing the internalized racism and colonial behavior of mine for 5 years now, and I didn't know it was this much work. I didn't know how fucked up we are as deep as we are. And so I just want to tell, this is a white woman. She said, I just want to tell you, white women, instead of your feelings perpetually being hurt by what black women say, what we need to do is, when black women draw our attention to something, the first thing we need to do before we even respond is ask ourselves why I didn't see what they saw. That's the first question before responding. Why I didn't see what they saw. Why I don't see what they saw. That's the first question we as white women need to be asking ourselves. Otherwise, any other response than that becomes the explanation to the whole world of why black women do not trust us. That's what she said. She said, black women don't trust us, and these are the reasons why. When you get up on here and you got 1,000 black women saying, look at all these goddamn microaggressions, this and this and this and this, and your first intuition is saying, you're reading too much into that. She's just talking about crystals. I said, oh my God. You know what I'm saying? She say, if all the black people say one thing and your singular self say something else, you are the problem, not the thousands of black people, not the black women. And so this is hard work for us to do, but it's our work to do. So she going off. I said, okay, girl. I said, okay, white girl. Let's see what else y'all talking about up in here. And then I guess Kayla Nicole, who is the white boy ex-girlfriend, the sister, did her final clap back because Taylor Swift, these weren't microaggressions in this album. This was outright aggressions against black women because she, quote, she rescued the white knight from the grips of the black bitches. she all but says it. She was like, what'd she say? She said, you were lost in a dark night, pierced by lightning. That's what she said in the song about Kayla Nicole. You were lost in the grip of a dark night. And then she says, but now you are here in the white of opalite, comparing Kayla Nicole to, quote, onyx, and herself to, quote, the crystal opalite. It was like, what y'all mean microaggression? But now you found your true one, and I'll always be here for you. Here I am, the great white billionaire who is what is it? Blemishless. I'm blemishless, meaning I can't do no wrong. It don't matter how overt I am. All these white women gonna have my back and tell y'all crazy that y'all don't see what y'all see. I'm blemishless, and here I am, white boy whose reputation has been tarnished by all these black bitches you done been dating. Now you have arrived in the safety of whiteness of the opalite. What y'all mean microaggression? What y'all mean? I don't think she really saw it that way. I don't think that's what she really meant. Y'all reading too much into it. This is euphemism at work as a strategic weapon of democide. It's fucking gaslighting. It's gaslighting it while you in a goddamn propane tank. It's gaslighting in a storage facility full of goddamn gasoline filled tanks. That's what she said. And all the while, for 2 weeks now, Kayla Nicole ain't said shit. Ain't said a word. Ain't said shit. Ain't made a tweet. Ain't did shit. Everybody, damn, is she gonna say something? And she did exactly what she was supposed to do. Not give this bitch a single iota of her sacred breath. Not a single iota. Not a single. She is write a single IG post, bitch. Not one. And then on Halloween night, like the witch that she is, whether she knows she a witch or not, on Halloween night, she drops a video of herself in her fine ass, black ass, sturdy ass, well-built, flawless ass body, booty, titties, the whole 9 yards, dressed like Toni Braxton, and dropped a 2-minute video that went off like the shot heard around the world. That's all everybody been talking about for the last 5 days. Is this voiceless, lip-synced video response by Kayla Michelle, and her response wasn't even geared towards the woman who aggressed against her. The video response was about this dude that she was fortunate enough and had the foresight enough to drop like the dead weight he was when she did. She said, baby, why you pressing me? He wasn't man enough for me. That's why I let him go. You got him. Going back. Why are you paying attention to me? He wasn't man enough for me. Baby, I don't usually be getting caught up on no, celebrity drama, tea politics. That ain't my thing. Like, not even close. But when I tell you that as a weaver, you must see those moments, even in quote drama culture, that are deeper than what they are. They are saying way more than what they are. That are impacting people much deeper than you perceive that they are. This woman, Kayla Nicole, who I didn't even know her name till the video dropped, because I do not be paying attention to none of that shit. But baby, when I tell you I'm saying her name these days with some bass in my voice. Bitch, you did that. You did that. You did that. And for them days subsequent to Halloween, your girl, your great white hope who has been playing in your face and knowing that there would be millions, scores of millions of people who would defend her image to the death, even as she is outright professing her white nationalism. There was another white girl who did a video talking about her history of white nationalism, dressing up for Halloween as an SS soldier under the guise of being a dominatrix. She did that. Being photographed at another party where she's just dressed normal, and the dude that she's with, she got her arm around smiling, got a giant swastika on a white t-shirt. She did that. The jewelry line that she released with this album, like she ain't playing in your face. The jewelry that she released with the album that everybody is going berserk over, even white people was like, listen, I didn't want to believe it because I used to be a Swiftie, but my daddy is a white nationalist. I grew up in a house with racist and white nationalists This is not no dog whistle. This is in your face. One white girl was like, look, you can't tell me that this ain't what it is. She said, I grew up in Alabama, bitch. I grew up knowing what all these tattoos and all these little code words and shit, these little symbols mean. How you gonna tell me you release a necklace with an album that everybody black who hear it, even people who like you, everybody black who hear it is like, what's she talking about? Why she said that? She dropped 3 songs in a single album about black women. Why they on your spirit like that? Why black women on your spirit like that? You feel me? And people like, she can't be racist. Look at all these black people she has in her videos. Like we ain't never not been props for mediocre people who need a little bit of extra oomph to give validity to their mediocre shit. We ain't always been props to some mediocre somebody. Look at Mick Jagger. He didn't always have black women singing on his shit because he mediocre to fill in the holes of his shit. Eric Clapton. I could go on and on and on. I can go on and on and on of musicians who wouldn't be half what they was if they weren't always posting up some poor working class black people in their background. Backup singers, all the musicians, except your white self. Child, please. You understand? And so they listening to the album, even the black people who love her. I can't believe she did this. Why she talking about black women all the time? Like, why she did this, right? The white girl say, look, she got 4 sets of SS's. I don't know if y'all been keeping up with the drama, but it's still related to this shit I'm about to read y'all. I know I feel like I'm going all over the place. But the necklace that she dropped with the album, because what she's saying without saying it is, I know these motherfuckers too stupid to see what I'm doing. Who the motherfuckers she talking about? Because it ain't her millions and millions and millions of white fan followers. It ain't them that she talking about. It ain't them she presuming is too stupid to see what she trying to do. The necklace, when you see the video, is 4 sets of charms parallel to each other. You feel me? And then at the bottom of the necklace, connecting all these charms that are side by side, is my favorite star. It's a nautical star. To draw it every day as a kid. So it's a 8-point star. Okay. It's haggard. Okay. This necklace has all the 3 main neo-Nazi symbols, not neo-Nazi, Nazi symbols, Hitler regime, Nazi symbols. This one necklace got all of them, okay? Reason why is because here you see these lightning bolts, supposedly, on the necklace that are side by side. Which is the lightning bolt SS that is on the uniforms of every Nazi soldier. It is the black uniform with the red patch and the white circle that has the 2 black lightning bolts in it. The SS. These are ancient runes. These are the single lightning bolt is a Nordic rune. Okay. So here you got 2 sets. Right, you got 4 sets of these 2 SS's, quote, lightning bolts across from each other on this necklace. At the bottom of the necklace, you have a nautical star that is an 8-point star. Okay, now the nautical star in and of itself is not a Nazi symbol, but the 8 is significant because another, and I've seen it myself, another very popular, especially in prison, but with neo-Nazis, Nazis, Klan, is a tattoo of the number 88, typically on the back of their shoulder. I mean, on the back of their elbow. Okay. The number 88, right, is a very, very telltale popular tattoo for those that are in any type of white supremacist organization. The reason why 88 is because it is alerting to each other Heil Hitler, HH, because the letter H is the 8th letter in the alphabet. The letter H is the 8th number in the alphabet. So instead of doing a tattoo that is HH, they put 88 as a representation of the Nazi salute, Heil Hitler. Okay? Reason this is significant is because you got 8 S's, 4 pairs of, quote, lightning bolt S's, and then an 8-point star, 8 and 8. Very deliberate, very thoughtful. Then another content creator bought this, so there was only a select number of, quote, actual pressed records that were released of the bullshit album that she released. It was very few. And so this girl, this content creator, bought the album, and there was like, in the album, it was like something, the way the album was constructed, where it had one image on the front, and then on the back, like you could dismantle, like after you remove it, you could dismantle the album, and it was like a puzzle piece. It was like puzzle pieces. And when you put the puzzle pieces together on the actual cover of the actual album cover itself, when you put, and so her pictures, and then there are these little symbols to show you where you match the pieces once you disassemble and reassemble the album to find out the hidden message in the album. So she has a picture of her face on each tile of the album as a puzzle piece. But when you put it, reconfigure it, and put it together, it was this. It was a Nazi cross with her picture in each sliver of the cross. But the cross was obvious because it was a huge white border on all the legs of the cross. On all the legs of the cross was a huge white border divider. So picture, picture, with a huge, giant white separating border. So it was an obvious Nazi sign, not like subtle, because it was just a single black line. When I tell you they play in your face, I mean that. I mean, they play in your face. They play in your face. And then try to convince you that what you see ain't what you see. Try to convince you that what you see is not what you see. Right? So, and then the last thing that nobody has mentioned yet, even as I've been watching all these videos about Taylor Swift, and I was certain somebody was going to see what I saw, I have to figure out, I'll do it for the next live. I have to figure out what the name of the video is. But in one video that I saw of hers, it might be the title song, like The Life of a Showgirl or something. It might be that, because she's doing a lot of like scene changes. She's in different outfits and in different settings. It might be it, right? And then in one scene change, so all these other scene changes, she's like in showgirl outfits, like glitter and like, all the shit, like shiny, brilliant, and then there's one scene which did not fit. It was so weird. It didn't fit because she's been glammed up in all of these other scenes, like extra glammed up. All her dancers extra glammed up, like showgirl scene shit, right? In this one scene, there's no glam. She is in a pure white dress that looks almost angelic from shoulder to feet, and with these long flowing sleeves, right? And behind in the scene looks like maybe something from like the 1940s or 50s. You feel me? But everybody dancing behind her in this particular scene is non-white. Everybody, the men, the women, Asian, black, brown, everybody is people of color behind her in this snow white dress with these long flowing angelic sleeves. And and this is before I heard any of the controversy, I saw this video and I was like, the fuck? I was uncomfortable with this scene. I was literally taking pictures on my phone, watching the video on my TV, because some of the little outfits, the little showgirl outfit she was wearing, I was like, oh, that's cute. That's cute how she did that. You feel me? There was one, it was like, it looked metal and like attached by chains. I was like, oh, that's cute. I can make some jewelry like that. I'm sitting here looking at the costumes. I'm like, this shit cute. The song is trash, but this is cute, right? So I'm sitting here taking pictures with my phone of the cute little showgirl outfits. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this weird scene where she's in a white flowing, it might have been, I might be lying. It might be the song about Ophelia, the life of Ophelia or some shit, where, because you know the story of Ophelia is fucked up. She commits suicide in the end. But anyway, so there's a song about Ophelia. It might have been that. It might have been that video that I saw. But regardless, in this scene, it's like 1940s, 50s-esque scene. And everybody behind her is people of color, as she is in this white, angelic gown-looking thing with long, flowing sleeves, and her hair is down, and all of this shit. I said, I am uneasy. What's she trying to say? Because she ain't even dressed like the 1950s or 40s people that's behind her. She ain't even dressed like them. So I'm like, what is this scene? I don't understand how it even fit in what she's talking about. Then I started hearing all this discourse about these kind of racist dog whistles and all of this stuff. I said, I know exactly why I was uncomfortable seeing this scene. It reminded me of that picture I was telling y'all about a week ago. What is it? I can't even remember the name of the picture. Something about America, something America. The history of America or something like that, where it's the image of the angel, this white female angel floating, giant, floating in the sky, ahead of the pioneers, like lighting the way into this dark territory for the pioneers that's on horses and buggies and the big old pioneer things that they was riding on. And in the front of her is darkness. And you can see all these native people running with fear on their face. This picture, this painting. All the native people are running, they're crying, they're carrying their babies, and it's dark. And behind her is all this light and all of these pioneers coming to execute the natives so they can steal the land. That scene in that video is clear as it's standing out in my mind. That's what that scene reminded me of. Why she got all these brown and black and yellow people behind her in this white flowing garment. Why she did that. And then, people start talking about her little racist, tropist dog whistles. Now, that's all I'm going to say about that. And I'm going to finish reading this because I keep digressing. So he's saying that, I'll just go ahead and read this. For this, what's she talking about, right? Why Marxists and all of them are much more harmful, much more, what he say right here? A far more complete personification of patriarchy and capitalism than any mere boss could be, right? For this is precisely, listen to me, and please be able to see clearly the way I have spun tonight. For this is precisely what patriarchy sets out to do. To split material production from spiritual experience, science from magic, medicine from herbal knowledge and psychic seasonal environment, sexuality from the sacred, art from, quote, crafts, astronomy from astrology, language from poetry, to place the resultant specialized, abstracted, and mechanistic knowledge in the hands of a few privileged male elite, organized into professions and hierarchies and classes, to reduce the ecstatic dance of muscle, blood, and the soul to factory assembly lines, production output schedules, and the gross national product. Patriarchy divides life into higher and lower classes and categories, labeled as spirit versus nature, mind, versus matter. And typically in the alienated symbolism, the superior spirit mind is typically male and or white, while the inferior nature matter is female and or black. This false dualistic symbolism arises from an enforced order of male domination. With the aid of such phallic psychology, men can then go about the earth, raping nature, exploiting resources and human labor, manipulating and, quote, improving her with technological, mechanical inventions and, quote, progressive goals. In patriarchy, man separates from earth, emulating some aloof, disconnected sky god of his own creation. And this intellectual separation makes him feel, quote, free to devastate the natural world without any sense that it belongs to a common ecosystem with himself. He exploits it, Earth, totally alienated from the fact of his own continuity with it. For the deluded profit of the few and the existential pain of the many, patriarchy exists by destroying the original holism. When it refutes or opposes the reality of human spiritual experience, Marxist communism does not resolve this destruction. It only compounds it with a different rhetoric. It gets rid of, quote, God and church, only to substitute that with another tyranny, that of, quote, the state, or, quote, the machine, or, quote, the party, or, quote, the production quota. It does not truly free human beings. It only changes the brand name of the chains. A truly human politics must study the entire history of the world's religions and spiritual beliefs. It must try to return to or move toward spiritual systems that are harmonious with all our visions of creative communal life, because this is what is missing under both of the competing world powers. A creative communal life. Both systems, Western capitalism and Soviet communism, are based on the denial of communal celebration. Come on in the room. For celebration is a play of the spirit, and there is no profit in communal existence. No human evolution, human creativity is human evolution, human creativity is a real miracle and a cosmic fact. We need a politics that participates in this biological spiritual adventure. Neither the God of the dollar, nor the God of the state, nor any of the alienating patriarchal gods from which they descend allow for this participation. You heard? You heard? You heard? Baby. These three little paragraphs never get old, are forever revealing. This is directly related to that portion, that section in the book, Pure Lust, when she talks about, let me see if I can find it quick. If I can't find it quick, I'll paraphrase. But that section, when she talks about the establishment of the bureaucracy, and I just went off in a long ass diatribe about the microaggressions of the bureaucratic state, how that shit is orchestrated. They ain't stupid. How you become an engineer and don't know how to put a toilet paper dispenser from down here 5 inches up to up here? Your ass done went to school for engineering. How you don't know that on a major intersection that you gonna need at least 10, 15 seconds of people being able to make a turn to reduce the probability of car accidents, but people trying to break into moving traffic to turn because there ain't no turn lights on any major intersection in this city. But your ass is an engineer who went to school presumably for at least 8 years to become an engineer, and this don't make no sense to you. But I or any other person with a 3rd grade education or 8th grade education, like, why they ain't put no goddamn turn signals? up on this thing so we can go without having to almost get hit by other cars. And over here in 1983, when Mary Daly wrote this book, Pure Lust, she said, it ain't your imagination. This shit for real. They create institutions. They create processes to literally bore you into submission. That's what she called the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy, to literally bore you into submission, to literally bore you, nitpick you, paper cut you into submission. That's what she said. That's what she said in 1983 during Ronald Reagan's first term in office. She was going off. She was like, how the fuck this motherfucker got in office? So much in this book, she is talking about the fact that Ronald Reagan is currently in office. And here we are today, talking about pure lust in the year when President Trump used Ronald Reagan's slogan. This is collective memory. He used Ronald Reagan's exact slogan, "Make America Great Again." Did y'all know that Ronald Reagan used that as his campaign slogan? Make America Great Again. Trump didn't come up with that. He was like, let me launch my campaign in the words of my great mentor, colonizer, Ronald Reagan. You understand? What's she saying about the bureaucracy? Let me see if I can just do a word search to see if she got it up in here. So she said, listen, make no mistake, everything that they do is to trigger you into submission. Every trigger, every frustration, every time because you got to reach way down here to get yourself some toilet paper. Feel me? It's deliberate. It is a deliberate picking away, chipping away at your spirit, at your happiness, at your peace. Let's see if she got it up in here. Bonding, meta being. That was so much of the book. Why she ain't got that up in here? She probably got it in the Wikidary though. Let me pull the Wikidary out. Oh. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, she says, ooh, child, listen. Yo. Sorry. Within the Sado state, women are always regarded as mysterious. And of course, women are the essential targets of the pornography and sadistic behavior that seeks to, quote, bring to light this mystery so that it can be rendered safe, exposed as a fraud. That is the purpose of rape, woman battering, the sexual abuse of female children, the multi-billion-dollar porn industry. Yet, physical violence and violation are not sufficient to render female being unthreatening to males. Oh, damn. Damn. So I told y'all, I don't remember which one of y'all it was, forgive me. But I told y'all about a month back, one of y'all kept harassing the hell out of me about going to see this movie. About going to see this movie, Weapons. The movie Weapons. And I was going to try to go see it, but the previews looked so scary and shocking and gruesome. I was like, I can't do it. But the person, I don't recall who it was, you can shout yourself out, sent me several emails. I will buy your popcorn and candy. Just go see the movie because I need to hear your take on it. Da, 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 da. And I even talked to a homeboy about going to see it with me, so I have to go by myself. I don't, man, there's just some shit you can't unsee. You feel me? And so I be real fickle. Even though I know that they deliberately hide the deepest stuff in these horror movies, some shit, I'm just like, I can't do it. So I made up my mind, I couldn't do it. I couldn't go see this movie, Weapons. Even though, do I have it over here? Nope, I put it on the other table. Even though there were things that was coming through, like you need to see this movie. Last night, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to watch. I was dumb scrolling through YouTube to see what I wanted to watch. And somebody had done like a breakdown of, quote, Easter eggs in the movie Weapons. I was like, okay, this on YouTube, so it ain't gonna show no extreme shit. I'm gonna watch at least what this dude had to say about the movie Weapons. So everything I've been talking to you about is not a single thing that I intended to talk to you about. The single things that I intended to talk to you about are much, 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 much deeper. However, this segue about the movie Weapons, in just the 20-minute video this kid did on the, quote, hidden symbols, hidden meaning in Weapons, I'm going to have to watch this movie. I don't want to. I'm going to tell you, I don't want to. But every single solitary interpretation of the movie I have seen thus far don't even come close. I haven't even seen the movie. And in the 20-minute breakdown this dude did, I was like, God, it's like the more we know, the less we see. It's like the more we know, the less we see. The more they tell us. Why do you think all of a sudden they quote spilling their own secrets? Why every video is about somebody from within exposing the Illuminati, exposing the Freemasons, exposing the Church of Satan, exposing. This ain't new. This ain't new. This just a new reiteration of it. Everybody out here spooky. Everybody out here want to know about the Illuminati and secret societies and all that dumbass shit. So this is what the state is responding to by all of these dudes who, what y'all call them? Whistleblowers. All these dudes who are whistleblowers telling you what happened from inside. See, I was up inside, so I can tell you, and y'all get caught up with that dumbass shit. This is not new. 20 years ago, when I was 20-something years old, that iteration of that same state, sleight of hands, now you see me, now you don't, bullshit ass bullshit, that iteration of it in the early 2000s in our entry into this goddamn century was the movie Zeitgeist. Remember the movie Zeitgeist, the documentary Zeitgeist? The second one was even more diabolical because the second one was about the guy who was the author of the book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. That's how it was coming off in the earliest period under the Bush administration, this regime, and everybody was upset politically. That's when Zeitgeist came out. That's when, this author who used to be an agent of the state, not the base state, like the dark state, like these motherfuckers who go in. He's an economic hitman. These motherfuckers who go in at the very last stage of trying to destabilize a society. He is the last one they go to before they finally decide, okay, there ain't nothing we can do. We gonna have to off this dude. We gonna have to off this nigga. He the last one. So they try all of these ways to sabotage and destabilize these governments, these countries that are opposed to U.S. and European foreign policy that's exploitative. So they do all the things. They try to bribe a bitch. They try to do this. They try to do that. They try to do economic sanctions. And when they do all the things to try to win the person to a pro-capitalist position that will allow the easy extraction of resources and the simultaneously demanded destruction of social services in that area. Watch the documentaries about the IMF and the World Bank. He talks a little bit about it in that documentary, right? That is the condition to receive these loans, right? And these propped up puppet leaders is we'll pay you a whole bag of money, but you have to do away with, deconstruct any kind of progressive social services for the indigenous people. You have to impose a monocrop and destroy all of the indigenous industries that have supported and provided wealth and health and stability for the majority. You have, like in Colombia, the reason that the way that the cocaine leaf, the cola leaf, became the single monocrop industry in Colombia under Ronald Reagan and Noriega in the 80s was because the Colombia was the leading producer, the leading exporter of tin. Does anybody ever even ask the question about why we stopped using tinfoil, which was not toxic? Right? Why we stopped using tinfoil? That's all we ever used to use to cook with was tinfoil. And then there was a period, seemingly out of nowhere, where we stopped using tinfoil and started using aluminum foil. That corresponded with when this deal was brokered through Noriega in the Reagan administration for the sole purpose of destabilizing revolutionary youth in the United States through the imposition of the drug economy in order to import the amount of drugs needed to target every major city in the United States. They had to do this other thing to the Colombian people, which was completely destroy all of their indigenous methods of resources and money and sustaining their lives that have been passed down by generations. So the United States, through the IMF and the World Bank, went and strategically bought up all of the tin mines in Colombia and then blew up the tin mines so that nobody could access the tin that they families had been digging up and exporting as their chief export for centuries, decades, whatever. Blew up the fucking mines and then forced them for a third of what they were making, each family working in the tin mines, forced them to work in coca leaf plantations for pennies on the dollar so that they could have enough cocaine to transfer to the United States of America to flood inner cities, big concentrations of Black communities that might be getting some revolutionary ideas. This is the web. You feel me? And so this dude, the quote, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. So you admit in film and in a book all of the crimes against humanity you execute under the auspice of being an agent of the state. And there, because you done made these confessions, you understand? You done been a quote whistleblower on your own organization. There's no trial for you to stand. There's no board for you to stand in front of, some national board of ethics that say, this shit you just wrote in this book that you have admitted to doing to all of these countries and all of these individuals that ended up dead as a direct consequence of your intervention in their life, seem like this shit might violate some international laws on war and shit, or on peace. Seem like your ass need to go before somebody and be tried for something. Nope, that don't happen. What does happen is that you can write this book, like you telling on the stage, like you quote just grew a conscience from out of nowhere after being an economic hitman for 30 plus years. You just grew a conscience, you feel me? And now you want to let everybody know the true face of the government and shit. Not that it's gonna change the face of government or the behavior of government, but I'm gonna just tell you what we did behind closed doors. You make a couple $1 million off a best-selling book. You get your face on a documentary made by a billionaire who never finished high school. The founder of the Venus Project, who was the one that funded the Zeitgeist movies, I knew him personally, met him because his ass had this giant, massive ass, crazy, out of control property right there in Florida, right there where I went to college in Sarasota. Billionaire. This nigga didn't die till he was 102, I think. I think he was 102 years old. This motherfucker never went to college. He dropped out of school in the 8th grade. But y'all still want to say bitches billionaire. Billionaires is brilliant. Nope. It was all the people around him. His slick ass tongue was able to woo into his circle and execute a vision with him without him having to do shit. It was this billionaire that funded the Zeitgeist Project. You feel me? That gave this economic hitman a voice to make his grand confessions of the diabolical shit that he did while employed by the CIA. And not only does he make some millions and live high off the hog and don't have to go before no National Board of Ethics or nothing, but his ass is still alive. Unlike a previous, another 10, 15 years earlier, another previous, quote, whistleblower who worked in the Pentagon for 35 years before making his grand declaration of confessions of the diabolatry that he was involved in when he worked at the Pentagon. I'm talking about William S. Cooper, the author of Behold the Pale Horse. Mm-hmm. He died. He and his wife died. But he wasn't no different. He wasn't no different. Every now and again, they need to give you, what do they call it? Controlled opposition. Somebody then just developed a conscience out of nowhere and is going to make some confessions and put y'all on game about the ways that y'all have been manipulated by the state. The state say, we will allow you to know so much. We'll let you, we'll every now and again, we'll drop some little secrets. You understand? We'll create a little bad controlled opposition. We'll create a little bad guy, a little what do you call it? A little turncoat, a little whatever. You understand? We'll let y'all see a little bit. We'll let y'all see a little bit. That's what's happening now with everybody talking about the Illuminati. There ain't no shortage. Child, is probably if you find out what is the most prolific content on YouTube today, I am certain, I'd bet money on it, that at least one of the top 5 is going to be secret societies. At least one of the top 5 content on the YouTube today, of all the, 280 million channels right now on YouTube, of the 280 million channels, or the top 5 things talked about on YouTube, I'm willing to bet at least one of them is on secret societies. And I cast a wide net on secret societies, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the big secret societies. The Illuminati. What's the other one y'all be talking about? The Knights Templar, the Freemasons, the what's the other one? Those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. Those are the big ones. I'm willing to bet money. I'm willing to bet money. Somebody Google, what are the 5 most popular subject topics on YouTube? Of all of YouTube, what are the 5 top most popular subjects? Now, all of a sudden, everybody talking about secret societies, and look at what they talking about, and look, there's nothing secret about secret societies no more. Nothing. All the books, all the handshakes, all the symbols that just 20 years ago were not accessible unless you was in the cut, in the know, in the cut, in the organization. All the everything is out in full display. Everything that for the last 300-400 years has been top secret, locked behind closed doors, hidden in the brains of human beings, under threat of loss of life if you reveal the secrets of your brotherhood. It's all out in public display. It's all out in the open. All of it. Why? Do anybody ask the why? Why do you think that they don't control the internet in a way that they could not keep certain things secret if they really wanted to? Why? Is it just because they just got some snitches and some agents up in the fold that did not keep the secret vows of their sacred ceremonies? Why now? These last 20 years in particular, last 25 years, has this been the topic of discussion, particularly for black-skinned melanated people? Particularly for black-skinned people. Not exclusively, because next to black-skinned people is white-skinned Southern preachers. Why everybody talking about the Illuminati? Why everybody talking about Freemasonry? These organizations have existed for a long time. Why everybody talking about them? Why everybody is saying that these secret societies are the cause of all that ails us right now? Because this is the same old repetitious switching bait, sleight of hands. Now you see me, now you don't. One hand should not know what the other hand doing, but we all attached to the same person with the same goals, the same objectives, and the same desired outcome. We will let y'all getting smart. We see y'all. We'll give y'all a little something to keep y'all distracted. Oh, let us drop some signs and symbols in some of these little videos. You feel me? Let's have Doja Cat dressed as the Grim Reaper up in this bitch, and she danced with a little snake and shit. They'll be on that for about 10 months. Black women as the face of the Illuminati. They'll be on that. They'll be on that for about 10 months. Let's put Beyonce in one of them pilgrim hats. They'll be discussing that shit for about 12 months. What else? Let's paint a lightning bolt. Let's paint a lightning bolt over Lady Gaga's left eye while she in a video singing Abracadabra. They'll be dissecting that bitch. There'll be about 100 million videos dissecting the hidden in your face symbolism of Lady Gaga's video and song Abracadabra. We'll let y'all see a little bit while we do what we need to be doing over here. While we be writing out these economic policies, while we be plotting 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, y'all caught up on Lady Gaga for a year, 3 years, 5 years. And while y'all distracted on that bullshit and ass bullshit we done fed you, we done spent all this time drafting a 1,500-page document that would not sit right with the population if we gave it to Biden to put forward. So we gonna wait because Trump is our guy next time. He'll be the right one. So let's go ahead and draft this shit now. Spring it on them. They'll act like it's some shit that we just thought up yesterday. Meanwhile, since Trump's first administration, probably since Obama's administration, we done wrote this shit. 1,500 pages long. Yo big, ugly bill, beautiful bill. Yo goddamn, what's that Esther bullshit? The Esther this and this and this. Y'all think that shit just happened yesterday in the less than the year that Trump been the president? Y'all really believe this dude and the administration that is equally clueless as he? I didn't say stupid. I did not say dumb. I did not say unintelligent. I said clueless. And even that, I might have to walk back. These were the puppets that could execute in this moment that which those who actually are the face of power had scripted for some time. Ain't nobody nowhere in no position in the United States of America on any seat in office drafted no motherfucking document that could be put forward in February, the ESTA document and the big beautiful bill put forward in February. Ain't nobody up in nowhere in no position of office scripting no 1,500-page document in 3 months. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how smart they is. Nobody did that. This is something that has been in the works for some time. And I don't have no problem believing that because I just shared with y'all 5 or 6 videos on my Facebook channel within the last 48 hours of every single diabolical, monstrous, motherfucking in-your-face thing Biden said. Not when he was getting elected, not when he was under Clinton's administration, subsequent to taking office, that y'all just ignored. Y'all just ignored. Y'all just ignored. They can tell you in your face what they intend to do to you, and you will hear everything but what is said directly to you, directly about you. You feel me? And so she say here, the physical violence and violation are not sufficient to render female being unthreatened. The reason I mentioned that movie Threats is about this right here. I'm gonna have to watch this bullshitting ass movie. It's gonna be my next goddamn movie review. Because while everybody is talking about she was a witch, you know what I'm saying? And that's how I got on the Confessions of an Economic Hitman and the Behold the Pale Horse and how and all this Illuminati shit that they sprinkling all over the place all of a sudden and shit. You feel me? The reason I got into this is because of this little section right here. They'll let you in on a little bit of the secret to distract you from some other things. But the issue is always and always has been the issue with patriarchy. It is women. It is female human beings who are the progenitors of all wealth on earth. All wealth on earth. You understand me? And so that's why this movie, Weapons. I was like, why they call the movie Weapons? About some kids that took off because they was under a spell in the middle of the night. Was the movie about them kids? Why, in all of the most scary Hollywood horror movies, the scariest ones you can imagine, why is the nemesis, why is the proverbial scariest bad guys always children and women? Why is the scariest thing that you can imagine is a boy child being born who you know will become the Antichrist? Why is this movie, Weapons, that the most horrible humans in the entire movie is the kids and this witch, right? And these kids, the reason they so super spooky ain't because they necessarily scary, it's because of how they behave when they under the spell of this old witch who we don't even know how old she is because she is a quote succubus that can only continue to live off draining the energy of others. So every single solitary short or deep dive on this movie has always been the same thing. Witches is terrible and this bitch practicing witchcraft. That's it. That's as deep as y'all get. Witchcraft is terrible. Look at all this witchcraft symbolism, and she putting people under spells, and she like a succubus and shit. That's as deep as y'all get, child. As deep as a puddle. As deep as a puddle. Same thing over and over and over again. And they count on it. They count that that's as deep as you can get. Everything is about witchcraft. Everything is about women having power. All these, and oh my God, when women have power, it means kids will have power. And if kids have power, they gonna be diabolical little devil monsters and shit. Dolls as evil, scary things that kill men. Kids that kill men. Women that kill men because they become possessed by some entity. Why? Why is it scary? The children of the corn, a whole town taken over by religious, zealous kids who kill all the adults so they can rule the town by themselves. teenagers in every movie. I just watched a breakdown about goddamn Nightmare on Elm Street and how Nightmare on Elm Street broke every like it was basically it was a multiplicity of firsts in the horror genre in the history of film. Nightmare on Elm Street, and he was talking about all the firsts that Nightmare on Elm Street represented. I'm sitting up in here blowed because that movie terrorized the fuck out of me as a kid. Here you got a burnt devil demon who invades the sanctity of your sleep, your dream place, and the only people he is interested in murdering and brutalizing is kids. Then you find out the backstory of how he became this murderous burn demon with a claw hand trapped in the dream state, killing children, is because as a human he was a child molester and murderer who got off on the charges of killing 13 kids on a technicality, and so all the parents of the murdered kids kidnapped his ass and took him to the boiler room where he had terrorized these children and chained him to one of the boilers and set that bitch ablaze, and he burnt to death. When the system had failed the children and the families was like, y'all about that life? Yeah, we about that life. Ain't nobody gonna tell. Mom's the word. And then did what the court was supposed to do, and he gets people's justice. And so you have a horror movie based on how the family actually didn't get justice because he survived as a demon spirit in the dream world where he lives on forever and ever, taking, quote, his vengeance on all the other children of the parents that had killed him. Child, patriarchy at work on your ass. I said, I forgot that was the backstory of him. Even the damn sweater that he wore, I couldn't believe it. The sweater that he wore, the red and green sweater that became infamous for Freddy Krueger, the red and green sweater. He said, I was even deliberate about why I chose red and green as the color for his sweater, because the colors red and green everywhere on earth are the two colors that are most difficult to see when placed side by side. So if anybody has any variants of color blindness or anything like that, those two colors placed side by side are the most difficult for people to see with any kind of color recognition variants. Why he do that? What would make him even think about that? When I tell you they are thoughtful, there is nothing that should be taken for granted. When I tell you I watch movies these days, the first thing that I am doing is writing down the name of every character and what the etymological origin of their name is. The character's name. Every single character, the first thing I'm doing is searching the etymology, not the meaning, the etymology for their name. Every character. Mm-hmm. So this movie, weapons, what are the weapons? Who are the weapons? Why is the movie called Weapons? Weapons against what? Used by whom? For what? This white boy who wrote the movie, who wrote the script, was in an interview. Then the interviewer asked him, how did you come up with the spell casting device that she used to take control of people? Because it was very specific. She has to take something that belongs to one of the intended. So in one scene, she grabs they in the kitchen talking, she just reaches up and yanks a piece of the man's hair out of his head so much that some of his blood, some of his skin was on the hair. And then she takes a little stick from this sacred tree that she keeps in her room, and this little stick got thorns on it because she not only needs something from the intended victim of the spell, but she has to, quote, prick her finger on one of the thorns of the stick to offer her own blood together with the possession of the intended and bind it while saying this spell or whatever, and then they become under her complete control. And do you know what this white boy said when they asked him where you got that from? Where you got that spell from? Where you got that spell from? He was like, oh, I just always been really fascinated by like hoodoo and witchcraft. He's like, I didn't get it from anywhere. It just came to me as an idea. Boy, stop lying. Stop playing in our face. Stop playing in our face. I just came up with it. It didn't come from any tradition. It was just something that came to me. Oh, yeah? Well, what else came to you? Because everybody, including him, when interviewed, talking about this movie, talking about how there's scenes and there's little Easter eggs dedicated to his friend who died, who supposedly, motivated him to write the script. He's saying everything but what he is saying in your face in this movie, and he did it on purpose. This movie is not about no witch. That woman is not no witch. She ain't no witch. This movie is not about witchcraft. It's not about succubuses. It's not about, what's that other shit that they would say? Mind control. People been talking about MK Ultra and mind control that the babies represent or are alluding to MK Ultra and mind control projects by the government. It ain't none of that. It ain't none of that. Was it you? Sage Page, I was just talking ugly about you, girl. I was like, I don't remember who it was harassing the hell out of me about watching this damn movie. Talking about, I'll buy your popcorn and drinks if you just go see the movie. Girl, I don't know how long you've been on here, but I was like, I gotta watch this bullshit and ass bullshit because I watched this goddamn 20-minute breakdown of the movie, and just a little bit that he showed of the movie in his breakdown, I was like, is this as deep as he gonna get? Is witchcraft and succubus shit and MK Ultra mind control? This it? Nigga, you way off base. That's why I got into the diatribe about how they will give you little bits of shit to distract you from the essence of things. That's that movie. It is to give you some little bit of shit to distract you and get your brain off the essence, the true essence of the shit. I can tell you just in the little clips with no sound, because he didn't play none of they stuff. He was reading what they said, I guess for like copyrights or whatever. In the 20 minutes of shorts that he was showing in his little 20-minute breakdown, and I can already tell you what the movie is about. I can already tell you what the movie is about without a deep dive. Without a deep dive. The movie is about the mythology that we have been talking about for at least a year. Hard talking about for a year. Extremely deep talking about since Sinners came out in March or May, whenever it was. I think it was May when it came out. We've been talking about this story for well over a year. Hard. Because it shows up. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Just like I was saying about Sinners and this twin shit and how it is everywhere. And once you see the shit, it's like, oh my God, damn. Like it literally is everywhere. Like today, just today, I saw a 1-minute short about Game of Thrones and about the incestuous relationship between Jaime and Cersei Lannister, the twins. Cersei and Jaime Lannister, who became lovers. They brother and sister became lovers and had children. A 1-minute short. And in that 1-minute short, my mind was blown. I watched all of Game of Thrones, just like y'all all did. Crazy shit. Me and my mom were having parties, eating dinner in front of Game. We was obsessed with that dumbass shit too. And this 1-minute clip, after watching Game of Thrones, like child, like somebody possessed, but taking it the way it was delivered, accepting it and eating off of it exactly how it was fed to me. It was fed to me. It was mushed up and softened, put a spit on it so you can give it to the baby so they can digest it. It was given. I took it exactly how it was fed to me. And in this 1-minute clip about Game of Thrones and the peculiar relationship between Jaime and Cersei Lannister, and the bitch say in the book that unlike the quote series, in the book, The origin story of Jaime and Cersei Lannister is that they are twins. They are twins, and she being born before him, he came out of his mother's body holding his sister's foot. I started screaming in here off of 1 minute short. That's not no small detail. That she was born first and he came out of his mama's body holding on to his sister's foot. Anybody know where that story come from? Quick, somebody tell me in the comment section, whether you on IG or whether you up on here. Somebody tell me quick where that story came from. Where's the first time you heard that story? When's the first time you heard that story? Somebody better know. Or I'm a question your whole childhood. Somebody better know. It is the cornerstone of one of the biggest stories on earth. Where this came from? No. It's a playoff of that, but no. It's simpler than that, Claudia Ankara. Hermes is a part of the story, but it's simpler than that. If your ass grew up in a church anywhere, if your ass grew up in a synagogue anywhere, if your ass grew up in the Nation of Islam or any version of Islam anywhere, I can't believe this question that I just asked y'all would even be something y'all would hesitate on. I'm questioning every preacher, every rabbi, every pope, every priest that you grew up with. Thank you, Sage Page. Thank you. She says Esau and Jacob. Esau and Jacob. Why is this so important? Because Esau was born first. Jacob was said to be holding on to the ankle of his brother when he emerged from his mama's body. The name Jacob, in any variety of it. My mama name is Jacqueline. Do you know that the name Jacqueline is a female derivative of the word Jacob? Did you know that? I did not know that until I studied this story. A couple years ago, when I went into that deep dive about the opposition of the red and blue, and Jacob and Esau is in this story of the historical opposition of the red and blue. Do you know what the name Jacob means? Do you know what the etymology of the word Jacob is? The etymology of the word Jacob, the name Jacob, is usurper. That's the etymology of the name Jacob. It's the first word that comes up in the etymology of the name Jacob is usurper. Usurper. Why is this name relevant in a story about Esau and Jacob? Because Jacob usurps the blessing in the destiny of Esau. Isn't that the story? To become greater than the firstborn, the usurper who was hanging on to his ankle. Now, when we talk about all this twin energy that we've been going off on, the duality of the red and blue that is directly tied with all historical twins, historical mythological deity twins. The Ibeji are always pictured as male and female twins, one in red and one in blue. The Egyptian version of Gemini, which is two goats. One is red and one is blue. The Iranian twins, with peacocks, by the way, which is also fitting. Hold on. But anyway, the twins, first of all, the heavenly Gemini archetypal twins in mythology, typically up until a certain point, was male and female. I have a theory, which might be crazy, but I have a theory. Remember, I told y'all that these motherfuckers up in Hollywood really believe that they are the deities of ancient Rome and Greece, and they behave the way that they do because they believe that they are the deities. They are the personification of the deities of ancient Rome and Greece. So much so, and so literally, that you have a Hollywood Walk of Fame where each one of them's names is in a star. You have a constellation of deities on Hollywood Boulevard. One, and two, when I was talking to y'all about the Laurel Canyon, uh, uh, conspiracies about how the CIA and FBI bought up all this land in Laurel Canyon and started having all these babies and teaching these babies music and shit so that they could become the grown-up babies that kicked off the so-called hippie music of the 1960s, the Laurel Canyon conspiracies. When you enter Laurel Canyon, you know how communities will have like the name of the community, like a big old thing, like a gate that you got to drive through, and it's got a big old thing that says the name of the community. There's a big old giant one right up here at the entry of Laurel Canyon that says Mount Olympus. And don't say Laurel Canyon, even though everybody knows that's Laurel Canyon. It doesn't say Laurel Canyon. It says Mount Olympus in this giant fucking thing that goes all the way across the streets that enter into Laurel Canyon. You got a constellation on the ground of names and stars. And then a whole community that's supposedly the most culturally significant community in Greater Los Angeles, Laurel Canyon. But the entry to its gates does not say Laurel Canyon. It says Mount Olympus. Then you have all of these subsequent stories coming out of Hollywood about how all of these people worship the devil or worship Moloch or whatever. And so whenever you become famous in Hollywood, you got to enter into one of these secret societies where then you start eating babies and drinking blood and all this shit y'all be talking about. These people are literally in real time, just like every patriarchal society since Babylon, the human males acting out literally the hijacked stories of the mother under matriarchal societies. And instead of those being metaphors under the matriarchal societies for or stories to be told about our interaction with the divine and within ourselves, the male patriarchs taking over the mythology, making them literal in their execution in the material world. So what becomes, quote, the deity like Saturn who eats her children as a metaphor for the life, death, and the birth, life, and death process. And when you die, she eats you because you have to open up a hole in her body to be laid into this hole, which is her metaphorical mouth, which everyone must go because everyone dies. And then they bury you in this hole that is synonymous with a mouth. The mouth of the cave, the mouth of the tomb, the mouth of the burial ground. This, which is a metaphor for your relationship to time, Saturn, becomes under the male patriarchal schism, deliberately flipped upside down and turned inside out and turned into a horror story, becomes the evil, deep father god of time, Saturn, who devours his children. And then Francisco Goya paints this dark painting of a lion-headed Saturn with the dangling bodies of his children, his headless children. Here we are with this headless cult shit again. This in the painting, he's got the bodies of headless children, though that's not the story. The story didn't say that he bit their heads off. He said it swallowed them whole, and then Zeus freed them all after the fact. But in this painting, propaganda that Francisco Goya, a painter of the Roman Catholic Church at the time, did, he's got the dangling bodies, the lion-headed Saturn. Saturn's never been lion-headed in mythology. The lion-headed Saturn, why lion-headed? I was talking to y'all about this the other day when I was talking about Samson and Delilah. Here he got this lion-headed Saturn who, quote, devours his children, bites the destinies off his children so that they do not remember what their destiny is. This painting, I might have to do a whole deep dive just about paint. This painting, these gods that do not remember what their true destiny is because this father God who co-opted the divine mother has bitten off their destiny so that they cannot remember. Let me let this whining ass cat in. Hold on. Boy, shut up. Oh, you wasn't away with that shit. Shut up. Ugh. Oh, that boy is out. Come on. Come on, man. Ain't like somebody out here brutalizing you. Anyway, so here, Saturn, right, devours his children. And just like me, at 10 years old, the first time I saw this painting by Francisco Goya, etched in my consciousness forever, especially since our subconscious mind is so much older than our conscious mind. And so it still responds quicker to images than to words, than to letters, than to written language. Forever etched in my consciousness, not knowing why it was significant or why I was drawn to this picture that I saw in an encyclopedia the first time. Saturn devours his children. Not knowing then, but seeing it everywhere now, this schism. And I used to say it as a kid that I hated Roman mythology because the Romans, they didn't even have nothing to stand on their own. I loved Greek mythology as a kid. I loved Greek mythology because my daddy loved Greek mythology and was always talking to us about Greek mythology. And that's why I got my name, because my daddy was obsessed with Greek mythology. And so we learned Greek mythology. And so when I started hearing about Roman mythology, I was like, these motherfuckers, they couldn't even come up with their own shit. How they just gonna conquer some people and then take all the legends of the people that they conquered and then just scratch the name off and put their own names on it. I used to hate Roman mythology in my little girl mind because it's like, why they do that? Why they couldn't just come with their own shit? You feel me? Lo and behold, that they weren't the only thieves, that the Greeks were thieves of the mother's archetypes. Listen, everything that you see, all these stories about these people in Hollywood eating people and these cabals and all of this shit, this is the malignancy of the son who steals the mother's destiny, flips it upside down, turns it inside out, and then makes what was artistic metaphor a literal ritual requiring actual blood and sacrifice. Because even the indigenous people will tell you this now. Even in the Great Cosmic Mother, we learned this, that there is a very specific period in human history where human beings began to practice human sacrifice. That in matriarchal societies, before the advent of patriarchy, nowhere on earth was there blood ritual sacrifice, either of animals or humans. And so these males took everything that was metaphor about a relationship between the stars, humans, the earth, and our internal universe, and then made it literal as a process of demonizing and making terrifying these archetypes that had been beloved for centuries and centuries and eons before. So we all are perpetually brutalized by the iconography of Saturn. We are all fearful by the iconography of Saturn, because the iconography of Saturn isn't just, quote, Satan, because it is. The iconography of Saturn isn't just the laborious, task mastering timekeeper who be fucking with your money, because it is under the sun. But one of the other archetypes that is the most diabolical in this story about Saturn is Saturn as the Grim Reaper. And then we treat the Grim Reaper, right, as the one who takes life. But the story of the Grim Reaper under the matriarchy was a psychopomp who at the end of your life would guide you from one realm to the other. There was no judgment. There was no sides. He did not kill. She did not kill. The only responsibility was to assist the newly deceased you through to the ancestral realm while you were waiting in the mother's mouth. The earth, the hole that had been dug for you to be buried in, while you are waiting in the mother's mouth to be reborn in a new mother's body. This is the story of Saturn devouring her children, great grandmother crowned Saturn, devouring her children. Who is her children? Everything living on earth, not just humans, everything living on earth. Everything sowed must be reaped. That's why the reaper. Everything sown must be reaped. That's why the reaper. Saturn was an architect, an agricultural deity. Saturn is not only the archetype quote of Capricorn, right? The laborious taskmaster who always be fucking with a bitch money. You feel me? Saturn is also the archetype of and the reaper. Saturn is also the archetype of Babaluaye, who we love so much. And Ifa tradition, Babaluaye, not only Babaluaye, the archetype of Saturn incorporates, because it's the celebration of Saturn, right? It was always like that period of the year between Sagittarius and Capricorn, right? The transition from Scorpio season, Sagittarius season to Capricorn season. Those of you who are tuning in via IG, 16 seconds and this live is going to end. So if you want to join back on here, you can. I'll bring the video back up with a new live, or you can join on YouTube at Daughter of the Fates, where I'm still broadcasting live. But this is about to go off now, and so I'll just bring up a new live. And my phone is about to die, so they might as well go up on here anyway. But anyway, just FYI, those of you who call yourself trying to tune in live through IG, I just realized that my phone is about to die anyway, and I don't have no way to charge it from over here. So y'all still gonna end up having to come on YouTube if you expect to be up on here anytime. I don't think I'm gonna be up on here that long anyway. But anyway, the reason I'm going through all this as I'm about to read this little piece from Pure Lust is because the thing that just this one sentence reminds me of, and why I was talking about weapons too, is connected to this little sentence that I'm about to finish up, is because everything that you see, man, every story that you hear, no matter how wicked it is an absolute diabolical inversion of matriarchal, goddess-centered mythological analogies about about our relationship, heaven, earth, us as the bridge between heaven and earth, the mother's body not being some abstraction over there, the actual physical body of every person born with a uterus being a actual God, not metaphorically God, an actual God who is able to spill flowing life-giving substance from her breast, which is the mountains, which is every single building that you have ever seen, any Catholic building, any what you call them, official buildings, like government buildings that's got the dome on it with the little thing on the top. That's titties. That's what a baby looking up at when they laying down by their mama and they looking for the nip in the middle of the night to eat. That's what it's for. Every single building, every time you see a dome with a little thing on the top, it's titties. It's titties. It is the deification of the mother's body by the infant, by the son, by the child who has just come into this new realm, trying to understand in their little baby brain who is this person that is always around them, that's always protecting them, that's got stuff coming out their body that's delicious and I want it all the time. And that even when I could not see her, I could hear her voice all around me. It is pitch black. And I was not scared when I heard her voice all around me. And I could hear her heartbeat because it was right on the top of my head. It is the perspective of the newly emerging human being who has just transitioned from abundant, boundless, imperceptible abstraction into this place that is perceivable, out of this entity that's got mountains that have like stuff just flowing out that I can't live without. That's why I cry every time I feel this weird rumble in my belly. This baby that as they are being born, feeling the perceiving for the first time pain as they go through the narrowing of the birth canal. And for the first time, they little baby eyes perceiving light for the first time. Every single thing that you see as ritual, as ceremony, as secret societies, is the in the skull and in the skull and bones, and in these fraternities where they have to go through the ritual, where they have to be blindfolded and then do this ritual where it's like they going through the desert. You feel me? To be reborn. All of this is the bastardization of the very first perceptible ritual on earth. When I say perceptible, I mean as human consciousness was evolving into something that was not just primal survival and mating. The very first perceptible ceremony ritual on earth is the birth of children. It's the birth of human beings. It is the moment that we perceive the majesty of reproducing ourselves out of ourselves. Every ritual, you name a ritual that we call something else, that we call the genius sprung from the mind of some man. And I will tell you how it is a bastardization of the mother's original ceremony. And it's hard to sit with because so many of us who become conscious, you feel me? We, not just even in African traditions, because right up in here, I was just talking to y'all about the sweat lodge, Anipi, and how this white boy bastardized the Anipi, killing all these people in the goddamn sweat lodge. The Anipi, they will tell you, the Anipi is a womb. It is crafted out of the skins of animals. There is a whole little tunnel. You don't just walk into the Anipi. There's a whole little tunnel, a birth canal that you must crawl into to go into the Anipi. And in the Anipi, there is a sacred fire with grandfather stones. That's what they call the stones, grandfather stones in the center of the Anipi, where the sacred herbs and the sacred water are burned on the grandfather stones to produce sacred smoke and sacred steam, to facilitate this ceremony where it is complete sensory deprivation. It's so dark in the Anipi, you can't see shit. I've been in the Anipis with 40 people up in there, and you cannot even see the person sitting next to you. And the people who quote, what you call it, are the custodians of ceremony up until recently have been men. Not only is there a sacred burning circle representing the sacred fire of the womb, because they say the Anipi is a womb, the sacred fire at the center of the womb, but on the outside of the Anipi is another pit of fire where the grandfather stones are heated to the point that the stones become brilliant red. And then the dudes on the outside, the fire keepers, feel me? Then they pass the grandfather stones into the Anipi between each round of the ceremony, representing the sacred directions, north, east, south, and west. The grandfather stones the male fire keepers, the custodian of the ceremony of an EP, male. Though they tell you in your face that the sweat lodge is a womb. Is this or is this not the male takeover of archetypal, matriarchal, goddess worshiping societies, ceremonies, and an attempt by the male to become the male mother? They may not see it that way. They just say this indigenous culture and we've done it this way for a long, long time. And we don't even question the origins, just what it is. But we have to think deeper than this. What's the thing that allows us to do that? What I mentioned several hours ago is these scientists saying that we had it wrong all these years. 13 generations of locked up, stored memories that your 3.2 million ancestors are trying to bring to your consciousness. How is 13 generations of mitochondrial cellular ancestral memory caged in yourself, locked in yourself? What are the quote optimal social and environmental conditions that allow for us to tap into and unlock those stored memories that these scientists was talking about? Not triggering the fuck out of you every day, living in a society where there are no perpetual, constant microaggressions that are literally killing you by your emotional responses 75 times a day. That's why they keep your ass triggered as fuck all the time. It's because what does our deck say? It is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. And so they can't afford for you to relax. They cannot afford. That's why all these young people talking about rest is a revolutionary act. Though they may not know how to articulate why they feel that in their spirit. Yeah, rest feel rebellious. Fuck that. I'm resting. I'm taking the day off work. I don't give a fuck. You understand? But they do not go deeper than that. What is it in me that makes me feel like my right to rest is an act of outright rebellion against the state, outright rejection of what is? Because they know, even as your ass don't know. Rest is a revolutionary act. Rest is a rebellious act. And it is only identified, again, all the way back to the beginning, as those labels in an environment that has been made, that has been constructed to be perpetually oppressive, perpetually dominating, perpetually sad and grieveful and fearful and worrisome and anxious. We got to keep these motherfuckers emotionally exhausted 24 hours a day. If we need to keep them exhausted 24 hours a day, then we need to create horror stories about people coming to get them in their dreams. They can't even rest while they dreaming, bitch. We can't even afford for them to rest while they sleep. Even if we tell them they can only sleep 5 hours a night because they ass got to be up when the chickens get up to go out here and do this job for $7 an hour. But even them 5 hours that they sleep, they cannot sleep deep enough where they have no dreams that be telling them they need to be plotting and scheming for their future. So let's create all the stories, all the horror movies, all the culture that terror. Let's condemn little children and tell them that daydreaming is bad. To focus, to pay attention. What you dreaming about? Why you looking out the window? I done heard it. I heard it as a kid. The first paddling I ever got, I was in the first grade. Miss Walker, what's her name? The first paddling I ever got was because I was daydreaming in the back of the classroom. And I don't remember what I was thinking about, but because I was daydreaming, I was like in my seat doing jumping jacks. I was out. I was like, I was somewhere else. But I know my body was responding to the fact that I've been sitting too long as a 5-year-old in the first grade. And so I'm moving my hands. I'm in the back of the room. And she's like, oh, you want to do jumping jacks? Oh, you don't want to pay attention? You want to do jumping jacks? Made me get a humiliation ritual. A humiliation ritual at 5 years. I'll never forget this shit. A humiliation ritual at 5 years old because I was moving my arms because my little flesh in my mind at one with each other was off somewhere, imagining myself moving and playing because I've been sitting in that goddamn classroom all day. She made me get up in front of the class and do jumping jacks in front of the whole class. And everybody laughed at me and everybody picked on me for a long, long time because she made sure that the humiliation was not only did I have to do the jumping jacks, she walked me outside the classroom with the paddle and made me put my hands on the walls. I'm 5. And this old white lady takes this paddle and pops me on my rear end 3 times for daydreaming in class, for not paying attention to her in class. So daydreaming becomes the sign of the lazy, a symbol of the undisciplined, of the hard-headed, of the rebellious. Daydreaming becomes something synonymous with people who are unrealistic. Why you always dream so big? Why you always talking about? I heard this my whole life. Why you just like your daddy? He always got these big ideas. Why don't you do something simplistic? Why you always making shit complicated? You got them big old ideas like your daddy. So criminalize your daydreams. Terrorize your night dreams. Call them nightmares. You understand? And what was I saying? Shit. And so you can't even get no rest in your sleep. We can't afford it. We cannot afford for you to get no motherfucking ideas because we know how y'all nigga ancestors be too. Your ancestors, you can't hear your ancestors in the waking day because your ass busy. We keep you busy. We keep you busy with your kids. Just busy enough, just close enough to them to be busy in proximity to them, but not too close and not too much time between the busyness that y'all actually relate to each other, you and your kids, that y'all actually feel something deep for one another, you and your kids, you and your spouse. Keep y'all just close enough in proximity to like be invested in each other, but not close enough in your personhood, not relaxed enough in your proximity together that you begin to bond, that you begin to learn who it is you live with and who it is you hail from. Keep you busy enough in your relationships with your boss that you play nice even when he a douchebag. You play nice even when his ass is a moron and he your boss. You do just enough to make sure that paycheck come every 2 weeks because every aspect of your life depends on it. Y'all come home, y'all eat dinner together. You understand? You, your kids, your husband, your wife, whomever. But y'all live in the same house together for a good 10, 15, 18 years, and none of you know each other. None of you know each other. None of you know anything about each other because all of y'all, even though y'all black, even though y'all brown, even though y'all red, even though y'all white, don't matter. Y'all all have the same man alive in your head, moving you around the world, making sure that he gets from you what he needs. And so you be up in the house with a white male patriarch living in your head and cannot figure out why, no matter how much you do for your children, they don't respect you. They don't do what you tell them to do. They don't do the bare minimum. They always act like they mad with you and you ain't did nothing. It is because even though you love them with your heart, your head is ruled by a white male father God who hates your children. And so in the hatred of your children, this white male father God that lives in your head, though your heart and your body love your babies, the white male patriarch in your head has you treat your children like inmates in a jail. You need to be thankful. All I need to do for you is house you and make sure there's some clothes on your back and feed you. I don't have to do nothing. You understand? It is this punitive white male patriarch that it lives and thrives in your head that is always at war with your heart and your flesh, that loves your people now, that loves your children, that loves your husband, loves your wife. But the white male patriarch in your head, not give a fuck who you are, black, brown, red, yellow, or white. The white male patriarch in your head who hates you all. He hates you all in his separation from the mother. He hates you all in the separation from his mother. And so the only pleasure that he can get now is from disaster, is from punishment, it's from bloodshed, it's from warfare. Now this becomes the shit that feeds him, that gives him some sense of emotional gratification. He is so severed from source that he can only get pleasure from despair and catastrophe and brigandage. This white male father God that lives in the head of every human on earth, no matter what their culture is, no matter what their race is, he is alive and well. We bred him, we fed him, we clothed him, we housed him, we protected him, as we still talk about billionaires as if their lifestyle is something that they just earned from the brilliance of their mind and not this malignancy that has literally been swinging from the titties, the ever abundant titties of humanity, that is not giving him milk to feed off of, but blood. Life force is how he lives, how he thrives, how he becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and more audacious. We did it, and only we, through the willful execution of the patriarch that dominates every destiny on earth. This is why the headless cult's everywhere, y'all. This is why it exists everywhere. This is why you can't unsee it. When everything you watch, man, everything you watch is the ceremony of this male version of Saturn decapitating his children. This is his version of the primordial mother who, in unison with, in protection with, in ever presence of the metaphor of the mother, Saturn, who consumes her children, is the ever-present embrace of the recently deceased, gently placed in ceremony, covered in red ochre, shaped in the fetal position to re-become one with the primordial mother, as every deceased thing on earth does. Every tree that dies becomes one with the mother. Everything that dies re-becomes a part of the mother's actual physical earthly body, waiting in her embrace to re-become in the unending reciprocal cyclicity that is known as time. Under her, time is not to be feared. Under her, time was not feared. It was actually celebrated. How was it celebrated in her time as Saturn? As Bacchus ceremony, as Dionysian ceremony, as Saturnalia ceremony. How was it celebrated? This darkness through which that was the metaphor of the cyclicity of everything that is sown must be reaped. And it is reaped in harvest. It is reaped in ceremony of bounty and harvest so that we can rest in the darker days, the apex of the darker days. Being this bridge between Sagittarius and Capricorn, represented on the blackest ass day of the year, winter solstice, where the primordial mother is supreme. And it was not celebrated as a celebration of fear, as a celebration of horror and scary goblins. And I was just thinking about this 2 weeks ago. I was like, what is the origin of why we celebrate Halloween as scary shit, as dark, goblin-y, scary, doody-doo, this and that? At what point in human history did Halloween become a celebration, like a holiday that is celebrated by fear and scary shit? Because Halloween is the peak of harvest season. It is the most celebratory season. It is the season that represents the apex of all the hard work we did over the spring and the summer that is now giving to us what we have sown, the hard, sweaty, laborious work of the planting season and the caring during the hot summer months under the sun when the days is longest. So we work the hardest because we have more daylight to do the things with the crops that we need to do. And then in the harvest, which is represented by abundance and bounty and overflow and giving, in preparation, we've done all the work necessary for us to rest for 3 whole months. That's what it means. The days get shorter so that we as human beings have the ability to rest longer. We go to sleep earlier. You feel me? We ain't out in the sun as much because it's about to get cold. You feel me? We can be bundled up, huddling. We can have more sex. This is why Bacchus and Saturnalia and the Dionysian rituals were, which were the deities, Babaluaye. These were the deities that aligned with the transition between Sagittarius and Capricorn, which were always celebrated the blackest ass day of the year by orgies and sex and no taboos about sex, that you could have sex with whomever you wanted only through these period, typically from a week to 12 days of ceremony, welcoming the blackest day of the year for she and our relationship in working with her has provided abundantly so that we have the opportunity to rest for 3 whole months before we must do it again in the spring, tilling the soil, planting the seeds, caring for them, picking the weeds, and all this hard ass work. For this work and this reciprocal relationship with the earth, she says, look, free yourself up. And what y'all do when y'all want to get freed up, you want to get freaky. What you want to do when you a little bit relaxed in your body, you have lots of sex. Every society. This is how, quote, the scary season of the year, what's been turned scary by our opposition, is the time of the year where we work the hardest now. Not that we are freed up from September, the beginning of fall, through the winter months. Nope. This is where we work the hardest. Why? Because we got to get ready. We got to save money. We got to work overtime because Christmas coming. And we got to buy all this stuff. And every single solitary week, there's a new holiday where the kids are school. So we got to make sure we got enough food for the kids. From the last week in August, when the first day of school starts, all the way through to January 1st, the time of the year historically for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, both in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, these 3 periods of the month fall into winter. These several, months in the year were not scary, dark, the trick or treat because we want to make sure that the spirits ain't mad with us. All of this shit that has been flipped upside down. Not only was it not the scariest time of the year, it was the time of the year everybody on earth looked forward to the most. The period of the years where the days got darker, the sun was less harsh. You feel me? And it was marked by celebration of 1, bounty of the work that we had done through the year, and 2, the rest that would allow us to get a little bit more freaky and a little bit more close and stay in together more so we can know each other more under this thinning veil between we and our ancestors. Stop it. Between we and our ancestors. Flipped upside down by your patriarch to be perpetual celebratory rituals of fear and horror movies for 3 weeks straight, and trick or treat and goblins and everything evil that's out to get you. That everything that exists is out to get you and shorten your life, and you scared of the dark, and you working harder from September to January 1st than you work the entire year. The complete flipping upside down, literally, of everything, time and everything. I'm not going to tell you again. As a matter of fact, let me find something to throw at you. Because now you trying me. Get off my door. Get up. I'm talking to you. Get off my door. You. Turkey. Don't do it again. I'm gonna get up off here. It's 4 hours and 33 minutes. I'm gonna be sending out. Oh, let me read this because I went off about Saturn, y'all. What have I been saying about Saturn for the last year and a half, 2 years? Since I told you I've been going on this walk with Saturn because I was always at odds with my Capricorn placement. You feel me? It says, yet this is out of pure lust. Hold on, because I'm gonna have to throw something at this bitch. Now she play too much. Hold on. Let me find something to throw with this heifer. Get off my door. Don't let me tell you again, turkey. Anyway, let me read this. I know the Saturn thing don't seem like it's gonna be related, or the fact that why did I get on Saturn? Because I was talking about that movie Weapons. I'm telling you, say here, physical and how I got on why all these horror movies, the most terrible thing you can imagine, the most diabolical thing you can imagine is always women and children and innocent things like dolls and rabbits. Y'all remember me telling y'all like why all these goddamn horror movies got these evil ass rabbits? Like rabbits got to be the most innocent thing in the wild you can imagine. Like why do rabbits become synonymous with something diabolical and evil? Right here in this book, Pure Lust, that is nothing but political. This right here. Yet the physical violence and violation are not sufficient enough to render female being unthreatening to men. The whole program requires that women become collaborators in being exposed as frauds. Because if women are being exposed as frauds, evil, wicked, sinister, cunning, up to no good, plotting and scheming, gold digging bitches, you feel me? Women, this whole program requires the women to become collaborators in being, quote, exposed as frauds. This enforced collaboration requires that women become inducted into the state of maso-sadism. She doesn't say sadomasochism, she says maso-sadism. That they be rendered incapable. Listen, God damn it. That they become incapable of knowing and naming the fact of this induction and indoctrination. Do you hear me? We comply without even knowing it. We call it, that's just how we was raised. We say, that's just how I was brought up. That's just my culture. It's just my tradition. This is how the Sado state imposes our collaboration in our own suffering. Not only our own suffering, the suffering of our children, the suffering of every being on earth demands that women become collaborators. That's why what I told y'all last week, that the Roman Catholic Church on its own website says that it is that Christianity, that's Catholicism and Protestantism, all under the umbrella of Christianity, that Christianity is the has the highest numbers of declared I guess parishioners of any religion on earth, right? And among them, 83%, this is what the website said, 83% of devout Catholics, 83% of devout Catholics are women of color. This is what that's talking about. This is what that's talking about. And it says that they are rendered incapable of knowing and naming the fact of this induction and indoctrination. That is, the Sado Society requires that the hooking of women, as Java Watson has thrown the fish hooks on me here, the hooking of women into maso-sadism be Eucharistic. This thus conditioned women will conform behaviorally, participating in the verification process, which proves female integrity to be the fraud that it is, thus justifying all violence against them. They need women to be the monster in the horror movie, the possessed bitch that's killing everybody in the horror movie. They need children to be the antichrist. They need innocent things to be evil in movies, perpetrating the most diabolical evil shit you can imagine in these movies to justify what is the reality of the actual world. That all violence in mass is perpetrated by males in their sick separation from the mother. The madness that is guaranteed in the male who is separated from a connection to the mother. The metaphorical mother, the philosophical mother, the actual mother, the Mother Earth, and Mother Universe. The son that places himself above the mother. And in placing himself above the mother, he goes insane in that separation. That's what she's talking about, even though that ain't what she articulated. That's what she's talking about. Why Saturn? Why did I keep going into this Saturn and this weapons thing off that little segment right there? Because that movie Weapons is about Saturn. That movie Weapons is about Saturn, the goddess. The woman is literally the physical archetype of the crone that I was telling you just a couple of hours ago, how every woman of power during the witch hunt, especially, and typically women had power because they would keep everything that they dead husband left them. So if a woman is old and her husband done died and she got a farm now and she got a house now, this becomes the fuel with which the church vilified through propaganda women with too much power, to call them the crone, the evil, crookedy hook nose who loves to eat children and shit and will turn you into a frog and she lived by herself in the woods and all of that shit. The vilification of one of the most vulnerable in society, the old woman who is now left alone in a patriarchal society without a husband, the most vulnerable now becomes the most evil through a campaign of propaganda that ensures that eventually they can try her as a witch and then absorb all of the wealth that she left behind in the form of her home and her land and this and that and the others. Saturn is the proverbial crone that every single story about some evil woman on earth, whether it's the Baba Yaga, whether it is name an evil bitch. Why in Ifa tradition I never heard about Nana Buddhaku until I started researching on myself. I was like, damn. If Nana Buddhaku is the mother even to Yemaya, because we always hear that Yemaya is the mother of all Orisha, but she got a mama named Nana Buddhaku who is pictured as old and decrepit, and she lives in the swamps. And in no area of Ifa tradition had I ever heard of Nana Buddhaku until I went looking and digging for myself. Why they left her out? She is the primordial crone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Every single culture on earth, this period where they demonized the crone. Medusa wasn't a crone though, baby. Medusa wasn't a crone, but the Stygian witches was crones. Every movie about the Stygian witches, no, Medusa was the proverbial victim of Athena. But in actuality, Athena and Medusa were the same. They were one. But her archetype split in half and pit against itself. Athena and Medusa were the same deity, split in half and pitted against itself. But when I'm talking about the crone, I am talking about historically throughout every culture and every society, the transformation of the crone as the center of every matriarchal community and society. She who now does not bleed because she retains her mystical magical blood in her body in her transition from birth giver to wisdom keeper everywhere on earth. Now she, the divine wise keeper of the secrets of the blood in her body, becomes the primordial devilish bad guy who is always pitted against the very fertile, untouched, virginal youth of the 13-year-old, kidnapped by males, made oracles to have regular access to their bodies unopposed. You see? And so the crone is the absolute archetypal metaphor for who, quote, Saturn was before the hostile male takeover of her archetype. They don't, like I said, they so basic, they were so cocky in their confidence to do so, they ain't even changed her name. Her name prior to Greece was Grandmother Crone. And so the males take over the archetype of the archetype and just say, oh, we just gonna call him Cronus. They gave the mother a sex change and then didn't even bother to change her name. Good. So she was well hidden. It went from Grandmother Crone to Cronus. He, Cronus, who devours his children. Let me let this cat out because this bitch is about to piss me off. Yes, I'm talking about you, ho. Trifling ass self. Gone. 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 And watch, 2 minutes later, they'll be howling outside the door like somebody massacring them. Anyway, so when I'm telling you, I saw 20 minutes of this dude's little deep dive on this movie, Weapons. Weapons. Why it's called Weapons? Why does white boy who wrote the movie named it Weapons? Who are the weapons in this movie? It's the old hag, it's the old hag, the old witch casting hag, and all of the children. They are the weapons. Weapons of who? For what reason? Because these two, the aged and the extremely young, are the most vulnerable in society in this movie. This old ass woman fighting for her life, fighting for her youth, and these babies, these little kids, they are the weapons of patriarchy. They, the most vulnerable in society, the aging population and the small child population, because these kids is like in elementary school. These are the most vulnerable populations in the entire society. They, in this same movie, even though the kids didn't do nothing wicked, they was under a spell, they was creepy as fuck. You're like, oh, it's creepy. Remember the little boy with the little clown mask, weird, scary face on at the end? All those two, the hag and the babies, they the weapons, they're the most vulnerable. You need to villainize the most vulnerable so that it always justifies subconsciously the acceptance that that's just what happens in society. They're vulnerable. So, there's going to be 8.5 million kids that just get disappeared off the earth in a single year. They're just vulnerable. That's why there's no global outcry when the World Health Organization makes a declaration that in the year 2024, 8.5 million babies disappeared off the fucking earth. And the whole world isn't on fire in outrage. It's these movies, this perpetual, consistent propaganda that has been ongoing for quite a long time, since the Dark Ages. This propaganda that has to feed the images of your mind machine, the necessary ingredients that will always justify and through euphemism demote the significance of the gravity of the violence that you are witnessing at any given time. Soften, weaken, mute the tyranny that you are witnessing. to make you believe, to convince you that what you are seeing is less bad than it actually is. To convince you that if women were ever given the reins of power, they would be to us much more monstrous than we have been to them, because they look at them historically. They've always been suspect, like she said, mysterious, evil bitches playing with herbs, dancing in the woods with no clothes on. There ain't no telling what they would do to us if we relinquished the reins of power. We must, just like this white boy Nick Fuentes said the other day, we need to go back to the period of time when we was just burning women. He didn't say witches. He said women. He said it several times. He even said, I didn't say witches, I said women. That's what he said. Do you think that this little 28-year-old dumbass boy just said the most incendiary thing that he could possibly think of just because? Nope, there were probably some millions attached with this script that he put forward. You know, if you have me telling, not only should we go back to burning women, we should go all the way back to the year 1099. I was like, that's hella specific. That's hell. Something that ain't right. Why he say 1099? Why he ain't say like the 1100s? Why he said specifically 1099? Then I just do a little Google search because that shit was suspect. This bitch is stupid. That shit was suspect. It was too specific for somebody who is stupid. Nick Fuentes, I will say, is stupid. The rest of these motherfuckers, they ain't stupid. They just play in your face stupid. But Nick Fuentes is stupid. And so I Googled what major events happened in the year 1099. Even when I said 1099 in Africa, 1099 in Asia, 1099 in the Americas, every single search that I did went right back to the world's first known war, which was the First Crusades, the Holy Wars. The Holy Wars, the first round of the Crusades, was launched in January of 1099. No, excuse me, June 1099. The First Crusades. And here we are in 2025, and this white boy makes some seemingly, insignificant statement because he just a reactionary who always talking that dumb shit to get likes through rage bait, and y'all will dismiss it as that. Not that they aren't playing in your face. Not that they ain't playing in your face. After I told you 4 years ago, the Pope himself, Francis, that y'all love so much, declared that for the next 7 years, we 4 years in to that 7 years, that for the next 7 years. What that sound like? Don't that sound like the 7-year tribulation these white people be talking about in the Revelations? The Pope, after meeting with the chief rabbi of Israel and the goddamn, the imam in the Middle East, in a Native American chief or something, and the Dalai Lama. He was in a closed door session with the figureheads of the face of every patriarchal religion on earth. And after this meeting, right after this meeting, that don't nobody know what the contents was, he said, we all getting together to pray for world peace. Me, the imam, you feel me, the rabbi and the Dalai Lama and a Native American chief or some shit, and as the faces of world religions, we gonna go somewhere in secret and pray for world peace for y'all. And then he come back and make the declaration after meeting with all these colored men, just like they did at the goddamn Council of Nicaea 1700 years ago to the date in May. Get behind the doors of all these goddamn colored men. And then he come back from out this secret, undisclosed location where these men under guard and shit gonna pray for world peace and shit. And the next thing that he does is call a meeting of all the bishops on earth to the Vatican. They behind closed doors for 3 weeks. And when he comes out, he makes the declaration, Pope Francis, that for the next 7 years. The entire Roman Catholic Church, its only project, its only campaign is to re-evangelize the whole planet. And y'all don't think none of this shit that's happening right now today that I've been preaching from the rooftops for the last 4 motherfucking years. What they're planning in your face? What does it mean for him to be talking about making a public declaration talking about we for the next 7 years? The only thing that's important is us re-evangelizing the whole goddamn world. Well, nigga, what that mean? What happened the last time y'all evangelized the goddamn world? What happened the first time y'all evangelized the world? 1099 in the first goddamn crusades. What happened before that? The Council of Nicaea, establishing for the first time in known history a singular one world religion and a singular one world economy under Constantine, who had propped himself up as God on earth. When I talk about these men taking metaphor and mythology and literally acting it out on earth, they who pronounce themselves God on earth, the personification in the flesh of the sun in the sky, and therefore with all the power of the universe, there is no crime that I can commit that is not seen as a part of the grand design. Immediate absolution. What I do that looks like brigandage, what I do that looks like conquest, what I do that looks like rape, what I do that looks like murder, what I do that looks like ritual human sacrifice and brigandage and all of this shit, it is not a crime when I do it because I am the embodiment of God on earth. And what I do, you are too feeble in your understanding to understand how it fits in the grand design. And so for all these years, 1700 years, repeating and believing that shit, people will say, you know, the world do look bad. You know, there's wars and there's rumors of wars and there's famine and there's starvation and there's poverty and there's suffering and all of this shit. But you know, there ain't nothing that happens on earth that do not go before God's eyes and his approval. Every Christian say it. We just don't understand and cannot conceive of in our feebleness the grand design. That all the suffering is coming to a point. There is a point. Therefore, a divine necessity for suffering and war and brigandage and murder and criminality and all the things that cause human suffering. We just too feeble to understand it because we ain't God. Therefore, rape is not rape when God do it. That's why even though Zeus was a tyrant, we still tell cute little stories about Zeus and see him as the benefic Jupiter. We see him as the great benefic Jupiter. We say in our astrological understanding of our relationship to the archetype of Zeus that robbed the archetype of the planet Jupiter or the planet Zeus that is represented by this great big planet. We steal the archetypes of this very real planet and give it a sex change, and in the giving it a sex change, the true benefic mythology of our relationship to these planets become a malefic mythology that is still fed to us as benefic. Zeus was a tyrant. All he did was tyrannical shit that is indicative of the billionaires that function like Zeus in your life right now. You do not question a single thing they do because these archetypes are alive not only in our brain, in our fabric, in our cells, in our tissues. 13 generations in every direction. 3.2 million ancestors who have been superimposed through violent force, these archetypes, in an attempt to destroy the true archetype in your consciousness, which is your relationship with the primordial mother. And so you, having seen Zeus, having seen Jupiter, having seen Nero, having seen Constantine, having seen Jesus, having seen all of these male archetypes that do all of this wicked, diabolical, terrible stuff, and you never charge them. You never find them guilty. You never run down on them like in mobs of the old days with pitchforks and torches and shit. Because in your mind, power of the great, power of the one, power of the great singular God in the sky is synonymous with being able to do whatever you want, even if your subjects do not understand, because you tell your subjects that not to kill, not to steal, not to sleep with your best friend, wife, honor your mother and your father, and this and this and this and this and this and this and this, but none the conflict, the split personalities disorder that you have, multiple personalities disorder that you have, is because your great benefic tells you these things you should not do. And those very same things that he tells you not to do because it will make him mad is the very exact same thing that he does in every story over and over, over and over, over and over. Cheating on his wife Hera, so she be mad all the time. So instead of kicking his ass, because he the all divine, all supreme, so-and-so, Hera, who is supposed to be his equal, but she ain't, because she don't never lash out against him. What she do is she is transformed into this perpetually jealous bitch, always torturing, dismembering, setting up into flames, causing mutations of all of the women that her husband rapes. That's who she becomes. She becomes, like Mary Daly just said, the collaborator in the crimes of her monstrous husband, under the guise of jealousy that she has painted to be. Athena becomes the tyrant, diabolical brainchild, literal brainchild of Zeus. Why she the brainchild is probably where the term brainchild came from, is because he, attempting to be the male mother, impregnates himself, and Athena leaps forward from his forehead. She just, boom, bitch, I'm here, fully grown. And as his brainchild, through which he, attempting to steal the mother's archetype, is the self-induced asexual progenitor birth giver of his own two children, Athena and Dionysus. Both born fully grown. One out of his head, one out of his thigh bone, which is synonymous with the male's uterus. You understand? And so even in modern, right now today, astrology, they will still talk about, with all of this information that is now out and everywhere and everybody talking about, they will still say that Saturn is the great malefic, the dreary, drudgerous father of time. Meanwhile, the archetype that he stole erased her memory, gave her a sex change to he, flipped the hourglass upside down on us. Meanwhile, the destiny that he stole, y'all be calling the destiny swapping, the destiny that he swapped was that of great grandmother Crone, the owner of time, the original what? Great whore. Why? Because the word whore comes from females' domination of time in the sacred ceremonies where the keepers of all time were the sacred prostitutes, the temple harlots. What started as harlot or whore became our. That's why the hourglass looked like it looked. It's not subtle. It's not a metaphor. It's shaped like a woman's body. Why? Because women were the governesses, the actual sole owners of time. Why? Because everybody born with a female is a fate. I mean, everybody born with a uterus is a fate, a weaver of human destiny and time. So this woman is weird and diabolical and icky and scary as she is in this movie. They want her to be as scary and diabolical and evil as they possibly can be, because they don't need none of y'all get no ideas about resurrecting the primordial Saturn great-grandmother crone who promised with her daughter Australia, aka Virgo, and her daughter Libre, and aka Ma'at, and her granddaughter Australia, aka Virgo, to usher in a grand new golden age. All three said that we will return to usher in a new golden age. And these motherfuckers is like, we don't need nobody out here getting no ideas about Saturn. We need, look, you rabbis, you Hebrews, be doing all that little dark ass shit with the little box on your head. You rich billionaire white boys be building all these buildings made like a black box. You government agents be putting out just enough of this little Illuminati ritual shit out in the mix, in the propaganda, to keep people thinking that they keep their eyes away from Saturn because it's devil worship cabal shit. You feel me? Who else do that shit? And then of course Hollywood. Everybody black in particular, every new female hip hop artist, every new gay artist, anybody that's like on the edge of other, you feel me, and they black, make sure you got some devil shit in there. Every video, they ain't got to know what it means. They just want to get paid. Make sure they got make sure you got some devil shit in there. Make sure you got some black box. Make sure you got them. You catch one of them doing like one of these. Feel me? Put it all up in it. Put them in a black Thanksgiving hat and shit. You feel me? Give it to them. Give it to them. Give them all the symbol. We do not need nobody getting no ideas about goddamn Saturn. We don't need nobody looking up at Saturn. We don't need nobody asking no questions about why Saturn got the little hexagonal thing in the atmosphere. But we don't need nobody paying no attention to Saturn, looking at Saturn. We got to make sure that every movie where we talking about Saturn has got to be some old crickety, diabolical, as scary as we can absolutely make her, evil ass bitch that any child, any person, any man would be scared to come into contact with. And there you go, weapons. She becomes a weapon. The crone. She becomes a weapon. The vulnerable in society, the disappeared in society, the forgotten in society, the untouched in society, the weak in society, the suffering, the invisible in society. And in her imposed isolation, outwardly imposed isolation by society, she becomes the scariest character there is. That she must be up to no good because she live in that house by herself. She a witch. She a witch. The movie Omen, that becomes synonymous with the scariest thing that we can imagine, when the weakest among us acquire power and rise up against us, those in power. The scariest thing that they can imagine is the most powerless. See, old people, they have lived a life, you see, so they have been seen. So even as they may be disappeared, untouched, this and this and this and this, castaways and all of this shit, children are the most vulnerable, because in this society, they have no voice, and we make sure they know that. As they parents who love them, we tell them children should not be seen, should be seen and not heard. That you ain't got no opinion that is valuable to a grown-up. Get on out of here while grown people is talking. In every possible way, we tell them without telling them, until someone takes them from us, whether through video games and that type of shit, or whether they physically take our babies. We tell them in our behavior, in our communication, and the shit imposed on us as children, they do not matter. Their voice does not matter. Their opinions do not matter. What they think about does not matter. That's why you will grow up with a house full of teenagers and never know anything about your children, because they don't tell you shit. They do not confide in you. They don't trust you, because they see you as you present yourself, a gatekeeper, a prison ward under the guise of love and protection, one who subdues. It's because I say so. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you an explanation. I don't owe you anything. I'm not required to teach you anything about what the real world is or what life is going to be. That's what you go to school for. All I do is house and clothe and feed you until you can get the fuck up out of my shit. And then I am confused when you are not, quote, a functional member of society. While your ass is in therapy 2 days a week because you feel neglect. And instead of trying to understand in your adult child why they would feel neglected, and they would be in therapy 2 times a week, you take it personal like it's some shot against you in your parenting skills. And so you become angry at your grown children for going to therapy because you think they try to shame you in your parenting. How this gonna look to the outside world that my kid is in therapy? Like I did something wrong in raising you. You had a house, didn't you? You had clothes, didn't you? I bought you everything you wanted, didn't I? And so here are babies. The most vulnerable on earth, the most invisible on earth, the most powerless on earth, the only human beings on earth that we can all agree, based on our acculturation, our collaboration with the motherfucking white guy in our sky, we can all agree that children are the only human beings on earth that do not deserve sovereignty. Children, even more than old people, are the only people on earth that do not deserve sovereignty, who are not entitled to self-identity. You don't know what you think you know about who you are and who you want to be. You just a kid. What you mean you want to be the president of the United States and you 8 years old? That ain't no realistic ambition for no 8-year-old. Wait till you grow up. Then you'll really know. Then you'll really understand what you want to be, who you are. Children are the only people on earth. And when I say children, I mean from infancy till they about 18. You do not respect the humanity of young people, of youth, of young adults. Nobody does. Nobody does. Nobody does. Nowhere on earth. That until you, quote, old enough to take care of yourself, you don't have no opinion that I am bound to respect or even have to listen to. I used to say it. There ain't no democracy up in here. In these 4 walls, there ain't no democracy. My kids be like, that ain't fair. I was like, what's fair? Y'all pay any bills? I said, how about this? Because while I'm the only one up in here paying bills, bitch, it's a dictatorship. It's a dictatorship. And if you want a democracy, for every bill y'all pay, y'all get a vote. I used to say that shit in my house to my teenage children. 3 teenagers living in my house. My child, the oldest one, my 2 taken in children, my stepchildren, younger. My stepdaughter and then my stepson was the youngest. He was 10 when he moved in with me. My stepdaughter was 12. My daughter was 14. 3 thinking, reasoning human beings with every right to challenge, respectfully, but challenge something that don't sit right with them that I done said to them or said for them to do. And I tell them it's a dictatorship. There ain't no democracy in these 4 walls. And if you want to vote, pay a bill. For every bill you pay, you get a vote. And having to go back to adults and say that shit was wrong. That was incorrect. What I said, that position that I took in our house was incorrect. It was wrong. And when it came up in my consciousness when my daughter was 26, I said, I just have to tell you, I know you probably don't even remember it, but my ass was dead ass wrong. It was unacceptable for me to have that position in a house full of thinking, reasoning human beings, to do to them what had been done to me as a thinking, reasoning, decision-making human being. I remember my brain at 12 years old and how why grown-ups always treating us like we stupid because we 12. Meanwhile, me and other kids my age talking about deep shit. At 12, I remember everything. Thinking like, damn, having to write poetry in my frustration because no adult would listen. No adult would listen. Thinking about the same things that plague and worry grown-ups. But young people ain't outside the world. Kids ain't outside the world. The same things that plague us plague them. But the thing that compounds what happens to them is that they are radically ignored, radically collectively made invisible, completely anything that would resemble sovereignty and the ability and the deserving to be heard and to be seen and self-identifying and self-determining and self-defining, stripped from them out of the mouths of the very people that claim to love them. They love as we all know it, no matter the varying kinds of love, the love that we all know, child, the love that we all know is a love that can only exist under patriarchy. None of us know what real love is. None of us can even conceive of the magnitude of true love. None of us. The only people that can come close is a mother in those few little months, 0 to about 2. That's the only time that we as parents, particularly mothers who carry human beings in our body, is the closest we will ever come to true, genuine love. A love that is effortlessly reciprocal. A love that does not seek to imprison or disempower or prove dominance over, to secure under fear. The security that we provide comes off like prison warden shit, but it's fueled by our perpetual fear of the ever-present danger that is always looking to cause harm to the most vulnerable in society, our babies. Everything that we call love is marred by despair. Everything that we call love, heterosexual love, homosexual love, love between the LGBTQIA, love between father and son, love between mother and daughter, love between mother and son, love between father and daughter, love in that particular relationship with grandparents and grandchildren. Every idea that we have about how we articulate and feel and experience love is marred. It is a mutation. It is a mutant version of true, genuine, harmonious, deep, ever-present love that can only come from a society that is well and where peace and sovereignty and harmony is so much the norm that the concept of violence and slavery and terror and fear is incomprehensible. Can't even conceive of it. Here we are, flipped the fuck upside down, cannot conceive of a world that is well. Are told that utopia is make-believe. The possibility of harmony among humans is daydreaming and fantasy and will never exist. but we can live in the ever presence of the most gruesome, brutal crimes that have ever happened against the bodies of any creatures in the universe, and be told that's to be expected. It's just life on Earth. It's just the way it is. A perpetual fucking horror movie that don't never cut the fuck off. That you can't even escape it in your sleep because that motherfucker will invade your goddamn dreams and shit. I look forward to remembering what real love feels like among human beings. I look forward to experiencing the world that we have created, where love is the standard, it is the norm, it is the expectation, so much so that we cannot even conceive of its opposition. We can't even conceive of its opposition. Grandma, tell us what sadness was like. What does sadness feel like? That type of shit. That type of shit. That the world is so safe. It's so perfect. It's so well that our descendants will look back at this momentary lapse in history and literally puzzle and wonder over how such a thing could happen for so long. How did y'all survive that? This doesn't even sound real, Yaya. Wars and people threatening to blow a hole up in the sky? This don't even sound real. As my granddaughter becomes Yaya, and she's trying to tell the story to her kids, her grandkids, her great grandkids, that is inconceivable to them. I don't even believe it. This don't even sound real. What you talking about? What you talking about? Wars? What's war? What does that mean? That type of shit. The same shit that they done to us, we do back. We undo. We rewrite. We take back. We disappear the language of suffering and war and brigandage and sadness and grief and anger and wrath and rage. We disappear just like they did with us, just like they did with the mother. They didn't just take over. They disappeared, attempted to, disappeared anything that would remind us of her, eradicated from the walls, chopped off the noses of motherfuckers, created stories about aliens coming and building these great monuments because they want nobody to know bitches did that. And they didn't do it through brute force. Thousands of women holding hands or with their hands up in the sky, raised as a conduit. Her hands like this, her legs spread open. She is the center. She is the horizon between heaven, the entire universe, and earth, all the way into the core of the earth. She is the conduit. She is the space in between, with her arms raised, literally looking like the torus field. Herself, her body, mouth wide open, the harmonious union between the divine feminine and the sacred masculine, presenting itself out into space, into the universe, to reverberate through all time and every goddamn dimension. Her vagina wide open, facing the earth. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shit. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. These women holding their hands up high, legs spread wide open, facing into the center of the earth. The torus field embodied in the goddess's actual body, life-giving, titty spilling. You talk about nut, you ain't got no problem seeing the goddess Nut as the Milky Way galaxy, as an archetype of the Milky Way galaxy, with these others that come down, and all the humans on earth are feeding from the divine milk of the sacred goddess Nut or Hathor. But you got a problem calling your mama God, her actual flesh God, her actual body that does the exact same thing that the Nut does in mythology, a mythological anthropomorphization of your actual mother's body. This ritual, where we have given the anthropomorphized characteristics of animals and creatures and humans, and placed them up in the sky as constellation, it's easy for you to say, "Oh, well, we are a metaphor for the astrological mythological stories." You feel me? We become a metaphor just based on the mythology that everything that happens in the sky happens in the body, but you will never make the leap that the story of Hathor, which is in every culture, the cow goddess who feeds the many from her body, superimposed on heaven, and you cannot see it the other way around. Where Hathor, placed in the sky by the ancients watching the stars, they were saying, damn, these stars look just like my mama looked. In my relationship with my mama, swinging from her titties, coming out of her vagina, and seeing myself in the sunlight for the first time. Not that Nut and Hathor and all of these goddesses are the anthropomorphized story that every person born must tell about their own actual mama who is God on earth. Nah, we become reduced, and matriarchal societies were just a way, in goddess worshiping societies, matriarchal societies, it was like the stars and the great goddess, which is always seen, told by anthropologists and archaeologists, she is still something outside of us, something away from us, when the actual story is that every single person with a uterus in their body as the potential gatekeeper, portal between heaven and earth, between spirit and flesh, between matter and mind, as the potential birth giver is God. That every woman who decides within herself to become mother is greater God. Every woman who has been mother, who becomes grandmother and crone at the same time, is the greatest God. Grandmother crone, the great God in the sky, who is the great God on earth, right here, right now. That in the moment that I became pregnant with my girl child, and the moment that my girl child peeked her little head from outside my body, from inside my body, peeked out, that in that moment that she became real. Because all throughout your 9 months, yes, there's a baby in there, but until she is able to survive outside your body, there is still the possibility that she may not make the whole trip. That the moment that she parts from your body, she becomes a real force of her own, with her own destiny, representing boundless possibilities. But it's not until that moment that her head first sees light. Do you understand? But at that same moment that she first sees light, that she is becoming real in this moment, my child, that at the same time, this is what it means for us to be multi-dimensional beings, for us to be the weavers of the threads of destiny, that everything we do impacts everybody else. That in the moment my daughter decided that she wanted to be real, that she wanted to be a real being, that at the moment that she triggered the contractions to birth herself, that she did that. At the moment she decides, okay, I'm ready, I want to be real, and she triggers the contractions, and she sticks her head outside of me. At the moment that she crowns, she is different. But not only is she different, her facilitating her birth, her need, her will to become, she has changed me, she has changed my mama, and she has changed both my grandmothers. At the same time, at the moment that my child decided to become, she changed every woman in her line. She changed every male in her line. At the moment that my daughter birthed herself, me as mother became official. I was changed to mother by my daughter, by my child. And when I became my mother, at the same time that my daughter birthed herself, I became mother. My mother became grandmother. My grandmothers became great grandmothers. Every single body for the 13 generations back that these white people say we can access. Every single person in my line, the 3.2 million estimated people in my line, were changed when my daughter stuck her head out of my body. That's fucking weaving, bitch. That is determining all destiny with one action, with one moment. The singular moment that she was invisible 1 minute, and the next minute later, you can see her head. Co-opted by a malignancy that must be checked. Co-opted the divinity of this moment, this single moment that every child fights for their right to exist. This is a dance that entity does with that person that she or he has petitioned. Mama, can I live? I know you're pregnant. I know you didn't really plan to be pregnant. I know you didn't want to be pregnant, but can I live? And then the mama makes a decision. Well, this that bullshit, but I guess I'm gonna go ahead and keep this baby. This is a dance that is done. Because once she says yes, your mama, once she says yes, this whole gestational process is about that baby, and it is about this journey to become, this will, this drive of all your ancestors, of all your antecedents, all that chromosomal memory, fighting to produce the best of itself through this entity that is God personified. She is God personified because she is the only way for right now that the ambitions, the hopes, desires, the prayers of all of your ancestors can be culminated together in this grand lottery to put forward the best of what is necessary in this particular moment in time. I'm telling y'all this because I'm telling you, it is such a paradox that I feel like it's a paradox that I'm really working on right now. I'm really struggling with. I'm really trying to walk through with as much dignity as possible, with as much optimism as possible, because my certainty is never challenged. My certainty is never challenged. And every day something is being put in my face that deepens and concretizes my certainty. The problem that I have is this malignant manifestation of Saturn that currently dominates the world, which is a fictitious, malignant reinterpretation of the golden age that was ever flowing and ever giving and ever wonderful, and people lived to a ripe old age and nobody died prematurely, and when we died we came back as angels that walked among humans under great-grandmother Crone. And if great-grandmother Crone was castrated, which the story says, castrated, flipped upside down, turned inside out, turned into this evil, dark, wicked Saturn that devours his own children because he is afraid that they will overthrow him for power and shit, then you have the Saturn of today. You have the Saturn, the malignant, Saturn, the afflicted, Saturn, the rewritten, Saturn, the usurped, Saturn, the usurped, in the world that is dominated at this apex period in human history right now under, quote, all this Illuminati, and they always talking about these Saturn worshiping Satan, this and this and this and this and this. They ain't lying. The Saturn worshiping Satanists are the patriarchs of the world who hid your great grandmother Crone from you, gave her a sex change, put a mask on her, and turned her into the most diabolical, monstrous story in the collective consciousness of human history. Saturn the Dark, the Antichrist, the 666, Lucifer, Satan. She get all that shit. So you fear and run in every direction from her, and under this Saturn that the patriarchs have created in your mind, the evil 666 for whom you cannot buy, sell, or trade, and the tribulation and all of this shit, right, becomes the antithetical story of our origin story, which is the golden age ruled by the purple divine light of great grandmother Crone, her daughter Libre, Justice Ma'at, her granddaughter Estrella, Virgo, the virgin, the goddess and owner of bountiful harvest, who is the predecessor to this. She is the one that informs you, Virgo. She is the one that tells you that your time of rest and abundance and love and laborless months of sexual enjoyment of those closest to you and your ancestors, these three, vilified, demonized, their time, vilified, demonized. These under patriarchal traditions tell you to be chaste, tell you to pray and meditate so that nothing bad come and get you, tell you to not indulge, tell you to fast and suffer. All of these movies that I have been seeing for days and days and days and days and months and months and months. And it wasn't until I got into this deep dive with Cassandra, I'm like, they are going ham on the vilification of great grandmother Crone that we know today as Saturn. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I might have to do a whole compilation of can you find Saturn in this movie? Can you find Saturn? Can you find our great grandmother Crone in this movie? So here in the golden age ruled by great grandmother Crone that we know as Saturn, the goddess Libra, the harmonizer of the scales of justice, the goddess Ma'at, who wants your heart to be as light as a feather so that you do not have to experience turmoil again in your life. What makes your heart light? Does asceticism make your heart light? Does abstinence make your heart light? What else they be trying to tell you that you need to escape the terror of earth? Huh? Asceticism, martyrdom. Does martyrdom make your heart light? All these things that they tell you that you need to do. Asceticism, abstinence, poverty. My aunt didn't say that. She the owner of the scales of justice. That if I weigh your heart against the feather and your heart is heavier than the feather, you can't receive universal harmony, peace, love, and all of those things that your heart desires. But your heart is weighed down by some bullshit and ass bullshit. And so we got to try this shit again, baby. Because this shit ain't rocket science. Y'all making it harder than it is. We done told you all the stories. We done made sure you couldn't forget. All the archetypes are still everywhere and ever present. So here, great grandmother Crone, Libre, aka Ma'at, and Estrella, aka Virgo, Venus, Oshun, Aphrodite, and Anna, the multi-tittied goddess who feeds everybody. This who Virgo is, who is always seen preceding a period of bounty and rest and enjoyment and mystery from the ancestors. That's what they always precede. Fall always precedes this time of seemingly effortless bounty. Why is it seemingly effortless? Because you did the work. You put in the work through the hot season, through the, it's hot outside. Why I got to work so long? Why these days so long? Is it time to get off yet? You done did the work through the long days. to get ready for the long nights. We have been taught to be opposed to time change because the days are short. Why is it so dark outside so soon? There ain't enough light in the day to get nothing done. Because you ain't supposed to be doing shit, bitch. That's why I made the day shorter and the night longer. I'm trying to tell you, you're supposed to be resting. Why are you still at work and the sun went down 3 hours ago? Why are you still humping? Why are you still, I got to get more done. And the goddamn sun done went to sleep 4 hours ago. Huh? You feel me? And so here we are, the victims, the perpetual victims of a make-believe Saturn who decapitates the whole of humanity to ensure that they never remember their destiny, fed to us by a lion-headed deity with the dangling bodies of his own offspring, heads presumably already consumed. Because if they forget their own destiny, it means they cannot overthrow me. This is a metaphor about a future that our ancestors saw written in the stars. Not a past, a future that our ancestors saw written in the stars. This shit is coming. And we got to make sure we put this shit even in the stars, even in the stories that we tell, because this shit is coming. There's going to be a period of time that if these people ain't right, just like Estrella said, at the last silver age, I'm going to stick around with y'all for a minute, try to guide y'all in the right direction, because I see what's coming. If y'all do not comply to the mother, if y'all do not remember the mother, this shit gonna get bad. So mama done already gone. I'm gonna stick around for one more age. If y'all motherfuckers don't get y'all mind right, y'all gonna have to walk through this shit. And after the end of the silver age, she was like, all right, deuces. I tried. Let me go on up here and be the constellation Virgo so I can watch y'all from above until it's ready for y'all to get y'all mind right. And we can come on back down here and try this shit again. Try to give y'all another golden age. Try to give y'all another golden age. I'm talking about the stars, but I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the heavens, but I'm talking about us. Who is the great grandmother crown? Who is Libra? Who is my eye? Who is Virgo? Who is Leo, for that matter? Who is Cancer? Who is the Gemini twins? Who is? People be talking, God, I could go on it. I want to because there's so much of it. All of this shit has been my walk for the last 2-3 weeks, hell, since I turned 50. It's like, mother, look, I'm going to need the flow to flow now. I mean, as much as these cellular memories are being unlocked in mass and coming out crazy, I'm going to need my flow to be as effortless as that. I enjoy it so much. I enjoy it so much. I be feeling bad that I am like, damn, I guess I need to stop. I done spent too many hours in this deep dive. I hear you, Mom, but goddamn, man, I can do this shit better if my foundation is sturdy. I'm a Capricorn, bitch. I'm a Capricorn moon and a Virgo sun. You made me this way. You know I need a certain and sturdy foundation. Why you got me out here all wobbly and uncertain in my goddamn housing, but it's still uncertain in what it is that's coming through me, that's coming up from these unlocked cells and shit. Why can't my physical surroundings match what is happening in my spirit and in my consciousness and in my flesh? All of these motherfucking ancestors are trying to put me on game at the same time. I'm like, look, all y'all motherfuckers can't be talking at the same time. I got shit to do, man. I got bills to pay. I got moves to make. I got miracles to make happen up in this motherfucker. I hear you talking, but can y'all come through as a download with some shit that is going to give me the most clear, most direct, shortest distance, most most traveled direction to the abundance that I have been guaranteed since birth? since the universe was born. That if Elon Musk can be rich in his malignancy, I can be rich in my benevolence. If he can be freed up to execute brigandage in the world, I can be freed up to set this shit the fuck off. That's what has to happen. That's what has to happen. And not only for me. Man, I see so clearly. I was just talking to my daughter the other day. But I talked to y'all about how I picture ceremony, like mass ceremony, to be once we have our building, like our ideal building. I'm open to receive whatever comes to us in the immediate. But that building right here on Sunset Boulevard that's shaped like a giant uterus, that geodesic dome, we're going to be executing Tipple out of that bitch. I don't give a fuck. Come hell or high water, that building is ours. It's been sitting empty for a decade. For a decade. This giant geodesic, literally shaped like a giant pregnant belly with two legs spread open. The what you call it? The movie, the office box. The office boxes on both, they literally look like two open legs, and you entering into a giant ass belly, a giant ass pregnant belly. That's what the fucking shit look like. I said, when we own this building, the geodesic dome, I'm gonna leave the way that it is, but I'm gonna get my favorite graffiti artists, and they are going to paint two open legs. And there's this walkway. It's a huge walkway, an open womb. And they gonna put a whole scene, just like that picture I painted right there. They gonna put, it's gonna have a clitoris and a spread open vaginal lips. You feel me? And the spread open legs. And as you enter and as you come out, I'm telling you, baby, when I can see it is clear as it's just sitting right in front of me. That building is ours. And the temple services, because it's a theater, it's a movie theater, but it's like a surround, like it's like, what do they call it? Like an immersion theater, right? And so, it's like orchestra seats, they like curved and shit. I can see what fully embodied spirituality, spiritual ceremony in this big old pregnant belly down the street is going to look like. I, as the chief priest in your temple, you feel me? As the head, as the 13th of the Council of the 13 Crones and her children. That's what it's gonna be called. The Council of the 13 Crones and their children. That don't mean that every crown is going to have to be an actual birth-giving person, right? But it does mean that everybody on the council is going to be a crone. And everybody on the council, uponder, that is just uponder the Council of the 13 Crones, is going to be a council of everybody, from toddlers, yes, I mean it, from toddlers to the aged, from male to female, LGBTQIA, every race, yep. And what y'all gonna witness, a ceremony, is me in the madness that is always in my house right now. Multiple books. I got 4 books sitting right here, right open writing books, journal books, right here, right now. 7 in this purse, 6 in this purse, 5 in this purse. A whole stack of mail that I haven't even opened yet, but something came down so fast I couldn't stop until I wrote it all, and all I had at that moment was this it ain't one of these that I've opened yet. A stack of the same shit, notes everywhere, notes fucking everywhere. That on a stage, in a building, this geodesic dome, and like all these movies with the crazy motherfucker who is the conspiracy theorist or the serial killer obsessed with a bitch or whatever, and they in a basement where nobody can see and can't. they lock the door and can't nobody go into my space and shit. And then when you finally go up in there, there's like a giant ass board and a million pictures and 1,000 fucking red strings and yellow thumbtacks connecting all the things all over. And this wall is for this, and this wall is for this, and all the way the threads connect and do. That's what ceremony is gonna be. I'm telling you, it's gonna be me on a fucking platform with about 5 or 6 giant boards, zoning, creating an environment. There might be some music, you know what I'm saying? We might have a live, like, sitar Indian band playing, you feel me? And just seeing what comes through, you feel me? And then it won't be just me. I will be the facilitator of this ceremony. But the participants, the direct participants in this ceremony, will be the other 12 crones, who they too on this wall will have a board, and this wall will have a board big enough for everybody to see. And I'll be up in there just letting shit go. And if something comes and I can't get caught up in a distraction on this wormhole, but this is connected in this way. Okay, you over here, this idea, run with it, go. And I'm still doing. Okay, this idea, you go, see where it leads. This idea, writing on this board. And the people that are there are not observers. We're the facilitators. But just because y'all sitting in the center does not mean that you are, quote, just observers. That when we open up, this is how I imagine it. When we open up through all of the rights that guarantee epiphany, feel me? When we open up, remember, you so cute. Oh my God. Child, when I tell you these little nigglets, they getting big fast. They tearing shit just in a week. They tearing shit down. They climbing up high on shit. They just emerged from the dark last week. Tiptoeing and peeking from around. Now they just up on shit. Tearing shit down, knocking shit over, making all the noise, doing all the things. They cute. Oh, they cute. Anyway, it's like when I'm in here and I love my apartment so much. I really do not want to lose my place. It's not just the urgency of, quote, needing a place to live. You feel me? This is the most comfortable in my whole adult life. I've had places that I've enjoyed. This is the most comfortable, the most at home I have felt in sidewalls. But I'm going to tell you, this urgency that I have been experiencing most pronounced since May, about just securing the bare minimum, which is the space for me to open up more here, guaranteeing me the relaxation and the rest that allows shit to flow without the constriction and the constraints that make it. I'm sure that's what's wrong with my memory right now, why I am having such a hard time recalling basic shit, right? But anyway, the only time I love my apartment, I get a lot done in here. But when it's time for me to study, like I've got my little jewelry workspace here, another little jewelry workspace here. Then I've turned what was my medical practice into my art room. Now it's chaos because all that's in there is art supplies stacked up to the ceiling. You feel me? Of unfulfilled art projects that are going to come into fruition. Art. Okay. But when it comes time for me to sit and to study, which I love, I cannot explain to you. I cannot articulate. There are no words that I can come up with to adequately convey how much I love to study. Like, it's so different than it ever was. 10 years of medical school and I had a wonderful time. This is different. And so I be mad at myself that I be feeling guilty because I spend too much time studying, because you don't need to study because your ass got bills to pay. And this 6 hours that you just went into this wormhole could have been some money you making. You could have been outside rubbing somebody's ass to get this money. I get it. Every time I sit down to study, I feel overcome. Literally. Like the closest thing I can relate it to is how people out here all the time be talking about like remote writing, how they get so inspired that it feels like something has taken over to communicate something urgent, that's what the fuck it feels like. And it feels like it's just different. It's different. Even it's different now. Even it's more different now than it was even just a year ago, even just 2 years ago. It's different in a way that right now is inexplicable. Because when I sit down to study, when I sit down to write, it's the only thing right now that I do that people explain about their most cherished hobby. That one thing that you can do effortlessly for 24 hours and it doesn't feel like work. It doesn't feel like any time has gone by. It feels like you just fully in it for the pleasure, the enjoyment, the ecstasy of it. That's what studying feels like for me right now. It doesn't feel, a year ago it felt kind of burdensome, but still awesome. It was like the intrigue, but it was like the burden. It doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like that at all. I was literally saying the other day when I looked up, and even today I told you I haven't eaten a single article of food. When I tell you I'm not lying, I got up and sat in front of this laptop today and have not moved but to use the bathroom and to drink 2 cups of water. I haven't moved. That's the frustrating thing, is I am so excited about the now, about the period, the certainty of it. I can see it so clear. But this bullshit, man, with my base level bare essential security, this is fucked up. It's fucked. I will never not say it's fucked up. Not to see 320 goddamn 332 fucking Congress people who are multi-millionaires and don't contribute a motherfucking thing to Earth. All these motherfuckers sitting up in places of office, multi-millionaires, and still getting a salary of $175,000 a year annually to do nothing, to produce nothing but bureaucracy and bullshit and ass excuses about why this country looks the way that it does now. 100 senators in office, hundreds of Congress people in office, 332 of them multi-millionaires, several of both senators and Congress people billionaires. Y'all ain't got no explanation for nothing, because don't nothing work in America. Nothing. There ain't nothing that, quote, works. The military don't work. The police don't work. The educational system don't work. Y'all talking about repair the educational system. None of the shit work. Nothing works. Why? Because the bureaucracy guarantees that it doesn't work. It guarantees just enough frustration for you to spin your wheels thinking you fighting against it, but just enough certainty in its perpetual existence that you never question its existence. None of this shit is supposed to work. It was created to do exactly what it does. Death by government. Death by a million paper cuts. Keep you just alive enough, like your ass in the fucking pod in the Matrix. Give you just enough sustenance, typically by feeding dead ones of you to the living ones of you, just enough sustenance to keep you animated to the bare minimum existence to generate the energy that it needs to thrive and feed itself. None of this shit works because it wasn't designed to work. None of these streets got motherfucking turn lanes, turn signals in the turn lanes because it was designed by actual fucking civil engineers to do exactly what it does, which is fucking frustrate the fuck out of you because you know you smarter than this and your ass ain't no civil engineer. So if you can think of this, how these motherfuckers who getting paid $175,000 a year couldn't think of the obvious, like a goddamn turn signal in a fucking major road intersection in one of the biggest cities in the country. How y'all didn't think about that? They did it deliberately. This is the formation of the bureaucracy that is to frustrate you and simultaneously bore you and emotionally antagonize you to an early grave, just as long as they can get their 1.8 million projected dollars of work out of your ass. Premature death is caused by these motherfuckers able to extract the $8.1 million out of you ahead schedule. As soon as they extract they predicted $8 million out of each of you, we don't need you no more. We can't risk no motherfucking body out here getting no ideas about how to make this shit better. We done got what we need. Premature death is them getting from this commodity that is you what they expected to get out of you ahead of schedule. 10 years ahead of schedule. 5 years ahead of schedule. 20 years ahead of schedule. Who 20 years ahead of schedule? These motherfuckers being made to work for free in these prison systems. Who 30 years ahead of schedule? All these babies being forced to work in goddamn open mines all over the continent of Africa, all over goddamn Southeast Asia. We can kill them early because we done extracted our 8.1 million out of them. Because all we had to pay them was a bowl of rice a day. Give them just enough sugar, just enough carbohydrates to make sure they can get one more cup of rice the next day. That's today, by the way. So we ain't got to ensure prolonging their life to 65 where they can retire, no shit like that. They are expendable because we going to get our 8.1 million out of them typically by the time they 12, 15 years old. Because we ain't paying them for no diamonds. We ain't paying them for no coltan. We ain't paying them. Hell yeah, I'm taking advantage of the free elder food. But today, stuck in front of this computer, actually doing work, trying to get this campaign blasted across the internet, hopefully, and everybody shared the campaign. Even if you don't have any money to contribute, share it. It doesn't matter with who. Share it on your social media, share it in your email. Doesn't matter, because what I am banking on, what I am confident of, is that we don't know everybody. And we don't know. There might be a diamond in the rough somewhere that says, damn, this is a really fascinating campaign. I'm going to be attaching regular updates, video updates, picture updates about the work that I've done. Testimonials people have sent to me about either readings they've gotten from me, healing sessions they've gotten from me, whatever, so that people can see the history of this work that I have done and why I would be in a place where I'm having to do a fundraising campaign. And so we don't know who we know among us. That's the whole purpose of the web. We don't know who we know among us. And so even though we may say, damn, we all Black women, we all, people of color, we all marginalized people, this shit crazy with this government, whatever. That does not mean that in the 6 degrees of separation among us, that we do not know somebody who has wealth, who has a little bit of leisure in their life and enough abundance that they can be like, you know what? This is really awesome with the work she's been doing and the people that she has touched and the campaigns that she's talking about and this, that, and the other. You know what? I got that and I'm going to double it. That's real. I live in a city where there is a real identifiable possibility, but it can't be just me sharing the shit. see the campaign that I am launched to GoFundMe as our campaign. It's our campaign, because the more freed up that I become, the more I have the ability to participate in the freeing up of others around me, man. This shit can happen. It can be real. We have seen the evidence of it recently. You feel me? The rent parties. I'm like, hell yeah. Let me have a rent party out this bitch. Let that shit be a monthly thing, just like old school shit. I know all these musicians. I know all these artists. I know all these people with talent. Everybody donate your shit. Everybody who donates shit goes in the pot to receive the next amount of money for the rent party. So it just like a susu. If you donated your DJ skills, if you donated your music skills, if you donated until everybody has received the pot for the rent party, everybody who win their name come out until everybody's received the loot. Everybody volunteers their skills for every single rent party, knowing that their time is coming. You feel me? Like, this is realizable, not difficult, very realizable, easily executable shit that I'm talking about, that I'm visualizing. But I have to be freed up. I have to be freed up. I have to be freed up. Now, I'm going to get ready to go, but I will show y'all two things, and then I'm definitely going to go because I am hungry. I haven't put a single iota, and I don't have no snacks because of this bullshit with this money, man. This fucking money that was certain that's now just sent my whole shit into, I got $2 right now in my fucking checking account. $2 in my checking account off this bullshit with this woman in this check. So I ain't even been able to go out and get no goddamn snacks for my house and shit. And yes, I've been taking advantage of the lunch every day, but I end up caught up in this computer trying to get this campaign finished and get these pictures up for it, that when I looked up, it was 12:42. It was too late for me to go down there. So I finished my rattler, you guys. Because I told y'all I used it, but I was like, when I did the thing, I was like, I'm going to write some witchy ass symbols on this pod for this rattler. Well, I just finished it 2 days ago, I think. And I just took the more obscure Adinkra symbols. Like, we know, like, most of the modern Adinkra symbols, but I took some of the more obscure Adinkra symbols. And let me show you, bitch. This shit fire. I know y'all gonna want one. Look at that. So this is the pod that was just naked. So what I bought at Walmart was these little metallic, like the old school, like metallic markers, like the gold and the silver metallic markers. So they had some in the crafting department that were on sale, actually. And so so that's the first side, the gold little more obscure. There you got your seeing Kofa there. That's probably the most well-known one. Oh, and here, right? So that with my little gold marker, you feel me? And then the other side, I did silver, bitch. Look. Right? So I did the little Adinkra symbols all the way down. And then I put my astrological trio up here. So I got my little Virgo up here, my little Capricorn moon right there. I got my little Gemini rising right there. And then I got that sneaky little Ophiuchus right there. And then I was born on first quarter moon. So I put my little first quarter moon down there. And there you go, bitch. What? And then I protected it with like a clear protective code. Isn't that fire? Ooh, I love it. I love it. Ooh. Yeah. This is it. And then I've been talking about it for some time. It's become much more of a pain in the ass than I had anticipated, which is making me even more determined to finish it. you know how that is. Now it's a challenge. Now I'm mad because this is way more complicated than I envisioned in my mind's eye. So now I can't stop doing it until it's finished. And now it's not finished, but it is pretty fucking dope. So this is the one that I told you started out as an earring that was going to be the root or the foundation for the thimble. Remember I said I had that big old thing of thimbles and got caught up on the spiritual meaning of the thimbles and all of that shit and bought the thimbles and it's going to make a thing out of the thimbles with the chakra symbols and all that shit. So this is how far I've got so far. I still got a long way to go because this shit has been a pain in the ass. I still don't know how I'm gonna have it like suspended. This was the earring, this little thing with the chains on it, and then I just took string in the chakra colors, right, and tied it on each area of the earring, and then each strand I am tying these thimbles on each of the strands. And so I'm still going to have something through the earring hook that I can use to like grab it and suspend it from shit. Isn't that cute, dog? And so that is going to be all of them. It's going to be fire. But this little bit, these little three, had me up in here cussing. It's like, son of a bitch. These little three had me up in here cussing. I was like, let me put this shit down before I get mad. Yeah. Over this. Cute. And yeah, it's so cute. So I'm hype about that one. But that's just taking so much longer than I had intended to invest time in. It's true. Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna go. And I don't know, man. There's so much I want to tell you. I done talked for 6 hours, and it's not even close. It's not even close. But your homework assignment, I will say this. I'm gonna do another live tomorrow. But your homework assignment for the next week is every time you watch a movie, no matter what the movie is, if it's a cartoon, if it's a documentary, if it's a movie, if it's horror, for the next week, everything that you watch, look for images or symbolism that is synonymous with either Saturn as the wicked, evil woman bitch, Saturn as the Antichrist demonic child, or twins, especially male, female, twin images, archetypes, whatever, and even more specifically, the twins where the male usurps or the male is born second. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. That shit with Jaime and Cersei Lannister, and Jaime is the usurper because she was born first, and he followed her out while attached to her ankle. And Cersei is the name of one of the most prolific and profound deities in European society. I was like, see how they play in your face, and then they make her the most hated character of the entire show, Cersei, the goddess, huh? Whose destiny was usurped by her twin brother, whose destiny was stolen from him in the knighting, the siring of him by the Mad King who sat on the Iron Throne. I said, am I going to have to go back and watch the entirety of the Game of Thrones? Because this 160-second clip about Jaime as the usurper of the destiny of the goddess Cersei, engaged in an incestuous relationship that begot children? I said when I say they play in your face, child, I said what the fuck? There's so much just in that 60-second clip. I said, God damn. Remember, I was saying the patriarchy switch everything upside down. So they make it like these women was these evil bitches. Jezebel was the most evil woman in the Bible because she gave birth to a son that's always pictured with the halo around his head because they were they were the worshipers of the sun god Baal. You feel me? And the reason she was the most evil bitch in the Bible is because when her son became an adult, she married her son to have another son. An outright theft and perversion of the matriarchal, globally accepted matriarchal articulation of the mother who begets a son who becomes her lover. Why? Because her daughter is her. Hold on, these cats knocking on the door, literally knocking on the door. What's up, Hagatha Crusty? Come on, big old head set. And so in the Bible, they make the story that's metaphor literal. Jezebel, filthy, evil bitch that she was, has a baby, and then when the baby grow up, she marries the baby and has another baby from her son. Perversion of a metaphor made literal in Scripture. Made literal by reading Scripture in the actual world, flipped upside down, turned inside out, which is why the male mother is always seeking to be engaged in these unrighteous relationships with children. I'm telling you, everything that you understand that they do, as a matter of fact, the most wicked things that they do I can guarantee you, is a perversion of the metaphors of goddess worshiping societies, a perversion of what was sacred in the mother becomes an evil and monstrous diabolical perversion in the male mother, in the father God. Now, look for twin usurper, particularly energy in anything that you watch over the next week, and look for obvious Saturn perversion of the great primordial great grandmother crone in movies that you watch. Because just them 20 minutes, that's what Weapons is about. She is the crone. The evil, ugly bitch you love to hate. She is your mama. She is the metaphor for the great primordial, cosmic, wonderful great grandmother crone, who ushered in an age where you did not labor for food, you did not toil for sanctuary. She must be made the most hated, the most evil, the most feared, the most reviled, the most pushed away from society. There it is. I gotta go watch this bullshit and bullshit to get the 411 in depth, but just them 20 minutes, just them little clips, I was like, God, it ain't even subtle. It's like right there in your face. Right there in your face. So I'm gonna go eat, feed my kittens before they stage a mutiny. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Maybe, perhaps. Peace. I hear y'all.